Bada bing, bada boo.
One day before Nancy Guthrie sits down for her last known dinner, the DOJ releases the largest single dump of documents in the history of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Over 3.5 million pages, more than 2,000 videos, approximately 180,000 images, and then a little over 24 hours later, a woman named Nancy Guthrie vanishes in a way that nobody has ever seen before in any similar case. This is not an elderly woman that is suffering from dementia that wandered outside. Her doorbell camera was forcibly ripped off the front door. There were blood droplets left on her front porch. The mainstream media news outlets keep saying that it must be the work of an amateur, and yet we're a month and a half in and nobody has seen Nancy Guthrie. There were ransom notes sent to major media publications, and the timing starts becoming the main focus here. The largest dump of Epstein files to date drops, and then a journalist's mother just vanishes. The internet starts connecting the dots. We don't know if there are even dots to connect or the connections are worthy of anything, but it is interesting to note. Some people on Reddit have just quietly wondered, it's a weird feeling that they get about this Guthrie case. They see it all over mainstream media, and all these news networks are saying this is the case that the world is captivated by, that the entire nation cannot look away from. Everybody is overly invested in this case. And normally when major news networks say something like that, it's partly because it's true. But a lot of people say on Reddit, I don't know anyone that's personally been following the case. Everybody's heard of it because it's just like shoved in our faces by every major news publication, but nobody's really following it. Nobody's really overly invested. They're not trying to be internet sleuths. A lot of people say, I have friends who are very into active true crime cases, and they're not really following the Nancy Guthrie case. These are people on Reddit. So they're wondering, are we just meant to believe that this is the only thing that Americans are thinking about, interested in, talking about? Or is it something deeper? Some netizens think so. September 20th, 2019, a Dateline special that has since been described as being historic goes live. It is Virginia Giuffre's very first ever televised interview. She's filed court documents, she's given depositions. She has never gone on camera before to talk about what happened to her by Epstein. She's sitting in front of an NBC journalist sharing her story, and this is the first time that she's publicly stating that she was even trafficked to a prince. This is the interview that causes Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew, to give his own disastrous interview to the BBC where he just like digs his own grave and he says, I don't even know how to sweat. I have a condition where I can no longer sweat.
She was very specific about that night. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have a bath, possibly.
There's a slight problem with the sweating because I have a peculiar medical condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time, because I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. It was almost impossible for me to sweat.
But it's not just Virginia Giuffre. There are 6 survivors in total that tell NBC journalists what happened to them, including Shantae Davies. She's been pictured with Bill Clinton. She was giving him a back massage, neck massage in the airport.
Wow. Oh, okay.
They all open up to NBC journalist Savannah Guthrie about what Epstein did to them. This was essentially the first time Epstein survivors were given a national platform so that the world could finally listen.
They failed us before. Don't fail us again.
Exactly.
That's all we're asking. Take us serious. We matter.
Savannah Guthrie conducted the very first exclusive televised interviews with Virginia Giuffre and other Epstein survivors. And it's clear that even the FBI was made aware of it. So they have internal emails between multiple different departments within the FBI and other federal organizations where they're just trying to give each other heads up on any major publications. Because the idea being there might be questions for comment. Someone's going to see it, a journalist is going to ask you, they're going to email you. You should at least know that this was produced and released on air. The internal email reads, quote, I just wanted to give you a heads up. She's done another interview with Savannah Guthrie. In it, she says the following. 1, she was interviewed by the FBI in 2011. In the interview, she gave the names of all the girls she helped to traffic. 2, she was also interviewed by SDNY. 3, 2 other women also tell DOJ that Epstein specifically trafficked them to other men. 4, there are cameras in the New York City house and others where he could watch people in bathrooms and elsewhere. They plan to air it on, quote, Today and this Friday's, quote, Dateline. Hope that's helpful. These emails are not, they're just a matter of routine. There's no sinister language. They're not incriminating. Nothing in the emails would suggest that the FBI is like, we can't let this air. We got to shut Savannah Guthrie up. Like, there's nothing like that. It's just nothing is being monitored, even in an abnormal way. But the emails do exist. Netizens have further dug up more connections. Michael Feldman, Savannah Guthrie's husband, was the deputy director of legislative affairs for Al Gore. Al Gore was Bill Clinton's vice president.
Wow.
Michael Feldman has since gone on to create a communications public affairs firm. A lot of people call it like a crisis situation firm, along with other key members from the Clinton administration. Larry Summers, the former president of Harvard that has been heavily featured in the Epstein files, he recommends Epstein to talk to someone with that specific PR firm because they've helped Bill Clinton and others very high-powered people. There's no indication that Epstein did in fact reach out to Michael Feldman nor his firm, but these are all there in the files. These are all innocuous connections, but the proximity to the Clinton world, to the Epstein victims, Savannah Guthrie, it's just kind of set conspiracy theorist chairs on fire. And then there's the journalist and the president connection. Savannah Guthrie hosted a town hall with Trump in October of 2020, and Savannah Guthrie goes viral multiple times for her very tough interviewing. She even pressed Trump about him sharing conspiracy theories online, stating,
I'll put it out there. People can decide for themselves. I don't take a position.
You're not like someone's crazy uncle who can just retweet whatever.
That was a retweet.
A few days later at a rally, Trump stated that Savannah Guthrie was acting like a crazed lunatic.
It's a nice, pleasurable evening. I have somebody going totally crazy last night.
But in a separate rally, he told her that she did a good job.
And I said goodbye. I said, great job, Savannah. You did wonderfully. Good job.
This is a case where you can argue it's just a small world. All these people run in the same circles. Of course you have a journalist rubbing shoulders with politicians. Of course you have all of these different connections. That makes sense. Or you could argue that there's something way deeper going on. With one social media user saying, so you're telling me that an 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped as soon as the Epstein files were released? Meanwhile, her daughter did a huge interview with Epstein survivors? Another comment reads, Nancy Guthrie was probably kidnapped because her daughter was going to start interviewing Trump and other Epstein victims again. Another comment reads, it's weird that no one in mainstream media, none of these news outlets that are heavily covering Nancy Guthrie's case, it's going under the radar that NBC's Savannah Guthrie conducted the first televised interview with Virginia Giuffre and other Epstein victims. That's not being included in any of these articles?
Oh, you're saying other people are not making that Epstein connection.
Yeah, because, these mainstream news stations, they've been making all sorts of connections. They're like, the cartels could have taken her. Here we spend 30 minutes interviewing a cartel specialist to give their expert opinion. They're making some connections I've never seen made before, where I'm like, I don't even know.
Right. But no mention of Epstein.
None when I was researching Nancy Guthrie, except mainly on social media.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if they do mention some sort of connection, it's all in the lens of new online conspiracy theory, and it lists like a bunch of conspiracy theories. And I'm not saying that this is a connection that needs to be looked into. I'm just saying it's kind of odd. They've been making connections. It's one thing if they made zero connections with the Nancy Guthrie case, but they're like, here, let's talk to this cartel expert. Here's this cactus expert. It's so many connections, and yet this one is just not something you want to talk about. But I will say other people have started arguing back. Zach Peter is a social media commentator. I'm not entirely sure what he does, but he did comment, and this has kind of gone semi-viral.
Trump does not have Nancy Guthrie in a bunker. And if he was going to snatch up somebody's grandma, he would take like the Kardashian grandma. He would take MJ. He would take Kris Jenner's mother. He wouldn't take Savannah Guthrie's mother, who nobody even heard her, from Tucson, Arizona.
What is he arguing exactly? Like, he's saying if this is a distraction?
Yeah, they would take someone more high profile, like a Kardashian's grandma.
But they don't have that direct connection. Okay.
And then some people are saying, well, maybe it's not just a distraction. Maybe it's a threat to Savannah Guthrie. And it's opened a lot of doors for further conversations. But is this connection just coincidental? Is it something deeper? Or is this all, even this conversation itself, just a way to distract from the new Epstein files? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SADV, CA, and support survivors' healings. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. We're also going to link the change.org petition by various survivors of Jeffrey Epstein calling on the president and the U.S. government for the full transparent release of all the Epstein-Maxwell zero redaction in favor of abusers, enablers, or accomplices, federal and state protection for survivors facing threats and harassment. There is a lot that they're asking the government for, and a lot meaning like you should go and read exactly what they want so that we can be on the same side. But they're not asking for much. Like, this is the least the government should be able to do. There are quite a few disclaimers for today's episode, including grooming, exploitation, trafficking, total deprivation of human liberties, sexual violence of minors and young adults. That this episode may be extremely distressing, particularly regarding specific descriptions and direct quotes from survivors' diaries about abuse that has been experienced. Statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity, and I just want to say appearing in the Epstein files is not an indication of wrongdoing. In fact, most people who have appeared in the files have avidly, passionately denied any wrongdoing. Netizens, however, may feel that someone seems guilty and appears guilty, and if they're in the files quite a number of times, that could implicate, in their personal opinion, a sense of higher guilt, but that doesn't mean that they are. Pretty much every single person in the files has denied any guilt. So who are the guilty parties? At this point, maybe it's everyone not in the files. Is that what we are to assume? So with that being said, let's get started. For how much we knew about Jeffrey Epstein, the world really never sees this man talk. We have a few clips of a previous deposition where Jeffrey Epstein is sitting there looking smug, but we don't hear him talk for a long time.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Even when reading thousands upon thousands of emails, you don't even necessarily have his voice reading it out loud in your head. You know when you hear someone's voice multiple times and then you read something that they allegedly wrote, it's very clear. You can hear them. I did not hear that with Epstein. But in the recent Epstein file dump, there is an Epstein interview. Unreleased. It's a 2-hour video. Him sitting, facing the camera, answering questions about his crimes. It's not an interrogation. It's not even a deposition. It is an interview with Steve Bannon. Okay, this episode, if I were to give you the context of every single person and every single thing and how they're connected to Epstein, it would take 25 years. I just want to say we have 2 separate collections of videos. One that was done years ago on the Epstein case, giving you a general overview, and then one that was done more recently with all of the Epstein drops with Steve Bannon heavily included. And then if you haven't seen the Nancy Guthrie video, you should go watch that one previously. But he's sitting down with Steve Bannon, and this is an Epstein legacy project. The first thing you hear is stage direction. Steve Bannon is off camera, and you hear his voice guiding Epstein.
Remember, when you're answering on these questions, I'm not in the shot, and they're never going to hear my voice.
Basically telling him, repeat the question in your answer.
Wait, what is that? Like a documentary they're making?
Yes. Steve Bannon says it's going to be released. And this is...
Wait. Steve Bannon saying Epstein documentary is still coming today?
Yes.
Oh?
I know. Yeah. And this is just 2 hours of a 15-hour file that he has.
He said, just you wait.
Yeah. But this 2 hours doesn't make Steve Bannon look good. So everyone's like, I don't know if I want to watch your documentary. You're weird.
Is this filmed after all the allegations started, or this is old tape?
This is like a few months before he dies, before he's arrested the second time in 2019.
This is like the peak of okay.
Oh yeah. This is like way after 2008.
Okay.
So he's telling Epstein, and Epstein is just like, oh, okay. And just like that, just unceremoniously, the interview begins. It's clear the footage is going to be part of the documentary, and Epstein is heavily going to be involved. It looks like some sort of PR piece for Epstein to make a comeback into the world after being a convicted child predator. But it's before the color grading and the edits. Steve Bannon, of course, has saying up and down that anything you see in this video is not really a good representation of his relationship with Epstein, because of course he's being nice to Epstein because he's trying to build rapport and build his trust so he can make an explosive documentary on him. That's Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is a high-powered political advisor that has probably worked with he worked very closely with Trump. He did go to jail for the January 6th insurrection. That was like a whole thing. He was trying to be a martyr afterwards. It was just bizarre. Like, this man is very, very bizarre. And then he's like besties with Epstein.
But he's not like a film director or anything. This is not his line of work.
Not that I know of.
Okay. So
yeah, not that I know of. There was actually a documentary made on him. But I don't... Yeah, I mean, if he is, not a good one because we've never heard of him.
Interesting. Yes.
I honestly don't know what it is he actually does at all. I mean, he's got lots of cool titles on his resume, I'm sure, but I don't know what this man is about. I don't know what this is. And okay, if you watch the interview, which I'm going to include clips of in this video podcast, the last thing on your mind is what Steve Bannon is getting out of this. It is what Jeffrey Epstein is getting out of this, because this interview does not feel like a man being exposed. It feels like a man auditioning. For what role? I don't know, the devil himself? Steve Bannon even asks Epstein about the devil. But first, the interview. Steve Bannon brings up the 2008 financial crisis, because what would be a more thought-provoking way to interrogate Epstein's financial prowess than get his commentary on one of the most devastating economic crashes in modern U.S. history? Epstein tells Steve Bannon that it's not what he thinks. Because in 2008, when the financial market crashed, Epstein was sitting in an 8x10 jail cell, stuffing his face full of almond joys because he was terrified the jail food was being poisoned and he was going to die.
Did you eat almond joy bars and things like that because you're afraid of what the cooks did to your food?
Yes.
Which, side note, does that sound like someone who would, in a few months, would self-exit in jail?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said that he only ate almond joys because he thought someone was going to poison his jail food. And he's saying this a few months before he self-exits in jail. I'm just saying it doesn't sound like someone who has the tendency to feel...
Yeah, he's like paranoid about someone killing him.
He's sitting in solitary confinement. And Steve Bannon, he does not look disappointed. He's giddy. Oh, this is going to be so amazing. That's going to be so amazing. He has Epstein reintroduce it so they can take out Steve Bannon's voice later. He's like, say it again. Tell me again. Start from the beginning. Steve Bannon is delighted. Financial mastermind in a cage, unable to save the world during the greatest financial catastrophe in a generation. That's the image in Steve Bannon's mind. And it gets better for Bannon. Epstein tells him, because they don't have the Wall Street Journal in jail, how he found out about the crash was he had a guard come up to his cell and the guard was like, psst, I'm really worried about my pension. What do I do? Epstein's like, why are you worried about your pension? You don't know? Everything's crashing. The banks are coming down.
I'd been there since June, in an 8x10 cell. Now, since I was in jail, there were no books. Why? There's no library. No library, but you're in jail. No, I was in jail, not prison. So in jail, I was in a place what's called the Special Housing Unit, which is for the roughest, toughest, meanest people. They had put me there, they said, for my own protection. One of the reasons they wanted to keep me in solitary confinement was they were afraid that everybody would want to know which stocks to buy.
What?
Steve Bannon asks, did it strike you at the time how all the threads of your life had come together and put you in a position, or you had put yourself in a position, in that position?
No, that would be probably means I would be too self-aware.
You can't possibly expect me to believe this.
I know. I don't believe it.
I don't know why they're acting like Epstein went to war, like he was in the depths of ADX Florence Supermax, which he should have been. But no, he was on a work release program. He wasn't even really in solitary confinement. He could leave jail every day in 2008 to go to work, where he abused more victims during his work release because his work is being a trafficker.
What do you mean?
Yeah, that was his 2008 whole thing. He was on a work release program.
He was out and about?
Yeah, he was out and about for most of the
time. So how
time.
does he not know what's going on in the economy?
I think these are all lies. I think anything that comes out of Epstein's mouth is a bold-faced lie. And Steve Bannon is the world's worst fact checker. How can you not even be a good fact checker when he's your supposed friend?
That's insane. Okay.
Steve Bannon acts like the 2008 financial crisis would not have happened as long as child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein wasn't in jail in Florida. He says, quote, you never had a moment where you sat there and go,
what the fuck have I done with my life that I'm in a 6x9 jail cell when I should be on a trading desk, or I should be in my $250 million greatest townhouse in New York City taking calls from the King of Saudi Arabia, the President of China, the head of Russia, the President of the United States, to save the world's population from a financial debacle. You honestly expect me to believe that that never happened?
What the f*** fuck is that statement?
I don't know. And Epstein is just like, I would just say how strange, that this happened. It's strange. I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
I'm wearing a jumpsuit and flip-flops.
What color was the jumpsuit?
Brown.
Brown jumpsuit.
Yes.
Steve Bannon notes with a inquisitive and slightly somber tone in his voice.
I notice I don't see you in a lot of brown.
No.
I don't know what the we're doing here, honestly, okay? This whole documentary feels like it's just to clean up Epstein's image after his 2008 arrest. And it feels as if it's just to position Epstein as some financial guru that the world desperately needs. But fine, you want to play Mr. Market, you want to be Mr. Wall Street, tell us how to fix the financial crisis. Epstein does in this interview. And let's see if he says anything of value. We should be able to take this information, walk to JP Morgan and get a job. Epstein comments about the financial crash of 2008.
You can't think about it like your car. People in normal walks of life think about money and things as a machine. And unfortunately, so if your car breaks, cars are always easy to fix. My jets, my cars, if it breaks, I know it can be fixed because it simply follows the same pattern. If this part breaks, you replace the part and the thing works again. People and the financial system are not machines. They can't be fixed the same way. You can't simply take out put some more juice into the commercial paper market, and that's like replacing the carburetor on the car. It's much more, I have a patient who can't breathe, has a stomach problem, can't see, looks bleeding at the same time. What do I do first? I have to think about it as a system. Where's the most logical place? What's the most dangerous place? If your heart stopped, we have to start your heart again. In the equivalent to the money market, why do I have to start your heart again? I need to get your blood flowing. If your blood stops, you're dead. If liquidity, which is the equivalent of blood in the financial system, dries up.
Once liquidity is basically cash, putting cash into the
system. Forget about what it is.
Okay.
Okay. Liquidity is liquidity. It's the blood of the economy. You need to pump blood hard into the body of the economy to keep it. There's no information on how the market actually works. There's no real information on how Epstein even acquired wealth to begin with. But Steve Bannon maybe got hit on the head with a coconut from a coconut tree. He asks Epstein, just off the top of your head, can you list any guys who know the financial market better than you do? Hate him or love him, Jamie Dimon, the head of BlackRock, anybody?
There must be.
But it doesn't come to the top of the head.
No.
Okay, fine.
But here's the catch. The only reason that Epstein was able to become so wealthy and become so interconnected with heads of states and billionaires and tech founders, it's not because of the trafficking or the island or Lolita Express. It's because everyone else in the room is dumb. That's what he's trying to say. This is like quintessential two bros in a podcast. He's trying to explain. Let me show you what I know that even the president doesn't know. Mm-hmm. And that's why the president wants to hang out with me.
Bannon Bank, I give you $1. Just one single dollar. In our system of banking, I would say, okay, Steve, I gave you $1. How much could you lend out to your friends? Your natural reaction would be probably something less than $1 because I want to keep something in my pocket. The way our system works is if you as a bank are holding my dollar, you can lend out an additional $8 or $9. No, it's impossible. I only have $1, Jeffrey. We have something called fractionalized reserves, which is if you have 1, you can lend out 9. That's the way our system works. And so not only do world leaders not understand banking, but the man on the street, my father who worked in the park department, it would be beyond his imagination that people could lend out more money than they actually had in their pocket. Next question.
He also says he's not impressed meeting world leaders because, quote,
no, I'm not wowed by people of position. I'm wowed by people of great ideas.
Whatever Epstein is doing in this interview, self-reflection is not part of the plan. What is part of the plan does become clear later. It's clear that Epstein wants the world to see him as mostly harmless. A mind ahead of his time. Maybe he's too eccentric to be bound by the dimensions of human laws, courtesy of Nicole Daedone. Steve Bannon asks Epstein, what are you, a class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Was tier 1's the highest and worst?
No, I'm
the lowest.
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, tier 1, you're the lowest.
Jeffrey Epstein is wrong, or he's lying. I opt for the latter. New York's Offender Registration Act classifies Tier 1 as the lowest risk, which is technically what he says, but Epstein was classified as level 3 offender in the state of New York, which is the highest, most dangerous tier. In fact, something totally bizarre happened. A Manhattan prosecutor asked the judge to bump Epstein down from Tier 3 to Tier 1 because his crimes were committed all the way in Florida. This is ADA Jennifer Gaffney, by the way, who was the deputy chief of crimes in the Manhattan DA's office. Even the judge was confused. The judge was alarmed, flabbergasted. Did the prosecutor suffer a major brain injury on the way to work? They state in open court, the judge does. I have never seen the prosecutor's office do anything like this.
To help them.
Yeah, I have done so many cases, much less troubling than this one, where prosecutors would never make a downward argument like this. I don't think you did much of an investigation here. I'm quite frankly shocked.
That is so sus.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Exactly. The judge denied the request, and Jeffrey Epstein remained a Tier 3 offender in the state of New York, which is neither a Tier 1 offender, nor is it the lowest risk offender. But Steve Bannon is not a fact checker. He lets Epstein right off into the sunset, trying to present himself as a mostly harmless child sex trafficker. Epstein says that while former world leaders like Bill Clinton have long biographies, he just thinks of himself as
Jeffrey Epstein, just a good kid.
There's also just some random bizarre moments from the interview, if you will. Bannon asks him if he considers himself a stoic, to which he responds, "No, I consider myself a hermit. Stoics are not very happy." At one point, his phone rings and the producers tell him to turn the sound off and then flip the phone face down. Steve Bannon comments, "Yeah, because who knows what the comes up on that phone."
Yeah, who knows what the comes up on that phone.
That's correct.
Then they're later talking about how funny something is, and Steve Bannon says, "Is there anything funnier than that? It's black humor." I think he means dark humor, but he's Steve Bannon, so I don't know. I hate him, whatever. I don't think that he thinks much, but Epstein comments, "I don't make any black comments." That's right, you're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
No.
For black humor,
I don't make any black comments, sorry.
That's right, you're too wrapped up in the Me Too movement.
Yes.
And then, kind of unprompted, Jeffrey Epstein hits everyone with a...
You know, there's this argument that I reject that black people are less intelligent than white people. It's not true. We know, for example, that if I was in the forest and I had to run from the lion or figure out a way not to be eaten, and my competition is a local African, I'm the one who's getting eaten because they have the intelligence to deal with their local environment. So it's just different. It's not better, it's not worse, but there's many differences amongst different types of people. And so people have different intelligences and they excel in some intelligences usually and less so in others.
It's freaking crazy.
Which is a very roundabout way to be racist. He says that kids also shouldn't necessarily be taught how to write because writing forces linear and narrow patterns of thinking. You have to write in a certain form, in a certain way, in a certain linear pattern, is what he says. Which maybe, I guess, explains his psychosis-inducing grammar in his emails. Steve Bannon says to Epstein that there is something deeply f***ed up with you.
There's something deeply f***ed up with you.
At least something.
And netizens have commented on this interview that Steve Bannon somehow manages to be the most annoying person in the room, where the only other person in the room is Jeffrey f***ing Epstein. Other comments read, "Plot twist, this video was recorded this week and not before he dies." Another one is commenting, "Had this playing in the background while I was working and I'm pretty sure now I have brain damage." But Steve Bannon, he continues. He asks Jeffrey Epstein, "Let's go back to human life."
So you see, this is the question. You're asking me to measure something again. It's the disease.
It can't be measured. You just hate making commitments.
That's why I'm not married.
I'm peeling this onion back a layer at a time. All your bullshit and happy target can't be measured like that. Is that to say measure it's a commitment. You don't even like a commitment when you answer a question. As they say in golf, commit to the shot.
I don't know what it means to be measured.
Epstein talks about how Schrodinger was trying to figure out the difference between things that are alive and things that are dead. He says,
the answer is no. The things that are alive in my world are miracles. Not magic. Magic has a bad connotation.
We
trying
don't
to hide
believe in
things.
you don't believe in the spirit or the soul. That's what animates people, is your spirit or your soul. That's
No.
what have you ever seen someone die? When they die, their spirit leaves.
Their soul leaves, no question. So in
There's
fact,
no question to you about
no
that.
question. Even
Because
during
people would normally think you were soulless. So
Thank you.
Describe for me what you mean by that. What do you mean by soul? What do you mean soul different than the physical analog body that we're seeing on film right now?
It's difficult to describe in words. I mean, I'm not a poet. Poems get a little closer to what that really means. But even the concept of what is life becomes complicated when you deal with plants and seeds. Is a seed alive? I don't know. Certain people would say, no, it's dead. When your banana, one of my favorite examples is the banana that's sitting on the countertop in your kitchen today. Is it alive or dead? Your banana is alive. That banana is breathing. It's on your... You say, that's impossible, Jeffrey. No, it's not.
Is the banana conscious?
All these are words. So everyone's trying to fit a very complicated concepts into a very small box called conscious or alive. These don't fit in that way. So if you put your banana in a bag and put another fruit in with it, the fruit ripens faster because the banana breathes with it. We don't understand most of those things.
What do you think human life is?
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. And when I say miracle, I can't explain it, and I make no attempt to explain it at the moment. We don't know how to think about it.
He also reflects on how little science knows about romance. He says, quote,
I don't know why I'm attracted to somebody. I don't know. People are attracted to each other, and everyone has the same feeling. They've seen someone walk in the room, and they say, oh, that person gives me a creepy feeling.
He's talking that?
Yeah.
Science doesn't describe what creepy feelings means. They just know it's a creepy feeling.
He also rambles about how women have intuitive sense.
Women have an intuitive sense. What is intuitive? They have intuition, they have feelings, and they're able to deal in the realm of things that men, especially men like myself, find unexplainable. Women have intuition, men see things a bit differently. Men want to measure everything. Women are not really that interested in measuring.
He literally just did not want to measure anything. Okay. Women are not interested in measuring. But the interview ends where it was always going to go. Steve Bannon asks if it's okay. Epstein, a predator, is out here being a philanthropist. Epstein argues that his philanthropy has nothing to do with his character.
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact...
Why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it...
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned
Yes.
it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right, that do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
Ethics is always a complicated subject, but I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me whether that money should be given to these children for vaccines, I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people with their money.
Steve Bannon asks if, let's say people knew that the money for free vaccines was coming from a sexual predator. What percentage does Epstein think that they would still want the money?
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them,
if I told them
the devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Steve Bannon, almost in a way to not anger Epstein, explains that the devil is brilliant. Quote, have you read Milton's Paradise Lost? Satan was the #1 archangel. He led the rebellion because he couldn't be the top guy. I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. Epstein just stares at him in response, no, the devil scares me.
No, the devil scares me. I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it.
American Dharma is a documentary about Steve Bannon.
What?
And Steve Bannon loves Milton's Paradise Lost, and that's why there's a lot of quotes from that book in American Dharma. But the fact that Epstein is quoting Bannon's own favorite quote back to him, stating he saw it in a documentary about Bannon, but claiming he doesn't remember where he heard it, and doesn't mention that this documentary is about Bannon, it's very strange. Some people have taken it as almost like a threat to Bannon. Or is he acting coy, or what's happening? But still, the biggest lingering question is, if Epstein is scared of the devil, then who the hell could be the devil? From Radio Silence directors Matt Bettinelli-Olpin and Tyler Gillette of Scream and Abigail fame, Ready or Not 2, Here I Come picks up exactly where the first film left off. Our heroine Grace, battle-worn and drenched in blood, stumbles out of the carnage thinking she's finally free. She's not. Surviving has made her the target of a mysterious cabal of eccentric, power-hungry, lethal billionaire families. When her estranged sister is pulled into their trap, the two must fight the High Council for the seat that controls the world. Double or nothing. Ready or Not 2, Here I Come is only in theaters March 20th. It's announced early into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance that the authorities are going to use a signal sniffer to see if they can find her. Signal sniffers it's something created by a man named David Kennedy. It can pick up very, very, very low Bluetooth signals. So you attach it to a drone, you send it off into the fields, and if you have anything that can have a Bluetooth signal, it can find it. Such as a pacemaker inside of Nancy's body would have a low frequency Bluetooth signal. And with this announcement, Trump gets involved again. I mean, you have to remember, this is like a month leading up to basically the US and Israel starting what I would call a war in Iran. And yet there is a lot of time and energy to comment on this specific news. Not on Nancy Guthrie being missing, which Trump has done, but the fact that they're even going to be using a signal sniffer to try and look for her. Trump states that he does not like this public revelation that signal sniffers are going to be used in the Nancy Guthrie case, stating, quote,
I didn't like when they were talking about the going after the pacemaker and you know, before they even started going after it, they're coming and reporting it. So if in fact they could do it that way, the person would say, well, I'm not going to let that happen, right? So bad things would happen if he not going to let that happen.
Basically, a roundabout way of saying, what's the best way to turn off a pacemaker? But the president commenting on a case, wouldn't that just draw more attention to it? Trump has been personally getting involved along with the FBI director Kash Patel, and pretty much every single mainstream media news outlet was reporting on Nancy Guthrie's case. Many experts have stated that this public attention on the case, yes, it keeps it on the headlines. Yes, it keeps more people attuned to seeing if they can spot Nancy Guthrie somewhere and if they can spot the suspects in the Ring doorbell footage somewhere. But if this really is a ransom kidnapping case, the public attention can actually end up harming the case in a lot of ways, especially when the President of the United States, the FBI director are getting involved. But there were less eyebrows being raised with Kash Patel's overt involvement in Nancy Guthrie's case. A lot of people think it's very normal for Kash Patel to get involved because he is the director of the FBI, but I would like to say that I disagree, because when I was going through Kash Patel's very frequent posting on Twitter and social media platforms, he seems to have a tendency, and this is not like a factual observation, this is an anecdotal thing that I've experienced researching, is that he gets involved in all of the political crimes. You have people south of the border smuggling in drugs. He's going to be posting about it on X when they catch the criminals, right? Because that's part of the narrative of like, we want all the illegals out.
Yeah.
He actually got in quite a bit of trouble between many politicians for being too involved early on in releasing information that was likely inaccurate about the Charlie Kirk shooting that happened. So all of these are heavily political topics.
Yeah.
Nancy Guthrie is not political, but he's getting heavily involved. So it's very strange. I mean, the timing is odd. So what would incentivize Kash Patel to get so invested and involved if it's not the Epstein files? I mean, why this case and not any other case? what's happening in that time period. January 22nd, 2026. So this is like a week before Nancy Guthrie goes missing, and it's been gaining traction since. A New York Times expose goes live detailing what the FBI has been like since Kash Patel took over. They were able to interview 45 bureau employees, former and current, and the feeling is this is hell. Hell is here. We're living in hell. That's the feeling of the article, the expose. The expose examines how Kash Patel was a former public defender who never worked for the FBI a day in his life and actually was quite the conspiracy theorist, evidenced by his many, far too many appearances on podcast. Kash Patel said that he wants to shut down the Bureau headquarters and reopen it as a museum of the deep state. That's what he stated before he became the director.
I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state.
He didn't do that, but he does indeed go get rid of the Bureau's top 6 executives, likely due to their connections and work prosecuting Trump.
Interesting.
The sentiment being is, if you were assigned to the January 6th investigation, because you don't get to pick cases in the Bureau, like these are agents that get assigned a case. A lot of agents said the sentiment inside the Bureau was that once Kash Patel took over, if you even touch the January 6th case, you might get fired just because you worked on that case. There were a lot of just bozo moments exposed in the article. One field office leader stated that they were shocked by Kash Patel's brain, stating, quote, Patel had his first director's call with the heads of all the field offices. He had no agenda, no organized thoughts, no strategy or leadership philosophy or priorities to share. I specifically remember him stating at one point, I don't read. He explained he doesn't read briefing materials. He apparently doesn't do calls either. So one agent states that typically there is a weekly meeting with all the leaders of the field offices on Wednesdays with the director of the FBI. But he stopped doing that. So things just kept getting dropped and missed. And because everyone's supposed to have their own individual calls with the director, but like that's a lot of things were not good. And this is an opinion, of course, but I think a Driscoll sweetest batch blueberry has a stronger work ethic than Kash Patel. Agents remember how he had to go to the Five Eyes conference, which is the intelligence alliance between the US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And quote, before the conference, his staff says he's unhappy because he doesn't like meetings in office settings. What he wants is social events. He wants premier soccer games. He wants to go jet skiing. He'd like a helicopter tour. Everyone who'd heard about this was like, hold on, is he really going to ask MI5, the director of MI5, to go jet skiing instead of going to a meeting? This is a job, guys. His staff only cared about 3 things: what his meals were, when his workouts would be, and what his entertainment would be.
Who exactly is saying this? One of a former employee?
Or current.
What is happening?
Yeah. Also, side note, for someone who has dedicated teams to meals and workouts, he does not have a physique that reflects that much, but I digress, okay? They continue. The biggest plan is how he's going to get his girlfriend in there so she can go to the Windsor Castle. He's got his assistant, just like a true executive concierge, and when she's not getting the food or the workout she wants, she'll just start screaming at people, make it happen!
The girlfriend?
No, the assistant. But he wants his girlfriend to go everywhere, which that was a whole thing. So Kash Patel is constantly under fire for using the FBI jet and taxpayer dollar to go fly to his girlfriend's concert. She's like a country singer that nobody listens to. What? I mean, some people listen to her. Nobody listens to her. Okay. He would fly, and then they would fly from one city to another back to her home in Nashville. And apparently the FBI office in Nashville where she lives is just like private security for her these days.
Right.
They can't even get any work done.
Wow.
It's the allegation, it's the sentiment.
This nonsense about, oh, you're taking a private jet. We're taking the FBI plane because Congress 20 years ago said FBI directors are not allowed to take commercial air travel, ever. Kind of expected some scrutiny, so we took additional steps to say, how can the FBI save money for travel when it's on personal matters? And so I mandated Bureau require us to use government airfields.
How long has he been in this position?
I think it's been a year. Yeah. And then apparently during the Five Eyes conference, they all go to the castle and they take a picture with the king. Fantastic. Loving life. Great. Now, some of the members of these intelligence agencies overseas, they are not public figures. It's not like the director of the FBI. They're like very secret figures. They're in non-disclosed positions. You can't even file paperwork to see what position they're in. That's the intention. Kash Patel, though, wants to post this picture on social media, apparently, according to this expose. They're all like, hey, so what kitchen cooking herb are you smoking over there? You cannot post this picture. But he apparently goes back and forth, allegedly begging these people, these undisclosed intelligence agency running commands.
Is it like a group photo?
Yes, that he wants to post this picture onto social media.
Because he was taking a picture with the king.
Yeah.
Did he post it?
No. Dan Bongino is the deputy director. Well, former, not anymore, which usually, so a lot of people are saying that with the deputy director of the FBI, it has been long-standing tradition to choose a career agent. So the FBI director is typically well connected to politicians because that's how they get appointed. But the deputy director, this is the second hand in charge, they've been in the bureau for probably their whole career.
Right.
Because that's what you need. You need someone who knows every rank file, how things work, how things have been done. Not because they're so stuck in tradition, but like they know the ins and outs of the bureau. They choose instead Dan Bongino, who is a right-wing podcaster and a former Secret Service agent. He doesn't even like the bureau. He called it thugs for the Democrat Party. One agent states that there was real concern in the bureau, stating, quote, we were going to have two people who, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were conspiracy theorists with very little experience in federal law enforcement.
Wow.
I will say the levels in government a male podcaster can get in this administration needs to be studied and then needs to be just like quickly stopped. One of the most notable things that he does once he's assigned, though, is Dan Bongino tries to create a new physical fitness test that is not backed by evidence or research. So he's like, I need all the bureau agents to be fit. He wanted to have equality for men and women in the sense that they would have to do the exact same number of pull-ups, which means a large number of probably more competent, very competent female agents and recruits would be lost. Valuable personnel would be lost because they can't do as many pull-ups as their male counterparts.
That's crazy.
Okay?
Wow.
So one agent stated to Bongino, and apparently, allegedly, Dan Bongino tells them, you can have the best female agent take down the biggest case in our history, but if on one ring door camera video, she's out of shape or overweight, that's going to be the story. The agent comments, he was worried about whether or not they'd look good on doorbell camera. He said it's the way these times are. I think that's the way you are. I don't think anyone else would have thought that. He has since stepped down as the FBI deputy director to go back to his podcast. He's also taken a role in the whole Epstein files, which both of them, before they held positions in the FBI, they kind of hinted on podcasts that they did not believe that Epstein self-exited. But Kash Patel, once he becomes the director, he states like, no, it was a self-exit. It was a self-exit. It's been reported by agents to the expose that there's too much commingling with DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, fuck ICE, formerly run by Kristi Noem. She has since been fired, promoted, we don't know. She has a whole new position that was created just for her because the speculation by a lot of people is that if she were straight up fired, she would start singing like a little canary, so.
You know, they were saying about Kristi Noem yesterday. I did the Super Bowl interview. Sir, are you going to relieve Kristi Noem of her duties? No. Oh.
There's a whole new position. I don't know what that position does, but one agent says they also had to juggle Kristi Noem, the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, who wanted to ride in our tactical vehicle to do her TV stuff. That makes all the operators uneasy and it makes them less safe. A lot of agents also said that the connection between the FBI and DHS was just not good. They say, quote, because FBI agents are posting up with Homeland Security, citizens think we're part of ICE, which disrupts other investigations. It used to be that you could sit in front of a house watching another house, and a lot of the time people were okay with that. They might help you. Now they're scared because they think you're ICE. Because nobody's really scared of the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I would say I feel like I would be less scared to help an FBI agent than like even police officers is the sentiment that I'm trying to say. I don't know if there's I don't know if there's any fact to it, but because there's a lot of tension between citizens and police officers, citizens typically have a little more leeway with federal agents because they're not around a lot.
Yeah, I get it. So the FBI agents say ICE, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly, yeah. Which, side note about ICE, they're stalking Reddit threads. Okay, this is like a side note. Ken Klippenstein, he was the one that released Luigi Mangioni's note, manifesto, whatever they wanted to call it, right? But he is like this incredible journalist, but he released an expose about Homeland Security field agents monitoring conversations on Reddit. There was an internal intelligence bulletin that Ken got his hands on where they're talking about Reddit user Budget Chicken 2425, who was posting about federal overreach on Reddit and wanted to gather a protest outside the Border Patrol facility nearby in Texas where he lives. This is not a big call for a rally. This is not a big call for a revolution. The post just innocently reads, "In light of today's events, I'm rallying people to support our rights and freedom, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors, family, and community. We need volunteers to be witnesses and spread awareness. The more we are silent, the faster it'll come to us." The Department of Homeland Security bulletin reads, "The post generated some engagement on the platform, including supporting comments, logistical concerns, and opposition, underscoring both local sensitivity to perceived immigration enforcement activity and the symbolic value of federal facilities as protest sites. At the time of this assessment, there's no specific reporting indicating plans for violence against DHS personnel or facilities in connection with call to this protest." But the more alarming part is the bulletin goes on and states they did like a digital footprint check of Budget Chicken 2425, listing that their favorite subreddits are r/Texas, r/movies, r/Stephen King, and I'm old. And even that gets specific, stating in the I'm old subreddit, he likes to reminisce about classic television productions like UBU Productions and Gracie Films. On r/Stephen King, he engages mostly with community posts about book collections.
So they're stalking this online user.
Who is not even, like, it's shocking because, I mean, do they monitor rapists like this online or child offenders who get released that just, quote, slip through the cracks? I didn't think so. So why are you, it's so bizarre. It's so scary.
Yeah.
Also, they're buying warehouses. Look into it. Look into it. DHS went through a whole buying spree where they secretly leased up a bunch of warehouses. There's one, I believe, in Georgia that they're trying to house like 10,000 detainees. So look up your local states, look up your local areas and see if there's like a warehouse that DHS has been secretly looking into buying or has already purchased. A lot of contracts were signed secretly, and they were doing this without much attention for the longest time.
Damn.
All near major cities. A lot of them are in very alarming spots, like next to preschools, church gatherings, like community centers where people will go to be safe. But anyway, back to the FBI. A lot of agents were saying they don't really do any crime solving, crime fighting anymore or national security anymore. And they said that Pam Bondi, because you remember Pam Bondi and Kash Patel have some going on. So Kash Patel is the FBI director. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General of the United States. She accuses the New York field office of holding back documents in the Epstein case. Everyone's just trying to save their ass. Pam Bondi was like, I got the Epstein files on my desk. And then the administration was like, there's no files. Kash Patel was like, what files? What are we talking about? Pam Bondi is like, you guys are holding files. So it became this whole point your finger. They have beef with each other. Kash Patel then diverts a ton of agents to work on redactions for files. One agent says, a member of the redaction team asked me, because I'm a superior, can I not work on this anymore? They had a team call, and Patel jumped on the call and yelled at everyone, telling them to work faster, that he'd fire everyone who worked on the redactions if he didn't have it when he wanted it. And they were allegedly told to flag references to Trump and other well-known figures, as well as redacting information about victims, which is the only thing they were supposed to do.
Right. Huh.
So don't be confused that this was hard work for American people's rights to know who amongst the rich and powerful are criminals, which at this point, if we are a casino, you would make a killing just assuming everyone is first a bad person, then giving them the benefit of the doubt. The article reports that more than 20% of the FBI's workforce has been assigned to immigration enforcement, which impacts the amount of personnel that can investigate other things like public corruption, white-collar crime, kidnappings.
Wow.
One agent stated, I remember praying that we didn't have a terrorist attack, mass shooting, or a cyber attack slip through the cracks because my agents, who were highly trained to protect against such threats, were assigned to immigration enforcement. Another agent says, I did not go to law school. I did not go to Quantico and work counterterrorism operations overseas to doing traffic control for Arrest a Brown Person Day. So the Bureau is known for using polygraphs to get security clearance, where they ask you questions and, they ask you questions that you would imagine that they ask you. But now they said that the Bureau is doing, this is an allegation, if there is a leak, because there's a lot of leaks in this administration, in all departments. Even I think recently there was a Pentagon leak with how many casualties there were in the Iran situation recently. This leak, if there's leaks in the FBI, allegedly, Kash Patel will have employees polygraphed and they will be asked if they said anything negative about Kash Patel, which feels like very emotional and sensitive. I mean, it's definitely morally and ethically bankrupt if this is occurring, but could you imagine a female director doing something like that? The scathing adjectives she would be called. She would be framed as a soft, whiny baby who wants everyone to love and worship her because she's probably a whore. But instead, Kash Patel, how can you be such a soft, sensitive little person?
Unbelievable.
One agent says, quote, they were polygraphing their own senior leadership team because they were so mad about media leaks. Then soon after the Charlie Kirk shooting, Kash Patel flies to Utah, and the first thing he wants is a raid jacket, FBI raid jacket. They don't have one in his size, which, side note, leadership doesn't wear raid jackets. Okay, so FBI, when they do raids, they wear FBI on their back. But once you're in a leadership position, you wear a suit. You don't wear a raid jacket. But allegedly, Trump told Patel he wants to see the raid jackets everywhere because he wants the feds to take the credit for a lot of things. Is the allegation in the expose. Okay, I don't know. I'm not in these rooms. I don't know any of these conversations. But they don't have a size medium. So in this very crucial moment of, solving a crime, whatever, you know, he has the SWAT team take off their patch, like the SWAT patch, so that he can wear just the FBI letters to the press conference, which is just odd. And then here's this long quote after he gets there, quote, whenever there's a critical incident, one of the first things that happens is a conference call with everybody, all the executives. Most of the field offices dial in. The director rarely speaks because someone with situational awareness is leading the call because there's an emergency. Yeah. You got to be there. Like you have to have, you know what's going on. They'll say, here's what happened. Here's what we know. Here's what we need. But we get on and it's just Kash berating the special agent in charge of Salt Lake. He's super emotional. Which, side note, emotional in a leadership position, such as being the director of the FBI, is never good. I don't think they use the word emotional as a way to display his humanity. They continue. Then it turns surreal. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino start talking about their Twitter strategy. And Kash is like, I'm going to tweet this. Salt Lake, you tweet that. Dan, you come in with this. And then I'll come back with this. They're literally scripting out social media, not talking about how we're going to respond or resources or the situation. He's screaming that he wants to put stuff out, but nothing's been vetted yet. It's not even accurate. Everyone on the call is just like, this guy is completely out of control. On another call, he said, when a crisis happens, the only thing you need to do is call me. The most important thing in any crisis is controlling the narrative. I was like, no. We actually have to do some work here. Like, we're going to have to investigate. The most alarming message coming from the FBI insiders is that they feel the way that Kash Patel is running the Bureau is it's just a weapon of the White House, and the diverting of resources is leaving the country vulnerable to attack, which we now know in this situation, which call it the conflict, call it the war in Iran, that's not good. I will say these are all of the allegations and quotes that you can find on the New York Times expose. However, the FBI spokesperson, Ben Williamson, had said about this expose, this story is a regurgitation of fake narratives, conjecture, and speculation from anonymous sources who are disconnected from reality. They can whine and peddle falsehoods all they want, but it won't change the fact that the FBI under this administration worked with partners at every level and delivered a historic 2025. A White House spokesperson states, President Trump and FBI Director Kash Patel are restoring integrity to the FBI by returning its focus to fighting crime and letting good cops be cops. So, I don't know. You take the expose as you will. Maybe you hate the New York Times. But I will say Kash Patel is a very odd individual, in my opinion, because he also has a children's book, a real children's book that you can purchase where he's a wizard and he saves King Donald Trump from the evil, disgusting, filthy DOJ. The book is called The Plot Against the King, and it's marketed for 5-year-olds and up. I also think it's a trilogy, which, like, goddamn, okay.
What?
I'm still waiting for final installments of trilogies from some of my favorite authors, and here we have this trilogy. But also, the second one does not seem to be sold on Amazon anymore. So I don't know if it's a duology, and he just, like, weirdly named the first one, and then the third one, and skipped number 2. I don't know if 2 is a bad number for him, or the second one is just pulled from the shelves. I don't know. But that still doesn't answer why is Trump getting involved in all of this. So it seems like Kash Patel has better things that he wants people to pay attention to, like the Nancy Guthrie case, versus probably this New York Times expose. But what about Trump? Is he just making a comment since he's worked with Savannah Guthrie previously and has had interactions with her? Is that why he wants to be of assistance? I mean, I guess you could say that. Or you could say that some people think that the idea of a disappearance being the only thing that the country wants to talk about could be a really good opportunity to not talk about other things. January 30th, the DOJ releases the single largest drop of Epstein files, like I've noted, including the one, there's a picture of the former Prince Andrew crouched over a redacted female's body who's laying on the ground. Everybody is clothed, but it's not a great picture. February 1st, Nancy Guthrie disappears from her home. February 2nd, Epstein survivors are rightfully enraged and traumatized because the DOJ, who seems to have spent a ton of manpower to redact the names of high-powered businessmen and billionaires from their files, they have left a ton of documents unredacted that clearly show underage victims' names, personal information, and ways that people can find out where they are now. Even more traumatizing, according to the New York Times, nearly 40 unredacted images that show both nude bodies and the faces of the people portrayed were left unredacted for the public. Quote, the people in the photos appeared to be young, although it was unclear whether they were minors. Some of the images seemed to show Mr. Epstein's private island, including a beach. Others were taken in bedrooms and other private spaces. While photos of powerful men were mysteriously redacted in some cases for no reason, the lawyers representing the victims state it's kind of unfeasible to think that the DOJ would make mistakes like this. Quote, DOJ cannot plausibly characterize this as an error, negligence, or bureaucratic failure. The task was straightforward. Take the list of known victims and redact those names everywhere they appear. When DOJ believed it was ready to publish, it needed only to type each victim's name into its own search function. Any resulting hit should have been redacted before publication. Had DOJ done that, the harm would have been avoided. Another attorney states, this whole thing is ridiculous. The DOJ was ordered to release information to the public to be transparent about Epstein and Maxwell's criminal enterprise network. Instead, they released the names of courageous victims who had fought hard for decades to remain anonymous and out of the limelight. Whether the disclosures were inadvertent or not, they had one job to do it, and they did not do it. But instead, we're talking about Nancy Guthrie. February 3rd, Trump states that he wants to nationalize voting. Fulton County in Georgia stated that they will be suing the FBI. I think just giving thorough context for this would require like 10 business days. But the administration and the FBI raided and seized a bunch of voting ballots from Fulton County in Georgia from the 2020 presidential election. And Trump comes out to state on Dan Bongino's podcast that he thinks that we should nationalize voting in the United States.
These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Because constitutionally, U.S. elections are governed by the state. He doesn't want that anymore, which is a huge cause for concern. He's saying it's because the election was stolen, but a lot of people are saying it's much harder to hack 50 systems than hack one system. And during all of this, Trump is interviewed and he says,
speaking of Epstein, I will say there's a reporter named Wolf, and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is, conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about Democrats, some really bad stuff, but about me, that Wolf, whoever Wolf is, he wrote a couple of books, and Epstein conspired against me. So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned, but you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country, too.
And then he states that the reporter from CNN needs to smile more. And this is like in the Oval Office with a whole gaggle of press.
What would you say to the survivors who feel
you are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
I'm asking you about survivors.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
She was asking him about Epstein survivors. So naturally, she was not smiling at the time. And many netizens feel that it's very odd for Trump to want the world to let go of the Epstein files and move on from it when they just release so much information, damning information against various people. So let's get into the latest drop of the files. I will say that this is not an all-encompassing video on the Epstein files because it's literally impossible. The Rotten Mango team is, at the very end of the day, I think we're a super, super, super small team compared to any news network or even other podcasts. We're a very small team. I think you'd be shocked to see how intimate the core team is, and intimate being a nice way of saying small and very well caffeinated. I wish I could dedicate everyone to go through files because a lot of people have requested updates on the Epstein files, and we did our best to get through as much as possible. But with all the other cases that people have been requesting to be covered, especially the international ones that are less known about, we've been trying to work on everything at the same time. So this is not going to be like a comprehensive, exhaustive overview of everything that's been released, but I will try to keep giving you updates as we go. February 2026, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is arrested on his 66th birthday. And after being in custody for 11 hours, I will say that he is released. King Charles has issued a very rare personal statement where he says in more words, "Let me state clearly, the law must take its course," which is a very kind way of saying, like, we're gonna let this happen. Whatever Andrew is gonna go through, he's gonna go through it. It is monumental, but also it can be more monumental because as of right now, he is under investigation, but he has not been charged nor exonerated. So while a lot of people in the UK, they want more and they want it more quickly, everyone in the US feels like if even a former prince can be detained, there can finally be some clarity. There can be some justice. How come it's not happening over here? A week after that, another arrest is made in the UK. Peter Mandelson. He's the former UK ambassador to the US. He was a key advisor for Prime Ministers Tony Blair and Gordon Brown. He's a Labour politician. Peter Mandelson is arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. His name comes up extensively in the files, nearly 6,000 times, and he's very close to Epstein. There's a photo of him in his undies, also found in the files.
Doing what?
Just hanging out. So there's that. So, I mean, you know, he can't say that he had no clue about Epstein's crimes and that he failed to do a quick Google search.
On these photos, where are those photos from? Is someone just there constantly with a digital camera?
Yeah.
That's so bizarre. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
What a lot of people have been doing is a lot of these billionaires, especially in the United States, pretty much anyone, any of the tech founders, Richard Branson, Bill Gates, everybody likes to say, I've never heard of Google. I did not know as a billionaire, I should even Google the company that I keep. It doesn't make sense to anyone because even I meet someone new, I might Google them, especially if I know nothing about them. Mm-hmm. And if they're claiming to be a billionaire, I'm definitely going to Google them.
You're saying they never Google Epstein.
After 2008, we never really looked into, we didn't know his past. I just thought he was some rich guy. You're telling me that people like Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, people who have bunkers are not security clearancing everyone in their path?
Mark Zuckerberg is in there too?
Well, he had a dinner. He was in the files. His name comes up a few times. His spokesperson has stated that it was just a dinner along with other like key investors and tech entrepreneurs. Elon Musk, like you're telling me these people don't Google people? Though Musk has not, I don't think that he said that he didn't Google. He's just been very vague about it. So there were emails where he's asking, like practically begging Epstein to go on the island for the craziest party ever. Like this is crazy because all these other billionaires, they have very roundabout ways of being like, you are such a good friend. Elon Musk is like, I want to go to the island. I want the craziest party of my life. And everyone's like, you're filthy and disgusting. I don't know what's going on. He's come out and his only like statement, I think, is that, hey, so I've been promoting the Epstein files being released, so.
He said he's never got invited.
Yeah, basically. But Peter Mandelson cannot say that he never Googled Epstein because he wrote an email to Epstein June of 2008, and this is when Epstein goes to jail on his work release program. Mandelson emails him, "I think the world of you. I feel hopeless and furious about what has happened. I can still barely understand it. It just could not happen in Britain. You have to be incredibly resilient, fight for early release, and be philosophical about it as much as you can. The whole thing has been years of torture, and now you have to show the world how big a person you are and how strong. Your friends stay with you and love you." Then in Norway, you have the former Prime Minister of Norway, Jagland. I don't know if the J is pronounced like that there, but Jagland. And according to email correspondence, he arranged family visits to Epstein's residences in Paris, New York, Palm Beach. This is all after Epstein's 2008 conviction. And Jagland had a whole plan to take his entire family to Epstein's island, but it was canceled because Epstein was sick. There are so many people in the files that have come out and they're like, "Hey, you guys are wrong. I've never been to the island." And then the emails get released and it's always Epstein canceling on them. And they're trying to go to the island.
That's crazy.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Bill Gates and Epstein both went to Jagland, the former Norwegian prime minister's house, to talk about Bill Gates's work in eradicating polio, which, let's be real, Jagland was the chair of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, and allegedly Epstein told someone at the Gates Foundation that he's very friendly with, quote, the Norwegians and could help Gates win the Nobel Peace Prize, according to the Wall Street Journal. However, I will note a Gates spokesperson states, Mr. Gates has never been focused on or campaigned for the Nobel Peace Prize or any other prize, which is exactly something someone says when they don't get one. Meanwhile, in the US, there have been a string of resignations, but nothing that really means anything to the victims. Like no meaningful change or impact, just rich people retiring early. Representative Thomas Massey states, over 24 people have resigned, CEOs, members of government worldwide. But I haven't seen any arrests or investigations here in the United States from this Justice Department. And it's because a lot of people in positions of power do not think that there's anything to be done here. Kash Patel has basically stated to Congress that Epstein just trafficked girls to himself, that there is no credible evidence that anybody else is guilty. He states that he would have brought the case yesterday if there was any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone but himself.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals.
Also, this is the same person that went on podcasts to doubt that Epstein self-exited. Kash Patel has even stated to a right-wing podcaster in the past before he became the director, you don't think that Bill Gates is lobbying Congress night and day to prevent the disclosure of that list? And now he says, there's no list. What list? He says of government officials, put on your big boy pants and let us know who these pedophiles are.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
This was before he became the director. And now it's, there's no one to charge. He only trafficked him to himself. That's it. Now, with that being said, we're going to go into the other big names in the US that have come up in the files. And this is not me saying that they are guilty of trafficking, that Epstein trafficked victims to them. The sequence of events in this video just happened in this way that it's right after that segment. But literally, nobody has been charged and convicted of anything related to Epstein that I'm about to talk to you about. Richard Branson of Virgin Airlines, whom just lost his wife, and a lot of people were showing him much love and comfort during that time period. He's in the files. Does that imply guilt? That's not at all what I said, but there's an email from Richard Branson to Epstein that reads, Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. Which, by the way, Richard Branson has an island in the, the Virgin Islands. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you, as long as you bring your harem.
What?
Then 5 bullet points. I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up so many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman and were punished for it, you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you seem to have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. 2, 20th September. Sadly, I'm in the UK that week. 3, I'll copy Peter Norris. Is there a similar transaction you'd recommend today? 4, we definitely should be using all the information we gain worldwide to trade currencies and trade oil. If you find anybody you recommend for us, that would be great, but I'll start looking. Again, I'll copy Peter Norris. The other parts, financially speaking, some people are like, that sounds suspicious. Like, what are you saying? Okay. Yeah. But more than that, the whole Bill Gates thing. Okay, a spokesperson for Richard Branson has stated that Richard Branson has used the word harem to refer to adult women that he brought along, not underage girls and children. The email is from 2013, so there is publicly available information about Epstein's crimes by this point, and he even notes it in the email, just writing about one of his crimes. Bill Gates could say this about you, that you slept with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman. And a lot of netizens feel like the fact that he even said 17 and a half is so disgusting. Like, that tells you what kind of person this is. And these people are fucking old when this is happening. Bill Gates has obviously been heavily in the news for the allegations that he contracted an STI from a Russian woman that he was having an affair with and wanted to get meds for himself and meds to secretly give to his then wife, Melinda Gates. He has denied those allegations. And he's been in the news for...
What do you mean he denied those allegations? Wasn't that email?
Oh, okay. So I'm going to explain it to you. It gets a little complicated, right? And even the emails, a lot of people are hiding behind some emails could display wrong metadata. There's like a whole thing, yeah. The metadata. But overall, Bill Gates has been in the news for just being chummy with Epstein. Bill Gates has since apologized to his staff for having 2 separate affairs with 2 different Russian women whilst being married to Melinda Gates. Quote, I did have affairs, one with a Russian bridge player who met me at bridge events, and one with a Russian nuclear physicist who I met through business activities. He states that Epstein later discovered these affairs, but these affairs do not involve Epstein's victims. And then he says that Epstein basically tried to blackmail him with the information. In one email, Epstein writes to a mutual of Bill Gates and Epstein. He writes that if the affairs go public, quote, Bill risks going from the richest man to the biggest hypocrite, Melinda a laughingstock, pledges will disappear as a result. Another email is basically Epstein shaming Bill Gates for allegedly being cheap with his mistresses, writing, so he's talking about the mistress, Bill Gates' mistress. I sent her that note. She said she had little money, couldn't afford air conditioner, was living on a friend's couch, really needed money. I sent her some money. Your friend Bill is nuts. His former girl can't afford aircon, cannot afford to travel to bridge tournaments. She said that Sharon Osbourne used to arrange. The lawyer helped her with papers, so she is okay but broke. That story would take Trump off the front pages. The richest man in the world is so cheap. His former bridge girl and toy lives on a friend's sofa. Wow, wow. Who is this email even to?
This is crazy.
Which, by the way, the Russian bridge player, a lot of netizens are like, she's a honeypot for the Russians because she was pictured with an infamous Russian spy. Anyway, we're going to get there in a second. Okay, but who is this email even to? There is so much. This email is to a man named Boris Nikolic. And Boris created Biomatics Capital. But before all of that, his main role was he worked as a scientific advisor for Bill Gates and worked for Bill Gates' private office. Boris is also really close with Epstein, like really, really, really close to Epstein, to the point where he was listed as a backup executor for Epstein's will just days before Epstein died. Apparently, when Boris decided he was going to stop working with Bill Gates and he wanted to start his own company, he wanted Bill Gates to fund his company.
Of course.
Right. But does Bill Gates want to fund his company? Listen, Bill Gates' PR is the most insane shit that I've ever seen in my life. So out of curiosity,
Okay.
I found this book that was written ages ago. Okay. And I was listening to this podcast that was talking about this book on Bill Gates, and I found it really intriguing because I was like, that doesn't sound like the Bill Gates that I always see in the news. It just, they were talking about how Bill Gates was fucking ruthless. When he first started Microsoft, he was brutal. Everybody was scared of him. Like, he had this penchant for being someone that was a nightmare to work with. Like, the things that you hear about people like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, like, this is what he was saying about Bill Gates. And I was like, oh, that's very interesting because Bill Gates is all about saving the world these days. The white graying hair. And he always has like a soft demeanor, like very not Jeff Bezos-y, not haha, I'm gonna take over space vibes. What's going on? I try to buy the book. Can't find it anywhere. So I'm like, now I feel like I need to read the book for research purposes because I'm getting freaked out. Why can't I buy it anywhere? And so I ordered it off of eBay.
So this book is written years and decades ago.
In the 90s.
Okay.
In the 90s. What they said that Bill Gates never washed his hair. He was known for having dandruff all over his shirts, which is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I deal with dandruff too, but it paints him in a light that is vastly different from his public image these days.
And the book cannot be found anywhere now, no longer in published.
Yeah, like I couldn't find it at, the local bookstore, but it is from the 90s. Couldn't find it even from like big retailers like Barnes & Noble.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, so I was like, now I need to read it.
Who wrote it anyways?
He's like a biographer. He has a second book about Bill Gates. I think that book is nicer about Bill Gates because that one you can buy, right? and then Bill Gates released his own book, Source Code, which I also bought because I was like, ooh, the minute I get free time, I'm going to compare all three of them because I just want to see, because now I got into, this is like a side quest that I try to go on. But no, it's weird.
Yeah. Wow.
They said that he was just ruthless. But he's like the only one that has good PR. I mean, define good, but like that soft grandpa PR.
Yeah.
Versus like Jeff Bezos, I'm like, I'm definitely scared of you just looking at you. Whereas I feel like Bill Gates, like you look at him and you're like, oh, he looks mostly harmless. Anyway. Something you may or may not know is that for a limited time, my husband and I were able to set up basically a pop-up shop online for my grandfather-in-law's artwork, all thanks to Shopify. A little backstory, Grandpa Mango's art studio was only up for a limited time, but he had spent his entire life painting traditional Chinese artwork and wanting to share it with the world. Thanks to Shopify, we were able to make one of his lifelong dreams come true. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. On the business owner side, their website templates make it so incredibly easy to set up Grandpa Mango's studio. And whenever I'm on the customer side and I'm shopping online ready to check out and I see that purple Shop Pay button from Shopify, it saves me time and trouble. Most of the time my wallet will be across the house. I'm already settled in the bed. So this one-click checkout is amazing when I'm buying last-minute gifts or something that I know is going to sell out if I don't get it right away. Their purple Shop Pay button is why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. I mean, I'm sure there are so many things that I bought because it had the purple Shop Pay button and I was just like, okay, why not? It'll be so easy. And I feel like that's really good for businesses, especially small businesses. See less carts go abandoned and more sales with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Cooking can be a hit or miss in our kitchen, and every time there's a miss, that one aisle in the grocery store with all of those pre-prepared meals, it starts looking like a good idea. When I know it's not, I'll start looking, and I realize the ready-to-bake casserole feeds a family of 6. Meanwhile, it's just me and my husband, or just me sometimes. Suddenly, I'm looking at leftovers of the same thing over and over and again, and I just know it's gonna haunt me for days. Meal prepping has literally never been easier than with Factor. You get single-serve meals per person. Factor helps eliminate stress around cooking, planning, or cleanup. You can find dishes that fit your food preferences. So for example, I'm allergic to pork, so their vegetarian options or pork-free dishes are some of my reliable favorites. But my husband loves eating pork, so this is perfect for us. In addition to their perfect portion size, I love that Factor is so easy to heat up. I no longer have to think about grocery shopping, meal prepping, standing in front of the stove when I'm not in the mood to cook. Head to factor75.com or click the link below and use code ROTTEN50OFF to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code ROTTEN50OFF at factor75.com to get 50% off plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. So this guy is like, I'm going to leave and I want Bill Gates to fund my company. Now, after having read like 30% of the book that I couldn't find on any of the big retailers, I'm like, Bill Gates ain't going to fund your company. He doesn't care about anybody he works with like that. Epstein is like, I'm going to help you by helping you blackmail Bill Gates.
That's insane.
It ended up semi-working. I don't know if blackmail is the right word to use. Boris says he has nothing to do with what Epstein was planning. Bill Gates invested in his company because they have a good relationship and Bill Gates believes in what he was doing, but it was in the range of like under $100 million was like the vibe. Which, if you say under $100 million, I'm expecting $99 million. I'm not expecting $2 million or a dollar. But side note, Boris has now come out to state again that he has nothing to do with this and that Epstein was doing whatever he wanted to do by himself. But Epstein starts drafting emails that he's likely going to want Boris to send to Bill Gates. So this is where it's confusing. So he keeps sending it to himself, but it's all written as if Boris has written them, but Jeffrey Epstein is writing them. So it's like, imagine I'm trying to send an email to you. I'm going to write it as if I'm you, but I haven't sent it to you to send yet. So I'm just like drafting it in my emails and then sending it to myself. So I have an updated copy.
Yeah.
Right. One reads, I've decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3, which is their private office.
So basically, all that to say, Epstein has that type of control over Boris,
Yes.
right? Like he can make Boris send whatever the hell he wants to send.
And all that's to say is, unless, like, in my opinion, I know nothing about Bill Gates. So if I try to blackmail him, it won't work. Not that this worked, but it won't work because none of the information I have on him is true because I don't know him. Blackmail only works when the information is slightly relevant. Maybe it's twisted and exaggerated, or it's like, that's not what really happened, but the optics already look bad. But like, you can't do it pulling something out of your ass.
Yeah.
So he says, I've decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3 and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I have not come to this decision quickly or without a great deal of thought. During the past few weeks, I have been caught up in a severe marital dispute between Melinda and Bill. So this is condensed, but quote, in my role as his right hand, I had been asked on multiple occasions and in hindsight wrongly acquiesced into participating in things that have ranged from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound and had been repeatedly asked to do other things that get near or potentially over the line into the illegal. The things listed in the email are, he helped Bill Gates get drugs, it sounds like STD meds, he helped facilitate his affairs with married women, and being asked to provide Adderall for Bill Gates' bridge tournaments. Which is like the nerdiest thing ever, okay? But Boris states, these emails were not written on my behalf.
What's bridge? I'm sorry.
Bridge is like an old card game. It's like a strategy game with 4 players. It's like a card thing.
Oh, so it's not a sport.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought it was a sport. Okay.
It's like if someone were to ask you to get Adderall for like a chess tournament.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Boris states, these emails were not written on my behalf or my request. Epstein inserted himself as a mediator and then used lies to pursue his own agenda. But I guess netizens are wondering, even if it wasn't done with Boris's consent, which even that is up for debate to some netizens, but even if it was done without his consent, would Epstein just make things up out of thin air? And would Bill Gates even care if he did? Gates and his team believe that this is evidence that, quote, this is another example of Epstein's repeated attempts to claim a role in Gates's orbit. Also, we do believe that Boris left and received funding from Bill Gates because he did email and copy Epstein on an email to confirm that he was receiving a wire transfer. The email reads, I see wire transfer for $5 million in advance. Okay, I don't know. I don't want to say dollars because there's no dollar sign in the email, so don't sue me. But it says, like, I see wire transfer for 5M advance. I'm assuming it's dollars. It could be something else. I'm scared. Just started showing processing. Thank you in all caps. So, like, I don't know.
Thank you to Bill Gates?
No, thank you to, he copied like a different person, and then he copied Epstein.
Wow.
Yeah, and side note, there is a video of the bridge player, the Russian bridge player, talking about Bill Gates during a bridge conference. So she's the one that had an affair with Bill Gates. She was in her early 20s when she met Bill Gates. There's a picture of them together. She looks really young. And like early 20s, yeah, you look young, but she looks like really young for her age too. That's not me saying that I doubt her age. I'm not doubting that she was an adult at the time. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying she just looks young. That was an observation that I had. Maybe it's jealousy, you call it whatever, right? But she quotes a very famous actress, Mae West, and she says, good sex is like good bridge. If you don't have a good partner, you better have a good hand.
Bridge like sex. If you don't have a good partner, you better have a good hand.
And she shows a picture of her and Bill Gates, and she says that she had always had plans to meet Bill Gates. Nobody believed her. And to give you some context, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are really big bridge players. Like, they've invested a lot of money into bridge tournaments. They go to bridge tournaments in like Washington, D.C. That's how they met. They will fund bridge tournaments for schools, local schools. So they love bridge. They've always been very vocal, avid bridge players, which is why some netizens feel like she could be a Russian honeypot. Russian being like the Russian government sends people to go and have romantic relations with high-profile people in other countries to get information for the opposing country, because that would be the perfect way. Or maybe I watched too many K-dramas, I don't know. But also she was pictured with a Russian spy. Anyway, but she says, quote...
What do you mean she was pictured
I'm going to get into it.
Okay,
There's a whole Russian thing in a second.
Okay.
But she says, I played against him at the same table at the National Bridge Tournament in Washington, D.C. I didn't beat him, but I tried to kick him in the leg.
Last year, I played against him at the same table at the National Bridge Tournament in Washington, D.C. I didn't beat him, but I tried to kick him with my leg.
And now the top comment on that video now reads, Bill heard good sex is like good bridge and just went for it. Or quote, Bill told her it's only micro when it's soft, babe. So Bill Gates has apparently apologized and stated to his Gates Foundation staff, quote, I did nothing illicit. I saw nothing illicit. He alleges that the pictures that were released in the files with women whose faces were redacted, that was after meetings with Epstein. Epstein's assistants wanted to take pictures with him. So he would take pictures with them because they're like, oh my gosh, Bill Gates, I'm such a huge fan of Microsoft. I don't know what you would say, right? And quote, it was such a huge mistake to spend time with Epstein. I apologize to other people who were drawn into this because of the mistakes that I made. I never stayed overnight.
In retrospect, I was foolish to spend any time with him. I thought it would help me with global health philanthropy. In fact, it failed to do that, and just a huge mistake.
He states that he never visited the island, though he did fly on a private jet with him and met with him in Germany, France, New York, and Washington. But to his defense, I never stayed overnight, I guess. As for why he met up with Epstein in 2011 after his crimes were already pretty public, Bill Gates states that he did not properly check Epstein's background because, you know, he sees all these high-profile people around Epstein, so he just assumes he's a high-profile person. The way that these people scare me, I went through a rabbit hole. Okay, the whole Bill Gates rabbit hole happened. And then I started just like buying books on some of these other people because I'm like, they scare me. We should at least know. Like when Oracle... I bought a few books on Larry Ellison because I'm like, Oracle's taking over TikTok. You get the whole vibe. And Paramount. Anyway, these people will study their enemies to every core of their being, every cell of their body, just to dismantle them. And these are not big enemies. It's not like Microsoft going after big companies. You're talking about the little fish of the sea because that's just how these people tend to operate. If you're small, up and coming, they will dismantle you for game itself. And you're telling me you never Googled Epstein? He says knowing what I know now, you know, makes it 100 times worse in terms of not only his crimes in the past, but now it's clear there was ongoing bad behavior. He says about Melinda Gates, to give her credit, she has always kind of been skeptical about the Epstein thing, which, like, yes, she has been, vocally so.
It's not one thing, it was many things. But I did not like that he'd had meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was evil personified. I had nightmares about it afterwards.
But also some people think it's kind of like, well, you'll kind of see it with the Clintons later, where a lot of men are using their wife, propping up their wives now, or ex-wife now, but it still benefits them. You know, because it is the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Melinda can continue the legacy. Same with Hillary Clinton. You know, Bill Gates is like, you guys shouldn't even be talking to my wife. She's never even interacted with Epstein. But it still is going to be beneficial for Bill Clinton. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of an annoying feeling probably for women. Not those women specifically, but women. And though ultimately he admits to no wrongdoing, there's just continuous building suspicion against Bill Gates. Then, you know, sometimes we, the people, are very strange. Not as strange as anyone in the emails, but we spend our time doing very odd things, like waiting in line for things just to hope we like it. Like a protein bar. There's this protein bar. It comes in like a gold wrapper. We tried it. I ordered a bunch. Okay, I ordered 3 bars in New York. Do you remember?
I'm confused. What are we talking about?
The little protein bars in the pantry. They're gold foil. And I was like, you should eat the protein bar.
Yeah, I did eat it.
How did you like it?
It just tastes like those like really healthy protein bars.
So this was a big hyped protein bar, David's Protein Bar.
Yes.
They launched in 2024, and when they launched, there were 40,000 customers on the wait list. The first week, the protein
40,000 customers on the wait list?
A wait list for a protein bar.
For why?
The first week, $1 million in sales. Because the protein bar is 150 calories, and it has 28 grams of protein. Nearly unheard of. This is insane. To get that much protein with that little calories, you can already imagine the type of crowd that you're getting workout obsessed. You're getting Pilates moms. Like, you're getting all this like crowd foaming at the mouth to pay for really expensive protein bars. People posted on Reddit saying, if it's too good to be true, it's because it is. None of my farts are safe now. Like, there were a lot of joking comments of like, it's so dense, there's no way, like, it just tastes creamy. How is it creamy? Some people are saying that they were diarrheaing. But even with all of that, David Protein Bars is valued at $725 million within a year of launching. And now it's become a Mean Girls meme, Regina George. So in the movie Mean Girls, Regina George is the mean girl. And the main character, Katie, she gives her these protein bars. And she's like, oh, these protein bars help you lose weight. So she only eats these protein bars. But then turns out they're basically like...
extra calories.
Right. And so... there was a consumer lab testing done on the protein bar, and instead of 150 calories, each bar was allegedly 229 calories. And you have to understand, many of the people who consume David's protein bars are tracking their macros. They track their calorie count. And instead of the 2 grams advertised on the label of fat, one bar showed in testing that instead of 2 grams, there was 9.7 grams of fat in one singular bar, and only about 23.6 grams of protein rather than 28 grams of protein, which leads to a class action calorie lawsuit being filed against David Protein. It's just been damning across the board. Usually the FDA will allow some leeway. So the nutrition labels, there's no way that it's exact. And they give about a 20% leeway. You can be 20% wrong. But most food labels, they stay within like a good lower percentage. But David Protein Bars, some of them were tested at 271 calories after being advertised as having 150 calories. However, I will note, this is huge, David Protein is fighting this. They're reportedly planning to countersue, and they state that the lab tests are simply wrong. And it's because they use a very special ingredient, EPG, and it's non-digestible. So it actually cannot be metabolized by the body. So the way that calories are tested, the way that they're saying the other people have been testing it, they're looking for energy output. Whereas there's some energy in there that is not going to be metabolized by the human body. If you're not metabolizing the calories, you can't count that as the calories, right? But that, weirdly, is not the biggest scandal to hit David's Protein Bars recently. The biggest scandal is Peter Attia, the chief science officer for David Protein Bars, is in the files. Peter Attia has always been occasionally controversial in the longevity space. He was on the quest of trying to... The doctor.
The famous...
Yeah.
What?
Peter Attia.
Okay. Wow.
He was on the quest of figuring out, why are Americans so fat? Those are the major headlines involving Peter Attia for the longest time. Those are the words they use. And I don't know, maybe because we're all depressed eating because nobody's being held accountable or really investigated for even being in the Epstein files. And maybe we're not fat. Maybe we're just not invisible to the naked eye, okay? But he has a small bespoke clinic of high-paying clients. You can't even get in unless you're someone with deep, deep pockets like Hugh Jackman.
Is he the actor?
Yeah.
The X-Men?
And tech founders. And I'm not saying Hugh Jackman knows about any of this. Like, these emails are between Peter Attia and Epstein. But he's the longevity guy for the rich. Go get a $3,000 elective MRI scan. Go spend X amount of money on this and that and this and that and take time off of work to exercise. Obviously, that's an exaggeration, but that's where much of the controversy at least is from the beginning. Peter Attia wants to say, if you're not even going to invest in your health, what are you going to invest in? Like, he's that type of guy. So what the hell are you doing with Epstein? June 2015, Peter Attia sends Epstein in an email. The subject line is, got a fresh shipment. The picture that he includes in the email is metformin bottles.
Metformin? Mm-hmm. What's metformin again?
I think it's like the anti-diabetic prescription drug that people would take for longevity. It's like one of the longevity ones, along with like the elective GLP ones that everyone who wants to be fucking immortal takes these days. And I'm like, why do you want to live forever? The world is ending. This is crazy. We're just trying to live to tomorrow, and you guys want to live until you're 2,000 years old? Epstein responds, me too. And he sends a photo of a woman that is redacted. Peter responds, please tell me you found that picture online. Bastard, ... Epstein responds, afraid not. Peter, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you? The life you lead is so outrageous, and yet I can't tell a soul, ...
That's crazy, man.
Peter Attia also sends Epstein's assistant an email. I go into JE withdrawal when I don't see him. Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal.
Oh.
Okay, Peter Attia is in the boat with like Elon Musk, where it's like they're so desperate to be on Epstein's island. He also emails Epstein, "Pussy is indeed low carb. Still awaiting results on gluten content though," which netizens are disgusted, commenting at him, "You also have a daughter." And also, Peter Attia is a physician. He didn't go through residency because he dropped out to be like a longevity doctor, but so I don't know if he can actually practice in hospitals. That was like another controversy of his. Like, he's not like a real doctor. Like, why would you want him as your doctor if he can't operate on you or like help you in most major hospitals you go to? Anyway, for him to associate with Epstein after 2008 and then to talk about women's body parts like that while being a physician, while having a daughter, while being morally bankrupt, in my opinion, feels personally past the point of just being a bit alarming. Peter Attia has since posted a statement once these emails have gotten viral that reads, "The following email is what I sent to my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients also." And it's like this long little, my fault, okay? But not really my fault. He expresses that he let everyone down, but also he was not involved in any criminal activity, that he was never on the plane, island, or present at any sex party. But he does admit to being at Jeffrey Epstein's New York City home on 7 to 8 different occasions, and he did email Epstein that he would like to visit the island. Quote, "I need to visit sometime." So Peter, I don't know if it's the fact that you didn't go to the island out of your own moral judgment, but rather you didn't get the invite. He also states that he never went to Zorro Ranch, which is the massive New Mexico compound that Epstein had. But again, he had planned a visit to the New Mexico ranch, but Epstein canceled on him. He also weirdly writes, "I met Epstein in 2014, a prominent female healthcare leader while I was raising funds for scientific research introduced us." It's giving a little, it's always a woman's fault. Who cares who introduced you? He says, "I'm not asking for a pass from you. I'm not asking anyone to ignore the emails or pretend they aren't ugly. They simply are. The man I am today, roughly 10 years later, would not write them and would not associate with Epstein at all. Whatever growth I've had over the past decade does not erase the emails I wrote then." I do want to note when he wrote those emails, he was like 42 years old. So it's not like he was like a 12-year-old boy. He was 42. Side note, there is a running theory backed by an email in the Epstein files where Peter Attia is emailing Epstein to confirm a meeting with him in New York City. And his wife is home in San Diego. And their infant son just suffered from cardiac arrest. So Peter Attia is in New York City.
Oh my God.
And he wrote about this in his book.
Yes,
okay?
yes.
He's in New York City working on business. His wife and his son are back home in San Diego, and his infant son suffers from cardiac arrest. And his wife is, I believe, thankfully a nurse and was able to like take him to the hospital, perform CPR. It was a whole thing.
Wow.
And she's begging him to come home. He said that he writes in his book that he, quote, "I stayed in New York, busy with my, quote, important work. Redacted son cardiac arrest happened on a Tuesday, but I did not come home to San Diego until Friday of the following week, 10 days later." I mean, this is all like in the public eye. So people were able to find the exact dates that they think the cardiac arrest happened because, you know, it's a big life event. They've been talking about it before.
Yeah.
They cross-reference with the emails. And while he's in New York, he's emailing Epstein to meet with Epstein while his son is under cardiac arrest.
That's crazy.
Also, in his overly long, rather full of shit and carbs statement, he's got a thing with carbs anyway, he says that he didn't know Epstein was a bad person. He never Googled him, I guess. But in 2018, the Miami Herald came out with an expose on Epstein. And that's when Peter Attia, he says, was repulsed. He said, "I was disgusted." Insert dramatic word that he probably doesn't ever mean. That's what Peter says. But there are emails where 4 days after the Miami Herald investigation is published, Peter Attia emails Epstein in a thread titled, "Are you in Florida?" And he asks, you know, "What is the fallout from the recent story?" Epstein responds, "Same as usual, just tougher. Legally, any change? Zero." Peter Attia appears to have stepped down from David Protein Bars, AG1, and 8 Sleep, where he was all on like a
Wow.
He was also like a CBS consulting correspondent, along with, he was like the newest round of announcements, along with Andrew Huberman, and yeah.
On what? CBS? What?
Yeah, as like a correspondent doctor.
Oh, okay.
And many netizens wish upon Peter Attia strong, deep, everlasting emotional pain. And I think the longevity is melting his brain. Now, other key resignations include Brad Karp, chairman of Paul Weiss Law Firm, which this is like a huge, big law firm. He resigned from his chairmanship after 18 years. And people, like a lot of people were making a big deal about it because it's like, oh, finally justice, right? He still remains at the firm as a partner. He's making a shit ton of money. And also, apparently, he had been planning on stepping down as chair even before all of this because he suffered from a heart attack last January. So this isn't even something that he's having to do for justice.
What did he do?
I believe he was at one point representing Leon Black. Remember the head of Apollo, the hedge fund, that Epstein was like, if I were you, I'd give me $40 million. Remember? But Brad Karp has also been seen in the files emailing Epstein, not about Leon Black, but, quote, Jeffrey, I can't thank you enough for including me in an evening I'll never forget. It was truly, quote, once in a lifetime in every way. Though I hope to be invited again, you are an extraordinary host and you're home, ... exclamation, exclamation. Thanks again. See you soon, Brad. Epstein responds, you are always welcome. There are many, many nights of unique talents. You will be invited often. Then Brad Karp responds, you are amazing, thank you. I don't know, for all the alarming reasons. He wanted perhaps to use nepotism. This is a weird one, to get his son in a Woody Allen movie. So Epstein has always been very good friends with the disgraced filmmaker Woody Allen. And he says, Jeffrey, can I raise a personal issue with you concerning my son David? As I mentioned, he graduated Cornell last weekend and is hoping to work on interesting projects and make films this year and then hopefully attend NYU in the fall of 2017. David is working on a project for a Peruvian company in Lima from mid-June through mid-July. He would love to work in any capacity with Woody on his upcoming film project if that's a possibility. He certainly doesn't need to be paid and he's a really good, talented kid. Thanks so much, Brad. Then you have Faith Cates, who owns a modeling agency that represents a ton of incredible models. Obviously, she's not a reflection of those models or the talent. And then she also represents like Diplo. I don't know. She's since retired. But the emails have been released. And of course, she writes to Epstein. I know you don't believe this, but I really do love you like a brother. Is your brother a trafficker too? Perhaps. And I feel so sad this is happening. Lay very low and quiet. You should know who your friends are. The rest are a piece of crap.
The fuck? Like, when did she send this?
After his 2008 conviction. But these are all just, there's a bunch of other resignations, but these are all just resignations. These are rich and typically old people taking early retirement. And those are just the business people. That's not taking into account all the failed parts that made Epstein who he is. A tiny group of people are resigning, but what about everything else, like the system itself? It's revealed through the files that back in 2015, the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, opened an investigation into Epstein and at least a dozen other individuals. They were investigating money laundering, drug trafficking, funding and distributing ecstasy, ketamine, and methamphetamines. So the DEA is investigating additionally for Epstein's proclivity to procure Eastern European sex workers for high-profile clients. That was another thing that was open in this investigation, which begs the question, just how much did the feds know about Epstein's crimes for how long? Because documentation of his crimes go back in the Justice Department to the 90s. Not even like, oh, to 2002, before the 2008, to the 90s. And if the feds knew about him, is it really believable that none of these high-powered people knew anything about him? I feel like I would be more nervous for a background check to be a right-hand person to someone like Bill Gates than a government background check.
Yeah.
I'm like, I feel like you'd be 20 times more thorough. Though I will say the DEA investigation went through a secret unit, and it's the same unit that apparently had a lead role in capturing El Chapo. So this is like, I guess, a highly focused unit, and it doesn't seem like the feds at the DEA thought that this was just a giggle-gaggle, oh look, this is a rich guy doing ecstasy with his rich friends type of situation. They even ran a target profile on Epstein, which they will go and scrub a person up and down. They'll get all their financial transactions and comb through them for any suspicious activity. They're looking into you, and his profile states, illegitimate wire transfers which are tied to illicit drug and or prostitution activities occurring in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York City. The memo notes that from 2013 to 2015, banks alerted the feds for about at least $5.7 million in potentially suspicious transactions regarding Epstein's accounts. Then apparently in a separate investigation by the same secret unit of the DEA, they were looking into human trafficking and drug trafficking tied to Russian organized crime, and Epstein's name comes up repeatedly in that case as well. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon states, to this day, there has not been a comprehensive follow the money investigation of Epstein's network performed by any federal law enforcement agency. I find that totally inexcusable. So now there's all these whispers about, is Epstein connected to Israel? Is Epstein connected to Russia? Because Bill Gates and Russian girls, and there's a lot of Eastern European women that were victimized by Epstein. And the Epstein and Russia ties have only gotten stronger with the newly released files, because for years, Epstein was trying to get a meeting with Putin himself. Remember, he was cozying up to the Prime Minister of Norway, saying things like, I know you're going to meet Putin on the 20th. He is desperate to engage Western investment in his country. I have his solution. Another email is a bit more enthusiastic and casual. Would love to meet with Putin! Exclamation. But again, there's no evidence that the meeting of Epstein's dreams ever came to fruition. Putin's name appears more than 1,000 times in the released files, but most of that are references from the news clippings and Epstein talking about Putin rather than any sort of meaningful correspondence. There is an individual, though, that has definitely raised a lot of alarms in the files. Belyakov. Belyakov was the Russian Deputy Economic Development Minister, and he becomes fast friends with Epstein. He would send him cryptic-sounding emails that now, in my opinion, sound a bit ominous, but our meeting was really interesting for me. I do not know many people like you who can open new horizons and prospects. He also thanks Epstein at one point for a gift, but the most alarming email is Epstein emails Belyakov July 24th, 2015. I need a favor. There is a Russian girl from Moscow. She is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful businessmen in New York. It's bad for business for everyone involved. Suggestions? Now, there is a situation where Leon Black, Apollo hedge fund manager, he was blackmailed by a woman, a Russian woman that he had an affair with, but he says businessmen. So this could mean multiple. Maybe it's just referencing Leon Black. We don't really know. Epstein says that this woman was claiming ridiculous, nonsensical things that have never happened before in the history of this planet, such as, quote, powerful men taking advantage of women like her. Belyakov, according to the files, offers to meet up with someone who knows said woman, and he alleges that she's in the sex and escort business. And in another email drafted, presumably for the Moscow woman, Epstein writes, I've decided to help you. However, I am very disappointed by the fact that you felt it necessary to threaten me. I think you should apologize to me. You and I have been together a long time, so I know you must have been quite upset to do such an outrageous thing. You should also know that I felt it necessary to contact some friends at FSB, which, okay, kind of, but not really, but just for simplicity's sake, is like the Russian FBI. They explained it to me that in no uncertain terms, that especially right now when Russia is trying to bring in outside investors, as you know, the economy there sucks and desperately needs investment, that a person that would attempt to blackmail a businessman would immediately become the enemy of the people and would be dealt with extremely harshly. So I expect never ever to hear a threat from you again. That being said, I think $50,000 per month for the next 2 years, which would equate to $1.2 million. And I will help you get a visa. Is very generous. If you decide to stay in Moscow, that's also okay with me.
Wow.
That's why I think it's a different businessman from Leon Black, because Leon Black had this whole, it was a big fiasco and he ended up paying quite a bit and then countersued her attorneys. She was at one point, he sued her and her attorneys, Doug Wigder's firm that represented Cassie Ventura in the Diddy case. I mean, it still represents, but like, you know. Mm-hmm. So a lot of Russian connections in the files. And another odd one is that when Trump takes office for the first time back in 2016, Belyakov sends Epstein a message, congrats on your president. Epstein responds with one word, fun. And back to the bridge, right? So unrelated to Trump, but the Russia connection. Bill Gates was having an affair with a Russian bridge player. She was photographed with Anna Chapman, who has been deported from the United States on charges of espionage. Basically, people believe that Anna Chapman is a Russian spy. That has led a lot of netizens to believe that perhaps Bill Gates' mistress was also a honeypot sent by Russia, but that's just a personal thought netizens are having. It's just been weird.
Why is it called honeypot?
It's like a honey trap. Now, I mean, at this point, this is where I'm going to leave you because there's going to be a third part to all of this where we're going to go through the depositions and what's been going on with Trump in the files. There's a lot there. Also, they want to subpoena. They haven't subpoenaed, but they do want to interview so far as of the day that I'm filming this. The House committee has stated that they want to interview one of the prison guards a transcribed interview, a prison guard when Epstein died, because it just released in the files that she was Googling him before he was found dead. There's so much happening in part 3, but I'm going to leave you with a few things to expect because Republican Representative Jamie Raskin, along with a few others, Ro Khanna and others, were able to view the unredacted files. So members of the House Oversight Committee are allowed to come in and go through the files, unredacted files, but apparently you can only have 4 members and there's only 4 computers and you can only be there from 9 to 5 to view the unredacted files on those computers only. That itself has been heavily criticized. Representative Jamie Raskin told Axios that he was able to go see the unredacted Epstein files, and Trump's name was in there, quote, more than 1 million times. It's been reported that Trump told a police chief at the time looking into Epstein in the early 2000s and allegedly told them, quote, everyone has known that he's been doing this, and suggested that the police chief should also look into Maxwell as well because, quote, she's evil and to focus on her. That's what a lot of people are alleging, and there's more in the files about that has been redacted as the allegation. And there were like 16 pages that were not released, that were later found and then re-uploaded that have to do with Trump. And there's just a lot of allegations and just a lot of things that are going on. So with that being said, I will see you in part 3 very, very soon. Stay safe.
Bada bing, bada boo.
To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you.
February 9th, 2026, a shelter-in-place alert goes out to all of the local residents. Not only should you shelter in place, aka get inside and don't go outside, but also you need to urgently turn off the air conditioning in the building for the time being. This is Tucson, Arizona. February 9th, 2026. It's a little hot, a high of 84 that day. It's actually unusually hot for this early on in February, but that is besides the point. The point is, stay inside. Turn off your AC unit. If you really must peek outside your window and you're really unlucky, you've got sweat dripping down your nose and you see this outside, a dark swirling cloud just floating around and it's moving fast, going left, going right. It doesn't really have a strong sense of direction. It looks unpredictable. If you decide to peek open the window to hear what's going on, it's like this humming noise, just like a strong, powerful, overwhelming buzz. It's a bee swarm. There isn't exactly a number count of how many bees there were. It's not like the bees are lining up to a census. However, a typical swarm is documented to have tens of thousands of bees. And these ones in Arizona, they're called killer bees. They tend to be a bit temperamental. They will attack in greater numbers with less provocation. They could just decide that they don't like you, and they will chase you 1/4 of a mile if they see you as a threat, even if you're begging them to stop. Also, you have to turn off the AC because bees, when they're looking for a new hive, they love anything that has a little bit of moisture and has vibration, which is an AC unit. So then they'll try to make a hive in your AC unit, and God forbid, those bees get sucked into your house. Now they're pissed off. They just went on a tumultuous, turbulent ride, and they have no escape. Not great things are going to happen in that situation. It's not going to end well for you, the bees, or the AC maintenance guy. Thankfully, the bee swarm in Tucson, Arizona is contained. The shelter in place is removed. That's not the only swarm Tucson is dealing with. On the other side of Tucson, there is a completely different swarm taking place. They call it Tent City. It's like an RV show, but with tents. It almost feels weird because it's like an entire street in a residential neighborhood has been sectioned off. They've got tents lined up. It's like they're trying to sell tents. That's the feeling. It's just tent after tent after tent, all lined up. If someone was in the market for tents, it almost seems like the perfect place to walk down the street and see which tent is holding up in the Arizona sun the best. But Tent City is not a real tent-selling street. It's just a gathering of tents. Dozens of tents set up on the side of a residential road, staying all day, all night. There are people underneath, full makeup, studio lights. Typically next to each tent is an SUV, blacked out windows, 1 or 2 people hiding inside away from the heat, someone on a phone call. It seems like all the tents are here for a specific house on the street, and they're all facing it. They're parked as close as they can get to this house, setting up their tents, filming, recording the house. The house itself, from drone footage, looks more like a compound. But that could just be the type of homes in this area. It's Arizona. It's in the mountains. It looks isolated. The house is surrounded by cactuses that are 2 stories tall, and it's all one floor. It's a ranch-style home. It looks like a government building. It's just red brick buildings with an arched doorway to the front porch, glass windows all around. Architecturally, I mean, I know nothing, but it does look beautiful. But the tents are not here to appreciate craftsmanship. They're all waiting for something weird to happen. And they don't have to wait that long. A woman arrives in front of the red brick house, and she's just sobbing, breaking down. Another woman claimed that she had a vision of what happened, and it led her to the red brick house. There are 4 to 5 foreign men, and you have to look for a basement.
4 to 5 foreign men?
Yeah. Just a vision, just a feeling that she got. And then a woman comes wearing a super short black crop top that just covers her chest, short mini shorts with big black boots. I mean, the outfit is very reminiscent of what Kanye's wife, Bianca Censori, would wear. She's seen taking photos, posing in front of the tents outside of this big red brick house. Some people are shouting at her from the tents, "Embarrassing!" And she's flicking them off. She continued, she's like posing. She's having a desert photo shoot. In front of the tents, in front of the house. It's just a mess over in Tent City. That, of course, mixed with the constant presence of SUVs with tinted windows and yellow do not cross tape that keeps going up and down, taken up, taken down, taken up, taken down. There's helicopters circling this red brick house. There are people camping out in the trees like they're practicing guerrilla warfare, but all they have is a super zoom lens camera in their hands, and they're taking pictures. Everybody's in a tent, and all of these people are documenting the days after Nancy Guthrie has gone missing. Nancy Guthrie, the woman that lived in the red brick house. She's missing, and they're documenting day 1, day 2, day 3, now going on over 30 days of her being missing and of her being taken from her home. And even with a $1 million reward, the head of the FBI getting involved.
We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
Trump getting involved.
But ultimately, when the FBI got involved, I think, progress has been made.
There are still no solid answers. And when there's no solid answers, people tend to start creating their own. Like, is this case a cover-up for something else? What do they not want us to know about this case? This is the case of Nancy Guthrie and all of the conspiracies, speculations, and rumors, including, is this case used as a headline cover-up to bury everything else that has been happening in the US? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to follow in Savannah Guthrie's footsteps and donate to NECMEC, aka the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, in an effort to raise visibility and action for various missing person cases that haven't received widespread attention. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's case involves mentions of kidnapping, not of minors, but of elders, which is still a very vulnerable population. So if kidnapping, elder abuse is sensitive, please watch with discretion. And a few housekeeping disclaimers. Statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in the court of law. We tried to touch base on everything in this case as neutrally as possible. There has been a lot of internet debate and discourse about who could be possible suspects, but I do want to mention that there have been no suspects named by any law enforcement. This is just people coming up with answers in a time when there are none. So with that being said, if you have seen anything, please call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. So with that, let's get started. I think tall people are scary. Okay, to clarify, I think abnormally tall people are scary. I'm not even talking like humanly tall, 7 feet, 8 feet. I've never met people that are that tall. But even the tallest man in history, which is close to 9 feet, Robert Wadlow, I don't think he's scary. I'm talking even taller. There is something about super tall human-like forms, I think, that just freak people out. It's the center of a lot of urban legends and stories. Slender Man, skinwalkers, technically Bigfoot, but even those are rarely 40 feet tall. 40 feet tall is like a 4-story building. If you're walking in a neighborhood at night and you see this shadow of a 40-foot figure with 3 arms sticking up into the air, I would probably scream. But I also don't live in the Catalina foothills, and I've never seen a saguaro cactus. These cactuses are huge. They're 40 feet tall, and they look kind of human in the night. And Tucson, Arizona is a very unique place where they have anti-light pollution ordinances in place. So they don't let you have bright city lights, or even in the suburbs, you can't have those really bright lights that light up your driveway, light up the outside exterior of your home.
Really?
Yeah, so it's dark.
To protect the wildlife, or?
No, Tucson is known for just beautiful astronomy.
Oh, I see.
So you can go there and the sky is stunning, but it's not bright that it's just like reflecting everything onto the street. There's no street lights in most residential areas. It's dark. And so you've got that coupled with these 40-foot tall saguaro cactuses. It's an interesting environment. The Catalina foothills specifically tend to have nicer homes. It feels kind of suburban, but not suburban. I know with this case in particular, a lot of people thought that Nancy Guthrie was just living in like a regular residential neighborhood where the houses are kind of close together, which comes to the question of why did anybody not see anything? How does that make sense? These houses are sitting on a 1-acre lot. You don't see your neighbors from your own house window. If you're standing in your backyard, it's highly unlikely that you'll spot a neighbor. Even if you go to the front yard, most of the homes are so deep into the lot with a ton of cactuses and brush just like in the front, you don't even see anyone at the front door if you're driving by. It also doesn't help that there's no street lights, and it's also very scary at times because everything in the area has thorns, cactuses that are taller than people. Everything is pokey. And it's in this neighborhood that a member of the very well-known Guthrie family is kidnapped from this red brick house. And all we have is the doorbell footage. We don't even have the doorbell. The doorbell is gone. Whoever did this appears to have, though it's unconfirmed, a lot of things are unconfirmed, ripped off the doorbell and taken it with them. So naturally,
did someone like yank the Ring doorbell off the wall?
Yeah. Google Nest, but yes.
What?
So naturally, the footage is in all black and white. The camera captures the arched brick entryway and this small porch area before you get to the front door. And there is a man fully clothed, ski mask with just the eyes and the mouth cut out, walking up to the door. Off the bat, there are a few startling things to note in this footage. He seems to have a really full backpack on. The backpack looks stuffed with something, and probably nothing good. And then there's a gun holster right in front of his crotch, which is an odd placement. Nobody puts a gun holster right in front and center. Nobody wears their gun like that. It's such an odd thing to do unless you really just want to look as terrifying as possible. I mean, I can't think of any other reason. I think walking up to a woman's home dressed as such with a gun placed on the groin area would add an additional terrifying element. Side note, it is also believed that the front holster, the gun holster, was made for a longer barrel gun, but the gun that they had in was a small semi-automatic gun. So it's not like safely secured right in front of their crotch. He has gloves on and a flashlight inside of his mouth, and he's using that to guide himself in the dark. We know based off the footage, the suspect is around 5'9", 5'10". They have an average build. They had an Ozark Trail hiker backpack that you can buy exclusively from Walmart. He walks up to the front door. He's very casual. He isn't constantly glancing around behind him to check if somebody is driving up or is on the road. He seems like he's at least familiar with the front door. Whether that means he's seen pictures of it, gone there before, went there last year trick-or-treating. Like, we don't know. It's just public speculation. But it just seems like someone that has seen this door and knows exactly what to expect, except it doesn't seem like he expects a doorbell camera. He tries to cover the Google Nest front doorbell camera with his gloved hand, so he keeps like shoving his hand in front of it. Okay? And then later he walks back out of the porch to go grab some foliage, some leaves, some branches, some flowers, and then he tries to shove it into the camera to cover it. And when that doesn't work, it's presumed that he just rips the camera from the door, disconnecting it entirely. And once that footage disconnects, the only thing that the public will know soon after is that around 2 a.m, February 1st, 2026, Nancy Guthrie, the woman living alone in that house, will be gone. and there will be droplets of blood on the ground of the front porch that are confirmed to belong to Nancy Guthrie. The Guthrie family are very well known all over the U.S., but especially so in Arizona. So the family consists of Nancy and Charles Guthrie. Charles Guthrie passed away a long time ago, so it's mainly just 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Nancy and her husband Charles went to the University of Kentucky, and that's how they met. And the two of them have 3 children, Annie, Cameron, and Savannah Guthrie. Annie is a writer and a jeweler. She teaches classes, creative writing courses at the University of Arizona Poetry Center. She also has a book on the craft of jewelry making. She's married to a man named Tommaso. He's very important later. They share a young child together. And I say important later because of the online discourse, not because of anything else. Okay, so you've got Annie and her husband Tommaso. Then you have the next child, Cameron. He is a former pilot of the Air National Guard. So he retired as an F-16 pilot.
Wow.
Then there's Savannah Guthrie. She is an attorney. She's also a massive TV anchor. So she previously worked at Court TV covering a lot of criminal cases. But now she's most known for being the co-host of the Today Show for NBC. Hi, Mom. Hi. You ready to cook? I'm ready. And just because everyone's partners are being, poking about and brought up, Savannah was previously married to a BBC journalist, Mark Orchard. Then she divorced and remarried to a man named Michael Feldman, who is a political consultant. They also have young children. Savannah was going to be co-hosting the Olympic ceremony for NBC as a co-host for the Winter Olympics, but she could not attend because February 1st, someone kidnaps her mother. But who would want to take 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? I know it sounds morbid, but a lot of the conversation online was, if you had to bet money, and I know that sounds weird, but I think it just points to the confusion that people have. If you had to assume that someone was going to get kidnapped, maybe it's the one that's nationally known. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Why would you take an elderly woman from her home when she's sleeping? What do you want from her? She can barely walk 100 feet on her own. Now, I will say that she is 84, but all reports and the Guthrie family have been steadfast in the fact that she is so mentally sharp. She's all there. Like, cognitively, she's sharp as a tack, but she does have mobility issues. And she is on medications every day. And that's another thing. She can't walk on her own. She's heavily, needs these medications. She has a pacemaker. This is a high risk crime. What would be the purpose?
What's a pacemaker?
I think it's like it helps your heart pump.
Oh.
Yeah. There are a few things that almost all ransom notes have in common. And I think it can be tracked and studied by authorities because you don't see a lot of cases of kidnapping a human for ransom, but you do see a lot of cases these days of hackers sending ransom notes with threats of going public with security breaches, data, information, personal accounts. And each ransom note has a format that it follows because ransom notes are not in the business of standing out. It's not about the stylistic word choices or the plot. It all starts with communication. It's the claim. We have something valuable, your asset in our possession, whether that's a human, whether that's data, whatever it may be. Then demand, deadline, and threat. What do they want in exchange for their claim of possession? Typically money. And more often than not, they're very specific. They don't want things to get lost in translation. They don't want it to go to some random dude because you got one number wrong in the bank account. The more a ransom maker has to contact the victims, the more chance that they're going to get caught. So they will tell you the exact value, payment method, how to deliver the payment, and then the deadline. They will give victims a range typically of 6 to 20 days as the deadline. And then it's the threat. For example, John Benet Ramsey's ransom note read, "Any deviation of my instructions will result in the immediate execution of your daughter. Speaking to anyone about your situation, such as police, FBI, will result in your daughter being beheaded. If we catch you talking to a stray dog, she dies." Ransom notes used to be handwritten, but nowadays most ransom notes are in the form of an email sent to the victims or the targets, the ones with the money. Except in Nancy's case, it just gets strange. February 1st, she's kidnapped in the middle of the night from her home. The night of February 2nd, so almost a full 24 hours later, a local news station gets an email submitted into their tip line. It's like their tip suggestions. It's not even a physical note in an email. It's not even a PDF attachment. I mean, I don't think anyone was expecting a DocuSign. However, the ransom note comes in the form of a literal form. So we have this on our website too with the show notes. You can submit a case request. It's like, please enter your name, the case suggestion. your email if you'd like. It's like a form. It's not an open email where you go into your own email account and then send an email. Mm-hmm. A local news station in Arizona gets a form submitted, and it's the ransom note.
But how do we... Oh.
We don't know.
Because that way it's hard to track who sent it, right?
Yeah, and they did use like a VPN to track their IP. The details of the note have not been made public, but it has been reported and confirmed by authorities that it is a ransom note. Is it a legitimate ransom note? That's to be determined. However, it is a ransom note. Another local news station confirmed that they also received the same ransom note. And then I believe the next day, so 48 hours after, TMZ receives a very similar ransom note.
So this person is not sending it to the family directly,
no,
but instead to the news because they want publicity.
But don't you think that's weird?
That is weird. Why are you asking for publicity rather than money?
Okay, so that's why a lot of people think it's weird too, especially former law enforcement. They're saying maybe if you're trying to hedge the chance of being caught, so you want to send it not directly to the victims, but you send it through these news networks. But a lot of experts are saying publicity is the last thing people want when they're making a ransom note.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, unless you're saying, hey, I'm going to air out my grievances because the system did me dirty, or you're trying to make a message out of something. But if that's not the case, you don't want publicity because let's say you do get the Bitcoin. They're asking for $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. Let's say you do get the Bitcoin. Now you have to drop Nancy off somewhere. The last thing you want is eyes and ears everywhere. It just doesn't make any sense. Mm-hmm. But these 3 news outlets, they get ransom notes that are said to be very similar, detailing 2 separate deadlines and 2 different demands. So it's like, here's the first deadline. We want 4 million in Bitcoin to this Bitcoin wallet. If you can't do it by this day, we'll give you an extension of 3 days. But you're going to pay 6 million now.
What's the deadline for the first one? How many days was given?
It's to like February 6th. It's like a week.
Oh.
Not even, really, because they don't get the ransom note until later. So she disappears February 1st. They don't get the ransom note until February 2nd. And if the deadline is February 6th, it's like, it's like no time.
4 days, yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be any proof of life given in the letters in the note. And I will say that Harvey Levin, who is the founder of TMZ, has been a little bit more vocal about what's been in this said ransom note. The other outlets seem to be a little more hush-hush. But he was in an interview with Sean Hannity, and he said,
I will say the letter begins by saying she is safe but scared. And they go on to say she knows exactly what the demand is. I will say that there are real reasons based on what's written there that I believe that this person is in the radius of the Tucson area.
So the authorities have stated that they know of the ransom demands. They have shared it with the family, and they cannot verify if this is legitimate or not. They are taking it seriously, though, but this is not authenticated. And there's just so much about this ransom note that is weird. Like the fact that ransom makers don't want things to be public.
So when the mother was kidnapped on February 1st, it's already viral. The news was not hush-hush. So everybody knows about this. So there could be a copycat or someone just trying to make some money, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and they did not provide proof of life. It is just very odd that they would want media attention. It just doesn't make sense. It's not like they're the Zodiac killer who's taunting the police and the city. It just feels weird. It almost feels hasty, not well thought out. There are netizen theories online that perhaps this was supposed to be a regular home invasion, but maybe Nancy, fearing for her life, could have mentioned that her daughter is Savannah Guthrie and like she has money and she'll pay, just leave her alive. So it was a robbery, but then they realized that they could probably get a ransom, so they take Nancy, and that's why the ransom note feels hasty. Other people are suspecting, like you, maybe the ransom note has nothing to do with who has Nancy, because it could be completely separate if there's no proof of life. Now, the authorities, they must feel it's legitimate to some degree. So there have been like some reporting that in the ransom note, it either detailed something that Nancy had been wearing or detailed something in the house, perhaps an Apple Watch detail.
Is it better that they don't release the details of the notes? Or is it part of the notes that they say, don't release this? Why is it unclear what's on there?
The authorities have been pretty quiet about what's in anything. I think that's pretty standard protocol for the FBI. They don't like to talk about anything that they discover until an indictment is slapped onto the table. But for the local sheriff, he has been talking. He's been yapping quite a bit, actually. Sheriff Nanos, he's the one heading the investigation, but they don't want to talk about the contents of the ransom note, which I think is probably intentional, and I think it makes sense.
Okay.
But they just keep saying, it's not authenticated, but it does seem like there's some detail in the ransom note that makes it feel like it could be real.
Okay.
But if it is real, the demands are this. By February 6, 2026, Thursday, 5 p.m. local time, the kidnappers want $4 million in Bitcoin transferred to their Bitcoin wallet. If the Guthrie family cannot make that happen, then they have a second deadline. Monday, February 9th, 2026, $6 million in Bitcoin. These are the two deadlines, with the insinuation being if the second one is missed, Nancy Guthrie's life is on the line. February 4th, so this is 3 days after Nancy goes missing, 2 days before the first ransom deadline. Nancy's daughter, Annie Guthrie, gets a text message. So does her husband, Tommaso. Did you get the Bitcoin? We're waiting on our end for the transaction. Then a brief 9-second phone call comes in to one of the family members. This is like usually the moment in the movies that the agents are looking for, the part in the movies where they do their best to get the family member to keep the caller on the phone for as long as possible so that they can try to trace the phone call where it's coming from. And the call leads back to a 42-year-old man in California, to a man named Derek Kallela.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. A few days later, this guy, 42-year-old, texts them?
Yes.
And he called them?
Yeah, for 9 seconds.
Saying what?
We don't know. But it's a 9-second phone call.
Nobody knows the context of the phone call?
I mean, the police.
Police does?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And then they hang up.
Okay.
So the police track that number to a 42-year-old man in California. Authorities immediately arrest him, and he's read his Miranda rights, and they're like, where is Nancy? And Derek pretty quickly admits he doesn't know where Nancy is.
Did he send a message or did he?
Yeah, he didn't send the ransom note. He sent that text message. He said that he was keeping up with the information online and he heard about the ransom note and he was watching TV. And he just wanted to see if the family would respond.
That's bonkers.
So
how did he even find their numbers?
Like on one of those...
Google?
Yeah.
That is... what?
Yeah.
And he...
I do think that Derek is all around a horrible human being. Just a few months ago, October 2025, he was accused of stealing unemployment benefits from the LA County's DA's office where he worked as a clerk. He was charged with 1 felony count, grand theft, and 1 misdemeanor offense. Adding to that,
he works at DA's office?
As like a clerk. He did. Well, he was fired, yeah.
What is going on?
Yeah.
He works for DA's office and he commits these crimes. He knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, this is getting weirder.
He has been, arrested and charged with transmitting a demand for ransom in interstate commerce and using telecommunication devices with intent to abuse, threaten, or harass. The FBI has come out to state, because the FBI doesn't state a lot of things, but they did come out to state.
To those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation, we will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
But this doesn't mean that all of the ransom notes are fake, right? I mean, just because you have one imposter, he's clearly not the one that sent the original ransom notes to the media outlets, right? So here's what we know. There are 3 detailed ransom notes sent to 3 media publications that all seem similar. Those ransom notes have 2 deadlines and demands, $4 to $6 million in Bitcoin. There's no proof of life. There's no pictures, videos, or anything of Nancy that would indicate that they do in fact have her and that she is in fact alive. FBI, however, is taking it very seriously and they have not authenticated it. Then Derek gets arrested because he saw the news about the ransom notes and the Guthrie family ransom. He finds Annie and her husband's numbers and starts texting them, hoping to get some Bitcoin in his wallet. He is not the author of the original ransom note. So the original ransom note still stands. The FBI has brought in crisis negotiators, personnel from Quantico, and as limited the ransom note seems to be, it seems to be one of the big things that the authorities seem to have in terms of finding Nancy and bringing her home. That and $6 million of Bitcoin, right? The Guthrie siblings, Savannah, Annie, and Cameron, have come out with a video. which we're going to go over in a second. We're going to go through all their videos, but they have been pleading for the safe return of their mother. They have explicitly stated that they are willing to pay, but they just need proof of life. They also mentioned with technology these days, even if they were to receive a photo or video, I mean, the insinuation being, even if they did get something, it would take a lot of work to verify that it's a real photo, which has not been altered, which has not been created. I'm sure the FBI would hopefully have a good grasp on that, but they haven't even received that from what the reporting seems. And it's all made more confusing because there is a 41-minute window where the intruder gets into the house and then presumably leaves. So let's go through the timeline real quick. 9:48 p.m., Nancy is dropped off at home after dinner at her daughter and son-in-law's house, which is Annie Guthrie and Tommaso. Savannah Guthrie lives in New York City.
Okay.
Annie lives 10 minutes away, so she gets dropped off after dinner at 9:48 p.m. At 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera is disconnected. At 2:28 a.m., Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker disconnects from her phone, meaning that she is likely moved out of the Bluetooth range of her phone that her pacemaker inside her body is connected to, which leads the public to assume that whoever was outside the house made it inside. Also, we the public don't know. There are rumors that there were signs of a fourth entry. There are rumors that there were no signs of a fourth entry. We don't know.
Right. So without the pacemaker connected, does that impact her?
No, it doesn't impact the pacemaker, or at least it shouldn't by most reporting. I'm not too familiar with pacemakers, but it shouldn't. However, she does take daily medication that she needs, that is prescribed to her, and it doesn't seem like those were taken from the house.
Like, is it life-threatening without it?
Yeah. So that's why there were rumors that she was taken into Mexico. There are a lot of pharmacies near the border. So Nancy's house is about an hour and a half drive from Mexico, the border. And there are a lot of southern pharmacies south of the border where they will sell a lot of prescription medication without a prescription. So maybe she was taken into Mexico so that they could acquire, or I mean, someone could have gone across the border, acquired such medication if this was all planned out, and then kidnapped Nancy if she is alive.
I see.
Right. But regardless, the public assumption is that whoever made it into the house stayed for 41 minutes. And there are blood droplets that belong to Nancy outside her front door. That 41 minutes, it makes people wonder, and I mean more so worry, about what the hell could have happened inside that house for 41 minutes. There are videos popping up all over the internet that have very shocking titles. Savannah Guthrie devastated, new shocking revelations about Michael Feldman. Michael Feldman being her husband. Another title from a video is Michael Feldman arrested, Savannah Guthrie left in shock. What Savannah Guthrie discovered about Michael Feldman left her shaken. All the videos coming out are around Nancy's disappearance, and when you click on the video, it's this oddly monotone, deep voice that will narrate you, and it shows you a slideshow of pictures of Savannah and her husband smiling. His name is Michael Feldman, a political strategist, a man who was once at the very center of her world, and now new revelations are surfacing that are putting a very different picture of who he really was, what their relationship truly cost her, and what sources close to Savannah are now saying she is absolutely devastated. This is not a tabloid story. This is not gossip. This is the story of a woman who gave up everything, her truth, her time, her heart, and what happened when the foundation she thought was solid turned out to have cracks. The video goes on and on and on like this for 25 minutes, saying things like, people say Savannah would carry the emotional weight of their entire household on her own. Mornings when she would wake up before dawn to prepare for broadcasts, come home to manage the family and still find room to be the supportive partner, the present mother, the steady force in everyone else's storm. What no one was asking out loud was, who was being steady for Savannah? The answer, it turns out, was far more complicated than anyone wanted to admit.
So like AI made it?
Yeah, AI generated slop. These videos never say anything. They just have a crazy headline that insinuates Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is guilty of something and that she has been left devastated. Whoever is mass making and uploading these insensitive AI generated slop during Nancy's disappearance seems to want everyone to believe that Savannah's husband, Michael Feldman, is suspicious. But the internet might be doing something slightly worse. That is not the member in the family that the internet has started to pick apart. Out of all of the Guthries and the extended family members that are public facing, there has been one individual that has been regarded as a person of interest by the internet, not the police, not the authorities, but by people online. And that is Annie Guthrie's husband, Tommaso. So this is Savannah Guthrie's brother-in-law, Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law. And I would like to heavily emphasize, however, that every single public-facing member of the family appears to have been cleared by the authorities. The sheriff has stated intensely, to be clear, the Guthrie family, to include all siblings and spouses, has been cleared as possible suspects in this case. The family has been nothing but cooperative and gracious and are victims in this case. To suggest otherwise is not only wrong, it is cruel. The Guthrie family are victims, plain and simple. Please, I'm begging you, the media, to honor your profession and report with some sense of compassion and professionalism.
Interesting.
The only reason that I'm covering the conversation around Savannah's brother-in-law is that so much of the discourse online seems to be about him. And to be comprehensive on covering this case, I think it would be a disservice to not address what the online conversation has been taking place. And when I say online conversation, Reddit and TikTok, but even mainstream media channels. I have a pickle to pick about this. Legacy media has taken to try and rewrite the way all of this has unfolded, which is annoying to say the least. I think there are a lot of independent journalists and even content creators, and I'm not even saying myself, but other people out there that have been trying their best to maintain a level of professionalism while being transparent about their standing on political issues, being more vocal about standing on political and all of these time pertinent issues that are impacting everyone's lives, not only in this country, but countries all around the world, that are doing it in a way that is consumable. And there are some legacy media outlets that tend to be a bit more highbrow, or depending on who the giant corporation, the media company supports, you have a tint of all of that mixed in with their reporting. And just like how there are shit news anchors, there are shit content creators. However, legacy media has stated that the internet is the one that put a spotlight on Annie's husband, Tommaso, internet sleuths. And I would like to say that is false. From what we can tell in our research, there are two very experienced hosts, news anchors, Ashley Banfield and Megyn Kelly. Regardless of what you think of them, I would say that they both lean more towards legacy media, traditional media. They both come from traditional media, even though they both have their own uber successful podcasts now. They are more synonymous with major news networks than a YouTuber would be. They are the ones that, from what I can see, were the first ones to put Tommaso's name out there as being someone who might be considered a person of interest. I believe Ashley Banfield stated that she is a high-level source that informed her that they are looking into Tommaso. Her words were actually a little bit stronger, saying that he is considered a suspect.
Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, that would be Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni, age 50, from Tucson, Arizona, married to Annie P. Guthrie, Savannah's sister. And my law enforcement source tells me that Tommaso Cioni is the prime suspect in this case.
Wait, she said that she had a source.
Yeah, a high-level source. Now, Megyn Kelly has argued repeatedly that all the individuals closest to Nancy are going to be persons of interest because that is what happens in a case like this.
That doesn't mean that this guy did it, and it doesn't mean he's their only possible suspect. But her person said may be the prime, and mine basically said feel free to stay on him.
Both of them have their in-depth arguments on why they believe Tommaso should be looked at by law enforcement. Both of them have much more experience in the industry than probably our whole RM team combined, likely. This is not me giving a full dissection on what they've said. I'm just telling you what happened. I don't have high-level sources in this case. And other than trying to trace back where Tommaso's name starts becoming a huge topic, I did not extensively follow their coverage on this case. Though I will note, I did follow Brian Enton. He is another News Nation reporter. He's doing ground coverage. His coverage has been extensive. It's been really thorough, really informative, while maintaining the sensitivities of this case. So I would go give him a listen. But there is that. And all I'm trying to say is, it's just annoying that legacy media is saying that these are TikTokers, these are internet sleuths, these are commentators on the internet that are now pointing the finger at a beloved family member who is also a victim, when that's not really how it started.
They brought up his name, and then the police came out to say they have been clear. Stop talking.
Yeah, so I will say that there probably was internet whispers on Reddit and other forums and threads where people were like, oh, well, maybe we should look into the family members and A, B, C, and D. But I think that anytime someone says something like that, it does tend to get shut down by people who are like, hey, I don't think we should comment things like this until let the investigators do their job. But then Ashley Banfield came out to state, and this is just an opinion of mine, that she has a high-level source that told her that he is being investigated as perhaps a person of interest. I think because she has such a good reputation, rightfully so probably, that people were like, oh, this must mean something. Like a high-level source, it must be true. Like this must be what's happening. And so people just went free-for-all on Tommaso is how I could trace it back. I could be wrong. And this giant conversation has erupted, whether it's because of Ashley Banfield or not, I cannot tell you, but it has now been a huge topic. The conversation is still developing even after the sheriff cleared the family members. Because netizens are wondering, how can people be cleared when it appears that the sheriff's office doesn't even know what happened the night that Nancy disappeared? I'm pretty sure family members can be cleared by airtight alibis. There have been reports that police are using polygraphs to clear people, which people have opinions about, but that has yet to be confirmed. But some netizens who are married to the idea that someone in the family had involvement, they think it's odd that the sheriff can clear a family. They also think it's odd that the FBI did not clear the family. Everyone's creating arguments online, and I'm just trying to give you a neutral overview of the conversation. A lot of netizens bring up past reporting and past pressers that the sheriff has done. So, for example, there is a comment that the sheriff made in a previous press conference where he says,
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim.
So a lot of people took that last part of either a suspect is a suspect or they're nobody, but why would a suspect also be a victim? Unless maybe you're a family member. So people have been ripping that apart, but he did plead with the media, quote,
I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect, and you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you could do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
One person straight up asks the sheriff during the presser, are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there are reports earlier this week and you refuted that, but you said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family has been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Netizens argue that it's very strange, especially since the sheriff has made weird comments before all of this, such as he's asked, Sheriff, you said that you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night? So remember, Nancy went to go to her daughter and son-in-law's house for dinner. The sheriff responds,
You know, we've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't, but no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
I don't think that these statements should be used to throw guilt upon a family member. I would just say that this sheriff is not the most clean cut with his words. He's not very meticulous in the way that he answers reporters' questions. He does seem kind of all over the place.
I see.
There was like one day where he did a huge media tour where he was on like 5 different news stations and he's like saying slightly different things on each one. And it's not like he doesn't know the case. It just seems like he's choosing different words that could be interpreted differently. And it just made everybody more confused. So instead of doing one press conference, he just made it confusing. But with that statement, he could be talking about other people that Nancy was with Saturday that we just don't know about. Nancy's last hours being seen alive, January 31st, Saturday. 5:32 p.m., Nancy gets an Uber to her daughter Annie's house for dinner. She takes an Uber there. She can't drive. And once she gets there, she hangs out, plays games, and hangs out, eats dinner. And then around 9:48 p.m., Tom, Nancy's son-in-law, Tommaso, drops her off at home. And I think she has some sort of smart garage because there's indications that the garage door closes at 9:50 p.m. So I'm sure if there's a log, it's like a smart door. Then 4 hours later, the doorbell disconnects. And then at 2:12, software detects someone on camera. And then 2:28 a.m., her pacemaker disconnects from her phone. So again, 41 minutes. Now, the rest of the night continue. The next morning is Sunday morning. Nancy goes to her friend's house, and I assume that she Ubers there. And they all watch Savannah Guthrie's church in New York City. I guess it's like a mega church. They do live streams. So she watches that live streams with like her buddies.
Like you're saying every Sunday?
Yes.
Every
so she
Sunday.
doesn't go to a church physically, but she goes to like her girlfriend's house and they all watch the live stream of a church service. She doesn't show up for that live stream and they start calling Annie because they're like, your mom didn't show up. Where is she? Annie goes to Nancy's house and 7 minutes later they call 911. Annie has been under fire by commentators online because, I mean, there's like a whole theory about the pacemaker. So the pacemaker, a lot of people in the medical field have come out on Reddit, and I mean, take this with a grain of salt. Again, I don't know anything about pacemakers, but they're saying that when you have an elderly person connected to a pacemaker, the closest living family member also is connected to their pacemaker. So if the pacemaker disconnects or something happens, the closest living relative will get an alert of that. Like, what good would it do if Savannah Guthrie gets an alert of that in New York City? She's going to fly to Arizona. Like, by that point, a lot can happen. So would it not make sense that it would be Annie that gets an alert on her phone? And maybe she didn't see it at 2 a.m, but how come she didn't react before the church lady said something? That's been like a social media conversation. We don't even know if Annie is connected to her pacemaker. Like that, she could not be connected to her pacemaker for whatever reason. So it's just like every little thing, because we're going on over a month now. I think people have so little information. This case has been shoved in all the headlines. I guess to most graciously describe it is it's a case that is nonstop on the news for a month. And so people will read the news, get invested, get emotionally invested, and then there's so little information, I think people start just making up their ideas of what happened. So I'm just going to run through all the things that people think are suspicious about Annie and Tommaso. And this is just me being comprehensive about the internet coverage. It is not me saying that I think that they're involved or that they should be looked at as persons of interest. I think the investigators will hopefully know what they're doing better than I am. There was intense FBI presence around Annie Guthrie's house at one point. Agents were going door to door to ask for consent to search people's properties near Annie Guthrie's house. They were allegedly looking in sheds, going under fences. One neighbor reports to the media that they were searching for something that could have been dropped, or at least that's what the FBI agents told her.
Could have been dropped?
Yeah. So a lot of people are saying, oh, why would they look into Annie Guthrie's house unless there's something weird there? The argument here is, I mean, that was the last place that Nancy was before going home. Of course that they would want to search it. That's just being thorough. Another thing is you don't know who is in any of these homes. So the fact that they're searching Annie Guthrie's house does not mean that the authorities are suspicious of Annie Guthrie or Tommaso or anybody else. It could be anybody that enters that house. And this is an assumption. Seeing drone footage, news coverage, at least outside of Nancy Guthrie's house, there's probably housekeepers, caretakers, maintenance men, pool cleaners, landscapers. I mean, it's a big house and she is an 84-year-old woman. She probably has a lot of people come and tend to the grounds. That could mean that someone connected to those people could be involved. So a lot of experts are weighing in on this case and they're saying, if you really do kidnap a wealthy individual for ransom, it's usually someone who knows the people personally. And that's not to say it's a family member, but let's say you have a housekeeper and maybe it's not the housekeeper, but that housekeeper saw you go on a shopping spree. They don't care, but they go home and over dinner, they're like, oh, I have this one client who just like...
The third party.
And their cousin is like, oh, that's very interesting. How much jewelry do they have?
Okay.
So they could be searching Annie Guthrie's home, not because of Annie Guthrie, but because Annie Guthrie could also have housekeepers who talk, or she could have groundskeepers who talk. And in defense of the family members, there is no warrant to search Annie Guthrie's house. It's been publicly stated that Annie and her husband have consented to a search of their home. The search could be nothing just because, like I said, Nancy was at their house the night before. But one officer who worked in a lot of cases says, when you suspect someone, you never want to do a search with consent. You want a warrant. Because once it goes to trial, they could be like, I never gave you consent. What are you talking about?
It's also my understanding that they utilized the consent search in order to go back into that property. And I find that rather unusual too, because if they did in fact locate anything that might be incriminating, it causes legal issues down the road.
So this police officer is saying that the fact this is a consent search,
yes,
meaning they're not really a person of interest.
Yes. But, there are other officers who are fighting back saying, well, sometimes not really. And then you have other people saying it could also be a sealed warrant. And they did consent. We don't really have proof that there's no warrant. But I do think it's interesting. And I would imagine that they did consent to the search.
So, but that is, okay, going back to what this officer said, if it's a consent search, what happens with the evidence? You can deny it?
I mean, most likely it's still going to be admissible, but he's just saying it's a headache. Because then you have lawyers being like, oh, my client never consented to a search. And then you're like, okay, now it's like a headache. Now you got to bring in more officers to testify. It's like, it becomes a thing. Okay. So it seems like some practice that they do where they're like, let's avoid the headache, get a warrant.
Okay.
So that has been a huge issue. The next thing is that for the longest time, Tommaso was just MIA. A lot of people found it weird that Tommaso was not in the videos with the Guthrie siblings pleading for Nancy's return. I don't think that that's weird. I would imagine Annie and Tommaso do have a child together. Perhaps while Annie is dealing with this, he could be with their child. I mean, that would make the most sense in my mind. But a lot of people took his absence away from the public eye or being vocal about this case as him being guilty. Then the next time that he was seen was a recent memorial walk where Savannah Guthrie, Annie Guthrie, and Tommaso went to Nancy's house. So people had laid out all these yellow flowers all around the perimeter of the house, neighbors, media. I mean, just some people had trekked, made a journey to come to Nancy's house to lay out yellow flowers, whether they have a personal story of their own, I'm not sure, but they went to go pay their respects to, I guess, maybe the people that have shown support. And people have been overanalyzing Tommaso's walk, his gait. So the Ring doorbell footage, the Google Nest footage, there's a part where the person leans down to pick up the foliage to try and cover the doorbell. People are like, look at Tommaso when he leans down to like put the flowers down. There's like so much that is going on. And people are using this. They're like taking screenshots, comparing the screenshots. And when you do things like this, it feels like it has evidentiary value, but it probably doesn't. I mean, I think at any point you could probably screenshot my walk into looking like something else. It just, it's a lot that's happening. And I'm not saying I know Tommaso and that he's for sure innocent. I'm just saying it's a little dangerous to do that with someone who is a relative of the family member with as little information that we have. Second, there is another thing that has been overanalyzed is the fact that the sheriff originally came out to say, okay, so after going to dinner, Nancy was dropped off by Tommaso. Then he later changes it to say by a family member. So people are like, why is he taking the heat off of Tommaso unless he wants Tommaso to talk to him more or to feel less pressure from the public? And I just think maybe he's just saying that because people have been bullying Tommaso. Then federal agents with shirts that read ICAC on their shirts are seen going into Annie and Tommaso's house.
ICAC?
Yes.
What is
so that is Internet Crimes Against Children, which sounds shocking. However, a few things to note. The division ICAC, they're actually a unit within the feds that deal heavily with kidnappings, and they're really adept at retrieving data from devices. It doesn't have to be that they particularly think that someone is committing crimes against children in this house. It's literally, they're just helping with a kidnapping. Furthermore, when they walk into Annie and Tommaso's house, they're seen walking in with a tripod and a ring light. So then the natural insinuation is that they're helping the family film the Instagram videos where they are begging whoever took Nancy to bring her back. The typical workday is the quintessential 9 to 5. But even if you clock out at those times, or the front desk at your current health providers clocks out at those times, your health is not a 9 to 5 thing. It's not on a 9 to 5 schedule. That thing on your arm that you spot only after a long day, the cough that you've been ignoring for weeks that is suddenly keeping you up all night long, that is not a 9 to 5 thing. Go to ZocDoc anytime and find a doctor that you love, even if it's way after hours. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book high-quality in-network doctors. They have more than 150,000 providers across all 50 states, so you can search by specialty or even by symptom to build the exact care team you need. ZocDoc, the best free app that makes booking a doctor as easy as ordering takeout. Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/rotten to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/rotten. Thanks, ZocDoc, for sponsoring this message. The very first family video shows Savannah, Annie, and Cameron sitting together on a couch. Savannah and Annie start speaking. They have papers in front of them. Savannah Guthrie is in the middle and she starts, and I'm going to insert this for the video watchers.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny and spunky and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day, despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief. We are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
After this video comes out, the internet does what it does and they start making commentary on the video itself. Not the situation, but the video, stating that Savannah seems emotional. She's audibly crying. How about Annie and Cameron? They seem less emotional. Cameron barely speaks. And when Annie does, her tone and voice seem devoid of any emotion. These are just some of the things on the internet. They start feeling suspicious about this. I will say that it's pertinent to note that this is most likely how they were told to film the video. As neutral, as unemotional as possible, while still sounding sincere. If someone is out there with Nancy, everything in this video could be used against them. Like, not in the court of law, but could be used to harm them. A lot of hostage takers, kidnappers, they get off on the power dynamics, and getting off can mean a lot of things. If they see the family is hysterical and absolutely desperate, it can signal to the abductor that they have enormous control. So maybe they'll escalate their demands. They'll extend the timelines. They'll push their luck, and that could result in a death. One negotiator states, when emotions run high, both families and the kidnappers are more likely to make impulsive, dangerous choices. If you can't control your own emotions, how can you expect to influence the emotions of another party? And I think everybody reacts to stress differently. So while Savannah may show more outward emotion, slightly more, it could be very well that Annie and Cameron, in order for them to not be overly emotional in the video, which is what they're instructed to do probably, maybe the only way is to completely shut off all the emotion.
Okay.
And just kind of stare off and read what they've been told to read in a flat effect, because otherwise they're going to sob. It could be that. Like, we really don't know. Cameron, Nancy's son, later does a video by himself where he is seen holding the camera, and he states, again, without much emotion, he states,
This is Cameron Guthrie. I'm speaking for the Guthrie family. Whoever is out there holding our mother, we want to hear from you. We haven't heard anything directly. We need you to reach out, and we need a way to communicate with you so we can move forward. But first, we have to know that you have our mom. We want to talk to you, and we are waiting for contact.
But it's been now over a month. Nancy Guthrie needs medication to stay alive, and there's been no ransom paid, no further contact, at least that we know of, and no sign of Nancy Guthrie anywhere. There is a segment in Savannah Guthrie's book that has been heavily discussed online. Though I think it's not really relevant, some people have brought it up just because they believe the whole thing is odd and eerie. In one of Savannah's books, titled Mostly What God Does, she writes about how her and her cousins had this really cute tradition growing up, which they called the kidnapping game, where her cousin would visit the house, stay with them during summer break. So her cousin lives in Phoenix, which is a few hours away from Tucson. So her cousin would come stay in their family house in Tucson, and when she's about to leave, she would wake everyone up the next morning really early, Savannah and Annie, and she would say, "You should come with me." They would get in her car, drive to Phoenix, and on the way to Phoenix, they would stop by a payphone, call Nancy, Savannah and Annie's mom, and let her know, but in like a cute, playful way, "Mom, cousin has kidnapped us to take her to her house." Nancy would act shocked because at this point, this is like a summer tradition, and she would protest how much she would miss her daughters, but then assure them that in a few days, she will drive up to get them. It's like a summer tradition. Some people think it's eerie. I think it just makes the whole situation more devastating. I'm sure there's moments where everyone in the family wishes that this was just a joke, that this was also just a game, and that Nancy will be home as if it's just a prank. But it is not. And Nancy Guthrie is now going on over a month of being missing. There are so many questions, such as, does the sheriff's office even know what the hell that they're doing? The sheriff's office of Pima County is the one leading the investigation into Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. They have their own A&E TV show called Desert Law, where the sheriff himself does not appear on camera, but allegedly he's extensively involved in the production of it. In the show, they look like this well-organized crime unit that moves in synchrony to stop the bad guys.
Apparently it was about to happen, and we've prevented that.
Tucson is about an hour from the border, so there is a lot of smuggling of all sorts. Avocado smuggling is big in that area. It's not just smuggling in avocados, but drug cartels will conceal the narcotics mixed in with the avocados to get it across the border. But they don't really handle a lot of ransom for Bitcoin cases in Tucson. Do we know that the sheriff is well equipped to handle this case? From the very beginning, there were reports coming out that the sheriff and the FBI were not playing well together whilst investigating this case, which is the last thing you want. And it all stems, they've got beef. They have beef going back to 2016. This is not like one of those cop shows where it's like, oh, this is my jurisdiction. No, it's not. They have long-stemming issues between the two. The sheriff has come out and since denied that he feels any sort of beef or vitriol towards the feds, but it is interesting.
For someone to say that we're not working with the FBI or that the sheriff is stopping evidence from going up, that's just crazy. That's ludicrous. Why would I not use the FBI and their free services? The relationship between the sheriff's department and the FBI is valued. We do great work together.
The feds were investigating Pima Sheriff's Department in 2016, believing that they were taking RICO forfeiture funds. Yeah, the thing that Sean Combs was charged with, RICO. So they're like, okay, if you've been racketeering, I'm going to take your assets. They take the assets, and then those assets can be used for department things like crime prevention, specific law enforcement activities. This is by the law, like by the word, right? But the FBI started investigating because they're like, wait, we heard from a little tipster, a whistleblower, that you guys are using RICO money to bankroll the remodel of a cafe inside the sheriff's headquarters.
What can they use it for legally?
crime prevention, but this does not fall under crime prevention.
Okay.
Like, how does having a better matcha latte for the sheriff prevent more crime, right? That was denied by the sheriff's office. They said, we didn't do that. And then a whistleblower comes out to state funds were used to host these special award ceremonies for the cops, helping pay for food, goodie bags for the officers, a Santa sleigh, rented tuxedos. Allegedly, the total cost of the award ceremonies was around $250,000 over the years. That was likely taken from RICO money, is the allegation. The investigation was a big deal, like a really big deal. One of the officers being investigated for transferring funds into his personal account was found dead from self-exit on Father's Day. He was widely considered to be the mastermind of this whole RICO money laundering scheme. Okay, well, I don't know if I would call it a money laundering scheme. This investigation. However, even the death, there were concerns that the death should be investigated independently by a third party because, sure, he might have reason to want to self-exit, but also someone would want him dead because maybe he could go down for everything. That's something to consider, but the sheriff was allegedly adamant that it be handled by his team internally. Sheriff Nanos, that same sheriff, is the one working this case, and some people who know Sheriff Nanos says that he holds a grudge and that he doesn't like the feds after that 2016 investigation. But those are allegations, those are speculations, those are opinions. There are more reports, though, coming out that the sheriff does not want the FBI to take over, which, I mean, it seems like they probably should. And that there's just a lot of annoying things happening in this investigation. First of all, here's the weird thing. There are a few key pieces of forensic evidence that are deemed to be highly important in this case. There's probably more that the public doesn't know about, but the ones that the public do know about is one, obviously the blood tested on the front porch turned out to be Nancy Guthrie's. Second, they do find a pair of gloves 11 days later near the house, off the main highway. They think it could be the gloves used by the perpetrator or perpetrators. It's like those black nitrile gloves. So, I mean, they found a lot of them. So they sent all of them out for testing, and a ton of them turned out to be some of the search workers would just I guess they would put their search gloves into a baggie, and maybe that bag blew away in the wind and they just had scattered gloves everywhere. But that was a key piece of evidence. Then the third key piece of evidence is they did find DNA inside the house, Nancy Guthrie's house, that did not belong to Nancy Guthrie or any of her family members, relatives, or anyone that, I guess, works in that house frequently. But where this information is sent, where this data is sent to be tested for the forensics is really important. Interestingly, the FBI is like, we can take it to Quantico. Why would you not want it tested in Quantico? I don't know anything, but I probably would want it tested in Quantico, okay? But the sheriff is like, no, I'm going to send it to our private lab in Florida. So he sends it to the private lab in Florida. Now, a lot of people had a lot to say about this, but he does, kind of defend his decision. And in a slightly convoluted way, he says, why did we give ours to our lab? Because it's what we've done for years, and our labs always have done well. In fact, we used the FBI before. They're very good at solving things and doing things, but the FBI, not unlike our Department of Public Safety in Phoenix, they have a lab. They could have been used, but we look at it as this. If I use, for example, a state lab, DPS, or the federal lab, Quantico, you have to understand they have others using those labs too. So it really puts a lot of strain on them to prioritize those cases and do what they can with them, where if I have my own lab or a contract lab, it allows me easier access to those cases that I think are important to us. And I'm not talking, this case, but I'm just talking cases in general. And he's like, so now we find a glove. FBI says, oh, we can send it to Quantico. And I said, well, you know what? Let's just keep it all in one place. So he's like, I've already been sending it to this lab, so let's keep sending it to this lab. Which I will say a lot of people are like, okay, there is a little bit of validity in that statement, as when you have multiple different labs involved and if there is a criminal trial eventually, it's a lot of people testifying.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so then he's like, let's just keep it all in one place. Let's just send it to our lab. And it's not like, no, the FBI's got a bad lab, or no, the sheriff's department uses DNL lab, bad lab. No, it's about keeping our evidence together in one spot. This is the sheriff speaking. And when that report comes out, it goes to both agencies. It just made sense, Out there they said, oh, the sheriff blocked evidence. This conversation I had with the FBI lasted probably a minute and a half. And they said, makes sense. And it was done. There was no blocking evidence. That's just crazy.
If you have two labs you're looking at and one's bad or one's better, that's fine. That's not the case here. Nobody's saying that. What they're saying is, why would we use two labs?
So that glove that they found, you said they found multiple gloves. Why is that glove special? Or
They had reason to believe that it was special. They got it tested, and there was no CODIS database match, which CODIS is like the vast network of anyone with a criminal history. They have all of their prints. But interestingly is kidnapping, a lot of experts say, is not a first offender crime.
yeah, that makes sense.
Statistically, you don't have kidnappers that wake up one day with a clean record that say, today is the day that I kidnapped someone. Usually they're going to have some sort of a rap sheet previously. So they say that it's very interesting that there's no link
Even
in the...
more
Yeah.
suspicious.
And then later they came out to say, actually, maybe it wasn't a glove that was important because it actually belonged to a restaurant worker nearby. How did they know it belonged to a restaurant worker? We don't know. Like, did they go and test all the restaurant workers? They just said it was a restaurant worker. The sheriff has also been criticized for being seen at a basketball game during the investigation. And apparently, the sheriff didn't even know about Savannah Guthrie's video that she posted on Instagram with her siblings, the very first video, until his wife told him about it. And he mentions this to the media. And so everyone is like, this feels like a very expensive, unproductive investigation if that's the case, because it just feels weird. We're spending a lot of taxpayer resources, and not saying that it shouldn't be spent. I'm just saying there are a lot of missing persons out there where maybe they don't get this allocation of funds and personnel to search. And this is how you guys are handling, like, you didn't even know that they were putting out a video. It doesn't even make any sense. The sheriff is also probably not used to being analyzed on a national scale for every word that he says. He doesn't strike me as particularly organized with his thoughts when he is speaking off the cuff. So here's a rundown of the questions and answers given by the sheriff during multiple different press conferences. Sheriff, is there any indication so far as to whether this was random abduction or targeted? Like I said earlier, we're looking at all the leads, and we don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that. We'll look at both sides. Do you have any idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing or the type of car that she might have left from, or any identifiable information that the public could use to help with the tips? We do not. Sheriff, do you believe that one or more than one person was involved in the kidnapping? Just no clue. It could have been one, it could have been more. Is there any indication that Nancy Guthrie is still alive? We know the medication played a critical role here. It's been 48 hours. She needs it every single day. Are you still looking for someone that is still alive? We hope we are. We hope we are. Sheriff, you said earlier that you don't believe that there's a wider threat to the public. If you're not sure if it's targeted, why do you believe there's no wider threat to the public? Well, we have crime in Tucson all the time, right? Like any city. And so when you say a threat to the public, is there somebody out there who's kidnapping elderly people in the middle of the night every night? We've not heard that. We don't believe that's the case. We do believe that Nancy was taken from her own against her will, and that's where we're at. Even about the rumors of there being forced entry, he just states, I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all. Whether it was forced entry or not forced entry, that is something we're just not discussing. We don't know where anybody got that information.
Okay. Well, I see. So that's a pretty standard question, no?
Yeah. Has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life? I'm going to... Anything to deal with the ransom notes, I would defer to the FBI, but no, not to my knowledge. We are still looking for Nancy. Do you have any reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful for the worst case scenario here that she won't be found alive? Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are, but we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her. Is there anything more specific you can say about what you believe the motive to be for the kidnapping at this time? Motive is always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours. With these types of cases, though, sometimes the sheriff does appear disorganized, and that's not really good. One expert states, you are broadcasting basically every detail about this case. The more that's released to the public, the more that is now known by everybody, including if there is somebody out there who has Nancy Guthrie. They have to be very careful about what they're letting out about this case. But the way that he's doing it, like, he's not really answering questions, so I'll give him that. But it is weird. Like, it's just not the most well done. I will say the FBI, the special agent charge of the Tucson area, like, he's a bit more organized with his thoughts during these press conferences.
Oh, he's talking as well?
Yeah.
Alongside?
Yeah, and he also diverts questions, doesn't answer questions. And I'm not saying that we deserve answers as the public, right? They should deem whatever is the best for the investigation. However, he is able to respond in a way that's very clear, succinct, and like, this is what's happening. Okay, that's it. But it's interesting because the police union president was interviewed by Brian Enton, and I would go watch the full interview, but he works with Sheriff Nanos. And he says, Sheriff Nanos...
What's their relationship exactly?
So he is the police union president, and he's also an officer. So he works under Sheriff Nanos, right? Okay. But he says Sheriff Nanos, he has an ego that's difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic, and it drives a lot of his decision making. He's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is...
Wait, he works under him?
Yeah, but he can't be fired because he is the president of the police union. So
That's
it's really difficult, I'm sure, to fire him.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, and so he's very retaliatory. Favorite version of retaliation is through transfers, which has impacted nearly every unit in this department and decreased our overall readiness. In my opinion, nearly every unit. The experience and expertise that there was, transferred out for whatever reason, and there are real impacts to that, and it lowered morale. And so there was a lot of hope that in the election in 2024, we would have a change in leadership, and when that didn't come to pass, that's when we started seeing a mass exodus of deputies and detectives. So that's been a huge conversation. Wow. Most of the detectives in the homicide unit at the Pima County Sheriff's Department, they're pretty green. Like, they don't have a lot of experience. I'm not saying they're not good, but it's like, do you want the doctor to perform surgery on you that performs surgeries every day or once every few months? There's also questions about the team not being well equipped, the turnover being high. Like, it's a lot. The sheriff states, this is a solid team. This is a team who solves crime every day. They are my experts. I would be silly to not listen to them. When they tell me we spent 20-some hours at the scene, we processed the scene, I'm taking their word that they're good. I don't need to hear from some pundit out there who's never done a crime scene. I don't need to hear from somebody who's never done a criminal investigation. I've got experts. That's who I choose to listen to. I don't need to hear from somebody who's never done a criminal investigation, and that's it. It's just all noise in the background. The critics who want to run for office, go do that stuff. I just want to find Nancy. I want my team focused every morning. When they hit that low, they know that they have someone who believes in them and their work, and they're going to do it. I have 100% faith they will solve this case. If you are the guy, if you are that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go. Just let her go.
I don't need to hear from some pundit out there who's never done a crime scene. I've got experts. That's who I choose to listen to. If you're the guy, if you're that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go. Just let her go.
And so there's been a lot of talk about Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't know what that means. I'm not a quarterback.
Who said that? The cops?
No, a lot of cops have been saying that there are a lot of news anchors, TV stations, social media content creators, netizens who are Monday morning quarterbacking, which I think is to insinuate that you are giving advice in an arena that you don't know. I guess it's like when guys give quarterbacks advice when they watch their favorite team play.
I see.
Yeah, so I guess we're all Monday morning quarterbacks. But 10 days after Nancy's disappearance, someone is detained. A 36-year-old delivery driver. His house is an hour from Nancy's house in Rio Rico, Arizona, which is really, really close to the border into Mexico. And while we do know his name and it has been publicly stated and used, I'm still going to call him Rio for Rio Rico, the city that he's from, just because this case is getting a lot of attention and he's saying that this has ruined his life.
I felt like I was being kidnapped, bro. They didn't tell me anything at the beginning. They told me all that I was detained, but they never read me my rights until the FBI got there. We're all scared. I can't stop thinking like what's gonna happen to me. They even detained my wife and my kids. Yeah, because they said that my eyes and my eyelashes look the same. I'm innocent.
And you don't even know who the lady is? Do you know who Savannah Guthrie is?
No.
Nothing.
I don't follow the news.
Right.
I don't watch.
You don't watch the Today Show?
No. I work in Tucson.
What do you do?
GLS, deliver packages.
Okay, do you think you might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house?
I don't know. Might have been a possibility. I don't know.
Rio is detained. His house is swatted. He's a delivery driver for DoorDash that lives an hour away from Nancy. He has no personal connection to Nancy. What the hell does he have to do with this case? Why would he want to harm Nancy? That's the tricky part of this case. That's a question that even with Rio or any of these people, no one knows. It does appear to some degree that the motive in this case could be harm. I mean, that's one of the more reasonable motives if we are to believe that that ransom note is not real. because that deadline has since long passed. There was no proof of life. There was no effort, at least publicly known, to reach back out to the family, to further communication line to get that Bitcoin amount. If that ransom note is not real, then was the intent harm? It's been reported that Nancy left behind her phone, keys, ID, wallet. I don't know if this is true. This is just what's been reported. It has not been authenticated by the law enforcement authorities. But these are the things that you would need to slowly drain someone's finances. You would need to put in their passwords. You would need their phone. You would need their ID. You would need their bank cards so that you could slowly transfer funds. So if money was not the motive, what's the motive? If the ransom note is not real, if money's not the motive, what is the motive? Then people thought, maybe this is a robbery gone wrong. So this person came to the door and they thought, okay, this is an elderly woman who lives alone and she's probably sleeping at night, and it has been reported that she wears hearing aids. So when she takes off her hearing aids, her hearing is going to be much less than maybe like a younger person in their 30s who has dogs and lives with a whole family of people. Like, it could be different. So maybe this is the perfect house. And a lot of elderly people have a lot more valuables in terms of like heirloom jewelry. I think younger people, a lot of experts were saying, when you target a house with a lot of young families, you have a lot of electronics that are harder to sell. When you target older people, you're talking about gold. You're talking about jewelry, necklaces, diamonds. Like, you get a lot more of that. That's easier to sell in the market. So maybe she's targeted because she's an elderly woman who lives alone in this isolated part of town. So then you go and you try to do a home invasion at night, but maybe she wakes up. But the question is, why not just run out then? Because trying to rob someone, an elderly woman, of her jewelry is very different from kidnapping someone. Yeah. Like, those don't even correlate. Like, it's very hard to escalate that way unless you retaliate and perhaps you harm Nancy and she passes away at the scene, and now you're removing her body because of DNA or something of that sort. And I know that these sound really grim, but I think the only reason that people are even talking about some of these theories now is that Savannah's newest videos that she's uploaded, it seems like the family have somewhat come to terms with that Nancy might not be out there alive. And I do think, people just don't understand. And I think that brings a lot of fear, especially with a case like this, because, a lot of other times a lot of other crimes, you can see why things unfolded. Not that it's justified, but I think everyone's scared for their moms.
We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves. And if this is what is to be, then we will accept it.
So then the next theory is, okay, well, maybe it's Nancy was harmed and so her body needed to be removed from the scene. Or other people are saying, well, maybe she pulled down the mask or pulled off the mask of whoever was robbing her and recognized this person. Maybe she's like, this is my housekeeper's son that I met once, And I'm just saying housekeeper because it seems like the term that everyone is using. It could be a caretaker, though it's not verified that she had a live-in caretaker or a regular caretaker. It could be the pool guy. I'm just saying it could just be someone, right? That has access to her home. But another thing is, if this is a robbery gone wrong, and these people have probably been scoping out her schedule and her routine in her house, why not just target the house when she was gone for so many hours at her daughter's house, just previously that night? So then there was some people arguing, well, no, because it was bright outside, so if they broke into the house when it's bright, there's more of a chance that people would see them. But Nancy didn't get back home until like 9:50 p.m. There's still a few hours of darkness that they could have gone in.
Yeah.
And another thing is, why is the backpack so damn full? If you're committing a robbery and you're trying to take valuables, would you bring a full backpack?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
There are some people saying maybe the backpack is full of duffel bags that are empty, that you undo and then you fill it with valuables. Other people are saying maybe it could contain something darker like a tarp, because Nancy's blood does stop in the front porch area. So it's not like a trail of blood that leads to a vehicle. Now, another thing with the blood, though, is that a lot of people have been commenting, when you're 84, you can bleed very easily. If you grab someone's wrist at 84 and yank it, their skin is really thin. So that could be the blood. It doesn't necessarily mean that some big traumatic event had happened. It's just, there's questions and no answers. I know you look confused and I don't have answers. No one has answers. It's just question after question. And then it's like, oh, well, maybe this theory is ruled out, but then it just leads to 10 more questions. So now the question is, did Rio Rico Man know someone who knew the Guthries and knew that Nancy lived alone and likely had valuables? Could he be the one in the doorbell footage? Which, side note about this doorbell footage, they did not have this footage for a very long time in the investigation. It's not like Nancy goes missing and this is the first thing that's released. When police get to the scene, Nancy's doorbell camera was ripped off. I believe to this day it has yet to be recovered. Additionally, Nancy did not have a Google Nest subscription. So she could view the front door camera live, but it did not save and log the video. It would write over itself.
So how did they get the footage?
They had to reach out to Google Nest and see if Google would somehow get that footage. And side note, it is believed that the FBI had a lot of pull in this. And the sheriff has talked about how they were pleading with Google. And I mean, the last case that we talked about, the Krug family case, these tech companies do not like to give out information of their customers unless they're really like their hand is on the stove. And it's very interesting because a lot of people have a lot of feelings about this. The fact that the FBI could get Google to do this, I think there is a lot of resentment of why don't you do this in most cases then? Because if you can do it, think of all the cases that could have been solved.
But then that also comes into the when is your camera private, right? FBI can come in and pull the footage.
Yeah. But I think the sentiment is more so, I think as the investigation goes on further and the news coverage stays strong, which I think it's good that it is staying strong because I think it'll probably help bring Nancy home sooner. I think there is some resentment that a lot of people feel that their missing loved ones did not get any attention, did not get these types of resources. So I think that's where the anger is coming from.
Yeah.
So they were able to get this footage 10 days later, and the FBI tweeted the footage. Kash Patel just tweeted the footage.
Really?
Yeah, and so that's why we have the footage.
That is so crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And also there was a lot of questions of like, oh, I didn't know if you were not recording on Google Nest that Google somehow still has that. Yeah. So there was a lot of like conversation about this footage.
So these footages are always stored somewhere.
Yeah. But I mean, the sheriff said that Google was working really hard. I don't know what they're doing. They made it seem like they had to like unpeel the code. I don't know. He was making it sound like that. And then now there's speculations that someone was using a Wi-Fi jammer. So there were reports of internet outages in that area. And the suspect, like the person in the doorbell camera, looks like they're holding some sort of jammer at one point. So people are wondering if it was like a signal jammer that was being used. A signal jammer would indicate a higher level crime, a much more professional crime.
To prevent someone using their cell phone? Calling the cops
or to disable the security systems.
But then he's like just walking up to the doorbell camera and just ripped it off the wall.
Yeah. So a lot of people thought it could be the cartels that are doing this.
What?
Yeah. And I just don't know why. I think the cartel conspiracy and theory came from the fact that Nancy needs certain medications and because Arizona is pretty close to the border. I think that's about it. I think there was like a tip that maybe she was in Mexico. I don't think that tip was verified. It seems like the authorities have spoken to Mexican authorities and it does not seem like she is in Mexico, at least as of right now. And just the crime does not speak like cartel. Cartels typically, when they're in the United States, they like to run under the radar. I mean, this is like their business. And when they want to take someone out, usually it's someone involved in the cartel. It's someone that's associated and they're really professional. So people are saying, like, if a cartel is coming up to your Google Nest, your camera's getting spray painted before you can even see their face. And everyone is like, is this an amateur? Is this not an amateur? And then once you say it's an amateur, people are like, well, they haven't been caught, so is it not an amateur? Nobody knows. So what does Rio Rico Man have anything to do with this? And why is he detained? Rio's mom is insistent with authorities and later with the media that her son-in-law, Rio Rico Man, has nothing to do with this. In fact, he was at home Saturday and Sunday, the day that Nancy was taken. He was at home an hour away in Rio Rico. On top of that, he knows nothing about Bitcoin. So she's asked, did he ever say anything about Nancy? Nothing. We never, like I told the FBI, the investigator, if I knew anything about her, I said I saw her on Facebook, but I didn't read what was going on with her because I didn't know her and I didn't have like the right to. I mean, I didn't want to read the story. I just go over, keep on going, on my phone because I don't know her. They're just invading my property. I told them they're going in and out of my house, taking a lot of pictures and everything. I mean, like I told them we're not hiding anything. I gave them permission. You can go and search. There's nothing in my house. You won't find anything because we don't have nothing to hide. They broke in my house without a warrant or nothing. They broke my door. They went in my house. My son was playing on Nintendo. He had his headphones on. They got him, put him in handcuffs, and took him outside.
This is not Rio.
No. Rio is her son-in-law. This is her son.
Actually,
yeah.
Right.
And then Rio was out. He got stopped at a traffic stop with her daughter.
Rio's wife.
Yeah.
And Rio's wife.
And after 5 hours of being detained, Rio Rico Man is released. And he does a few interviews where he states the whole thing was just bizarre. He says he has no idea how he even got involved in all of this. It just wrapped up in this. He states, right now, all I know is that they showed my in-law a picture of somebody wearing a mask or something, and they supposedly look like my eyes.
That's insane.
He says he was honest with authorities. I told them I work in Tucson for GLS, which is a delivery service. So he does DoorDash and GLS. I might have delivered a package to her house, but I never kidnapped anybody. He says being detained was terrifying. I felt like I was being kidnapped. They didn't tell me anything in the beginning. They held me against my will. They didn't even read me my rights until 2 hours later. He says he kept telling them he's not involved, and he thought, quote, what the fuck am I doing here? I didn't do anything, to be honest. I'm innocent. I hope they get the suspect because I'm not it, and they better do a better job and find the suspect so that they can clear my name. I'm done. He says he wasn't given a proper reason why authorities thought it could be him. He has an attorney now who has come out to state that his life has been altered, quote, and now they're living day to day. They're living in fear. So the first thing I'd like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, Rio, this was a mistake. Rio is not a person of interest. He's not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability, obviously.
So this was from the state?
Yes.
Wasn't feds?
Or at least it doesn't seem like they were involved in the detainment. I don't know if they okayed it, if they were in the know, but Rio has not been formally nor publicly cleared by the sheriff or the FBI as of right now. So he could still be involved. There's just not enough for an arrest, or he could not be involved at all, which is what more people are leaning towards.
So this is all we know.
Yeah. And then February 13th, a SWAT operation is executed and another man is detained. He's pulled over in a gray Range Rover, handcuffed, and placed in the back of a police car. His Range Rover is then covered with a tarp. So a lot of people thought that he died, like he self-exited. There was like a rumor going around, but they just used the tarp so that they can open the trunk, and I don't know if they're looking for someone, but they don't want the public to see whatever they find. So it seems like a very serious operation. This is not like a little search and stop or traffic stop. Like this is he got swatted. His 77-year-old mother was also detained, and we'll call him Range. He lives close to Nancy. He has a significant criminal history, possession, distribution, and fleeing law enforcement. The Range Rover is then taken in to be processed by authorities. It has since been released back to him, which leads netizens to believe that they got the wrong guy because they detained him and then released him. He hasn't been formally cleared. He hasn't been arrested. But because of the intense SWAT presence, everyone thought that this would be like a more fruitful arrest. But it wasn't. And so now netizens are confused. Some of them are wondering online, quote, are they just randomly detaining and questioning people at this point? Like anybody who matches the physical description is being detained now a month after the event? Now, because so much time has passed, netizens have found another lead to grasp onto, which is the neighbor theory. There is a neighbor that lives nearby. We'll call him Neighbor Man. He lives, according to him, 15 minutes away. And it's odd because he has been driving to Nancy's house, nearby Nancy Guthrie's house, to participate in interviews of the locals. People have started comparing his face to the masked man on the doorbell footage, and they think that it looks like him, which, I mean, you can't really tell. Also, every time he does an interview, a press interview, he's wearing sunglasses. And so everyone's like, we want to see your eyeballs because we only really see the doorman's face eyeballs. He's just a
Why
weird
would
guy.
he keep, like his interview is really off?
Yeah, he just starts talking about and comparing the case to bombings, other major crimes. He speaks about law enforcement ranting at the fact that they're at basketball games. He's asked about what he thinks happened, and he goes on a whole tirade about pointing the finger at Tommaso. He thinks it's Tommaso.
I have a premonition that the son-in-law has something to do with it. Not sure exactly what.
And he's just, okay, one interview, no one said anything. But he shows up in a lot of interviews, like random segments with random creators, random TikTokers, random news anchors, just, he's everywhere. And so everyone's like, why is he inserting himself into this investigation? One comment just reads, my gut is telling me it's you. I mean, he is an very odd individual. Maybe he thinks this is his 5 seconds in the limelight. I don't know, but not any of this is particularly damning, but it is very weird. There is also another picture where he's wearing this very distinct ring. It looks like a high school ring, you know, those like
graduation ring.
Yes. And in the gloved photo of the doorbell camera, when he covers his hand, it looks like there's some sort of crease that could indicate either a crease or a bigger ring. That's not like a wedding band. So people think that's odd. And that's really it. That's all we have. We don't really have anything else. Everything else are more speculations, more rumors, more unauthenticated information. There's also conspiracies about why the FBI would not take over this case if it's a kidnapping. So there's a few triggers that a case has to hit in order for it to be in FBI jurisdiction. So you have to have a victim that's transported across state lines, or an offender who uses interstate commerce like mail, phone, and internet, which happened in this case, or a crime on federal property or like a federal agent.
What do you mean mail, phone, and internet?
I guess if you commit some sort of like internet crime. And only one of these triggers has to be triggered in order for the FBI to be able to step in. But it's not a situation where they can just force their hand and say, this is our case now. And it's usually not the best for them to do that because they do need help from local law enforcement as well. So it is still Pima County Sheriff that is heading this case, but people just don't like that. People don't think that they're competent. But then, you know, you have arguments on the internet that's like, I don't know, are the FBI that competent these days? It's just no one knows anything. I mean, the authorities don't even know if it's one person, two people, three people, multiple people. If caught, they might face the death penalty because that is what Trump has been hinting at. Savannah Guthrie has gone back to New York. She actually just recently visited the Today Show. She wasn't on air or anything. She just went to go see her colleagues. And there are pictures, like paparazzi pictures through the windows, and she seems really emotional. But it seems like the investigation is still ongoing. The FBI has pulled a lot of their personnel. There's way less agents present in investigating.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, and the entire road leading up to Nancy Guthrie's house has been sectioned off. So you cannot park your SUV as like a media station. Legacy Media was doing that. You cannot set up a tent to film like the 5 o'clock news. You cannot pose for social media pictures in front of it, right? So it's been...
What was that about? You were saying someone was posing?
Yeah, I think she's a social media content creator who wanted a thumbnail.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. A lot of people are starting to lose sympathy in a way. Some comments read, my sister has been missing since 1979. Nobody ever cared for her. So I think they're getting frustrated the more the authorities are trying and failing, because it just feels like massive resources but no results. So it's not like people are upset that they're trying to find Nancy. I think it's more so, do you guys know what you're doing? Or you guys like, it just feels like a mess. And you're spending so much resources and allocating so much personnel, and are you doing okay? Like, is it worth it? Like, are you getting what you're doing? Like, it just seems so unorganized. Other people are commenting, I wish y'all cared more about other missing people like y'all do this woman. Others are just saying the authorities are being so dumb. They say, quote, we can take out other countries' presidents in hours in the middle of the night, but we can't find Nancy Guthrie. Stop it. Others are commenting, distraction case to deflect from the files. Which we're going to get into all of that in a separate episode, because all of the conspiracies that people have of what this case could be covering up. Now, I don't know if there's a cover up. I will note that sometimes people get personally involved in things. Like, I imagine if somebody that I personally knew was affected by something, I would naturally talk about it more. And people are speculating that maybe it's because Savannah Guthrie is a peer amongst all the people reporting on this case. And so while maybe the public also wants reporting on other cases and other things going on, they personally want to stay invested in this case. But I don't know how much that makes sense when you're working for like a big media corporation who typically don't care who your friends are. So I don't know. And I'm, again, not saying that this case does not deserve coverage or does not deserve to stay in the headlines as long as it has. It's just, I think, when it's a one-off situation where you don't get this type of treatment for most missing persons cases, people are wondering what's going on. And with everything going on in the US, I mean, there's so much going on. So little has happened that now the conversation is about the conversation. This is what happened with the Sean Combs case. Every time there was like a lull in the case where not as explosive things were coming out during the trial days, anytime we would go, because we would monitor what everyone was talking, not monitor, but like, see what everyone is talking about and see what questions people had, it started turning into, look at the people that are covering the case. So that's what's happening here. So a lot of legacy media is now covering social media coverage of the case.
Earlier, you were saying that Savannah and them, they have changed their message since then.
Yeah, I mean, they still want to bring their mother home. Savannah has put up a $1 million reward. She's also donated $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. I don't know, maybe she was seeing a lot of the conversations online, or maybe this led her to do something so incredible and gracious, right? But yeah, so that's where we are. There's $1 million reward and no one seems to still know anything. Again, just to make it clear, the family has been officially cleared by the sheriff's office. And I know that especially when you read about a lot of crime cases, you do think it's always closest to the victim, like they must know something or they must be involved. But I think in a case like this where it's getting that much coverage and that much attention, we just have to hope that the authorities are doing the right thing. And I think to point the finger at a relative without much substantial information is pretty reckless. So I hope that I was able to comprehensively give you an overview of the conversation. But again, just to make it so abundantly clear, the family has been cleared. So with that being said, that is it for today's episode. Let me know your thoughts, and I will see you in the next one. Be safe.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Brookfield Police! The RP said there was a stalker. Oh,
82 days before the murder, there is a break-in. And in the event of a break-in, usually something is going to be stolen from the house. Most times, it's going to be whatever that is within reach and is the most valuable. Nobody is breaking and entering, risking jail time to steal a can opener and the remainder of your laundry detergent. They want electronics. They want cash. They want things that they can resell and make money from. This is a literal cash grab with a side of trespassing. That's what most break-ins are. It's devastating, but at least you know that the motive is very clear. Whoever did this wants money. They're committing atrocious crimes to make money. But what if someone breaks into your house and they take something that is not of monetary value? They don't steal the $1,000 iPad that's in clear view, or the phone, or the car. They steal your journal that you write in every single day. It's not a password book. You don't have some sort of ledger for Bitcoin in there. It's just like your deepest inner thoughts, leather-bound journal that financially would fetch no more than $10 on the market resold. Or what if someone breaks in and you check the entire house up and down, nothing's been taken, nothing. And it's not like they didn't have time. And then you walk by the console under your TV, and there's the picture frame, the picture of your entire family that you framed last year during Christmas. The frame is still there, but the photo is gone. They had time to take the photo out of the frame, but they didn't take anything else? No valuables? What are they planning on doing with the picture? Or you go upstairs to try and collect yourself. You're about to shower, and in the drawer, your hairbrush is gone. It's missing. Or maybe they take that one magnet that you have on the refrigerator that you bought during your first time going to Yosemite. What the hell are they going to do with that? Or any of these things. These are the things that will keep people up at night. It's not just like the random violation of someone breaking into your home, which is typically the only private place that people can truly feel safe. But it's the fact that you don't know who did it. You don't know why they did it. It's clearly not for money. Then what is it for? Are they going to come back? For the Krug family house in Colorado, it's even more alarming than all of those. Daniel Krug, the father of 3 kids and husband of Christine Krug, calls 911. Daniel's standing at the end of his driveway talking to the officer, and he's explaining, as I pulled in, I saw someone run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way. Like, he walked in on this trespassing, on someone breaking and entering.
I didn't think to call you until my wife got home recently, and we realized the spare key that we keep in the garage isn't there.
If someone breaks into your house and they only take the spare key, the only reason they would do that is to come back later. But to do what? Over the course of the next 82 days, it will be like the person who broke into that house never even left the house. Strange things are going to start to happen to the Krug family, almost driving them to the point of being completely paranoid. And then finally, one of them is going to be killed in that very house. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence. They are a nonprofit dedicated to ending relationship, workplace, and stalking violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Today's episode includes mentions of stalking, DV, so viewer discretion is advised, and please take care, take breaks, and with that, let's get into it. When you read a lot of fiction books, there's going to be patterns that you're noticing. And it's not just like the tropes. It could be the 7-point structure, the hero's journey. Save the cat is like a popular one. It's the outline of the story. And oftentimes, I highly doubt authors are even using outlines like this.
Save the cat?
It's like a storyline. A lot of movies and books follow this exact point progress. It's like the progression of a story.
Like 3rd chapter breakup?
Yes, like a 3rd chapter breakup that I always complain about. It's like that. But like 3rd chapter breakup is maybe more so a trope, but this would like fit into the whole from start to finish. There's almost like an outline of ups and downs. And it's very interesting. I think it's because humans are comfort creatures. We enjoy stories with similar journeys, similar endings. The point is, if you read a lot of bad fiction, you notice these frameworks. If you read a lot of good fiction, which most fiction is good, you won't even notice these frameworks because they either don't follow it to a T or they do it so well that it just feels like a brand new story in a brand new world. But ultimately, most books can be boiled down to the 3-act structure, which is how I'm going to boil down this case for you. Not because I think that this is reminiscent of a fictional storyline, but because somebody involved in today's case thought that their plan would play out like the movies. They even mention movies and fiction multiple times. Act 1 is the promise. You get thrown into the world and you don't really know what's going on. And the Krug family house sits in the middle of a residential neighborhood where all the neighbors are closely stationed nearby. Their houses are very close in proximity. The streets are smaller, the sidewalks are well maintained, people like to walk their pets outside. It's the neighborhood that a lot of the houses decorate for Christmas, and at night you have to close your blinds, otherwise the red and green, not so jolly anymore. They're gonna drive you crazy when you're trying to sleep, but not December of 2023. Something happens in the neighborhood. As the Christmas lights are going off, police are stationed behind "Do Not Cross" yellow tape. It's been like that for a while. Eventually, a neighbor stops the car in front of an officer and asks, "Are we safe?"
We live in the neighborhood. Are we safe?
Neighbors are asking, "Are we safe?" It's a good question, considering in one of the houses that looks just like the others on the outside, it's like a regular, nice family suburban home, there is one family that is preparing for something. That's what it feels like. They have a whole gun safe filled with weapons, and there's schedules to go learn and how to use these guns. They have family codes. These are not just shared between parents, but with the children. Orange means caution, near normal operations. Red, high alert, limit visitations.
Like they're talking to each other. Today is code orange, or right now it's code red.
Yeah, or like certain activities are orange, red, nuclear, and they wrote it down.
Okay.
Nuclear means lockdown, separate locations, active threat. I think it is a pretty good idea to teach kids about active threats and what to do in case of emergencies, but the level at which this particular family is preparing, it seems like there is an imminent threat that they know about, not just like a potential what if. The whole family has to know, and they have all these thorough, well thought out plans on how to keep everyone safe. On a separate piece of paper, it reads, needs gun training, add walking lights, add fence lights, add outdoor cameras, add front door security, protection orders in place, trim landscaping for visibility, add extra security system, replace sliding glass door with regular doors. What are they preparing for? And do the neighbors know? Like, are they all preparing for the same thing? Why are all the neighbors scared too? December 14th, there is a wellness check being done at the Krug house. The officer goes to the front door to knock, and there's someone there, just standing in front of the front door. A woman in a big puffer jacket.
Outside or inside?
Outside. And she looks a little startled. Oh, I'm their neighbor, and they called me. They're like, can you go see if she'll answer the door? So a neighbor was asked to check up on the residents of this house too. And she's like, you got it from here. She walks off. The officer starts knocking on the door. Nobody responds. He peers inside the window. I mean, the rest of the house and the property, it seems completely normal.
Is there police cam footage of these?
Yes. Okay. According to his official report later, he's looking through the front door window. Nothing is amiss. There's no coffee table that's been overturned, no broken glass. There's nothing. According to his official report later, quote, everything looked orderly, quiet. I gave the door a loud knock. He says that he thought whoever he's checking in on probably isn't even home right now, and he's about to drive off in the patrol car when he decides, I'm just gonna see if there's a car inside the garage to be extra thorough. The Krug family garage has those windows at the very top of the garage that let sunlight in, but they're so high up that you can't even really tippy-toe and see into them. So the officer walks back down to his car, and just when it seems like he's about to drive off, he drives his car right up to the garage, climbs on top of his car so that he can get up to a height to peer through the garage windows, and as he's balancing and peering through the window, he's shining a flashlight through. And according to the officer's police report, he says he very quickly sees a woman lying on the garage floor, and she is very clearly not moving.
I got a female down in the garage.
He says he quickly gathers the woman is very close to the steps that lead into the house. So she's not close to the garage door that slides up and down. She's close to the door that goes into the house. She has a winter coat on, the hood is pulled over her head, but her face is showing, so she's lying on her back. And she's really, really still. He immediately radios in 151, send medical, and 110, I need a forced entry. I got a female down in the garage. He runs to the front, kicks open the front door, books it to the garage. He's not even clearing the house. He doesn't know if somebody else is in the house. The first words to come out of his mouth when he opens that garage door is, holy shit, shit, holy shit. And it sounds like he's trying to calm himself down from the panic.
Oh, shit. Holy shit.
According to the report, I noted a significant amount of blood, which appeared to be fresh, noted by the bright red color. The blood is running down the wall, and the woman's head is about 2 feet away from the wall, so there seems to be some sort of blood splatter or a traumatic event enough that blood would end up on the wall. There's more blood underneath her head. According to the report, he says he very quickly sees that she's clearly not moving, and he gathers, okay, so she's close to the steps, and there's blood on the wall, there's blood on her. It seems like she probably might not be alive. This is a life-threatening, fatal amount of blood. He's calling for backup, he's calling for paramedics, he's administering CPR, and he's trying to gather as much information as possible. Initially, he realizes that there's trauma near her right temple, but because of all of the victim's hair, he can't make out what is causing the bleeding. He just knows that she's bleeding. It could have been a fall. Her neck is kind of slanted to the left. It could indicate a broken neck. It also could have been from a small caliber weapon, but he can't be sure. So if it was like not a small caliber weapon, it probably would have left a certain type of fragmentation to the head that he would have been able to quickly identify. So he's so unclear about what even caused this. All he knows is he's not picking up a pulse. He opens the big garage door that leads out into the driveway because he just got radioed in that paramedics are about to pull up. So he wants them to have direct access into the garage because every second is life or death. He opens the big garage doors, and instead of uniformed officers or medics, there's an older woman softly walking towards the opening of the door. And she catches him performing CPR. She catches a glimpse of someone laying on the garage floor covered in blood. And his report reads, "It appeared to me the woman was either a neighbor or a relative. She was visibly upset, clearly seeing me perform CPR. I quickly asked the woman to stay away from the garage, knowing other officers were coming into the area. I requested via radio that they contact this woman and escort her from the garage."
Hello, ma'am. I need you to stay out, please. Next to you today, and interrupt this apparent relative that's on scene, please.
It seems like she's freaking out. There's multiple angles of this, of the older woman walking up to the garage, but it seems like she takes a step back and then she wants to go forward, but then probably her logic is like, no, let the police officer do the medical help. You're not going to be helpful. So then she eventually walks down away from the garage door down the driveway.
How old is this woman?
I would say maybe 60s, 70s.
Oh, wow.
I mean, this is a family member who just walked in at the precise time that her loved one is on the floor, on the garage floor, covered in blood, and an officer is performing CPR.
Does she see exactly who's down there?
Yeah. And it's not an accident, and it's not a coincidence. All of this was planned. Even her showing up at that exact moment was planned by somebody else. She's escorted away from the garage, and all the backup officers arrive at the scene. Paramedics rush in, and they realize it's not a head wound that they're working with. I mean, she does have a head wound, but that's not the only thing. Under her thick winter coat, there's one mark, and she has been stabbed near the heart. Who would want someone in the Krug family dead? And does this have anything to do with the break-in that happened 82 days ago? Act 2 of a fictional story usually is the confrontation. It's the structured escalation. It's kind of the why. Why are we even talking about any of this? 35 days before the murder, there is a text message sent to Christelle Krug. Christelle is the mother of 3 and the wife of Daniel Krug. So 82 days before the murder, Daniel Krug calls the police and is like, hey, I just saw some guy break into our house and I talked to my wife and we realized the only thing stolen was our spare key.
I saw someone, I think it was a guy, but it was so fast.
Yeah.
Blue jeans, gray shirt, run out, jump over my gate, and take off that way. Everything seems to be there.
Okay.
Except a spare key.
The house key. Okay.
35 days before the murder, so this is after the break-in. Christelle Krug gets a text message. Saw you at dentist. I like clean teeth for my COCK. You got me so horny and slutty in my car, so I nutted on yours. See you soon. Christelle is like, the dentist? How would anybody know that she's at the dentist? Christelle checks her car for a tracker or anything else, and there's nothing. I mean, she hasn't posted on social media. She's barely online these days. She values privacy over everything else since the stalking started. She took down all her personal photos, family photos. How would they even know that she's at the dentist?
This is a stalker.
Yeah.
And this is not the first message?
No. She's been getting messages all month long.
He said he nutted on hers?
Yes, on her car. But this is the first time the stalker is like, I saw you at the dentist at this time. And she knows there's no way. It's not even just a message of like, you know, the stalker was saying all things like, I'm going to kidnap you. You should leave your husband for me. But now it's very specific. I saw you at the dentist.
Was she?
Yeah. And the dentist plaza has like a ton of other businesses in the same plaza. So if someone even just tracked her phone, it would be unclear which business or establishment she's visiting. How would they know specifically she went to the dentist that day unless they're tracking her car or they're watching her in person? Then another message. He doesn't deserve you. You know it. He doesn't satisfy you. That's why you keep all your fuckboys on the side. You're a dirty slut and I know how to satisfy you. Admit that no one satisfied you since me. I see you flirting with waiters, almost begging for sex, licking your lips, and you got your boobs out. Don't know how many fucking boys you kept, but I'll save you. I know he's keeping us apart. You don't belong in that big house. You belong with me. I'll get rid of him and then we can be together. So easy. The stalker sends another message. They have random security. They let me park and walk right into his building. Been there for weeks. Give me the signal and he won't come home. Every married bitch I ever banged wanted to get rid of their husbands. I'll do it for us. Help me get rid of him and then we can be together, just like you want. I'm planning a big birthday party for you. Just you, me, and 20 friends. I know you're a dirty slut and I'll treat you right. You can be slutty with me and I'll take you. You don't want the fake married life. You want to be dirty and I will save you.
So these are all sent like separate times?
Yeah. Halloween is probably the scariest message to date. It's a picture of Christiel's husband, Daniel, while he's leaving work. This your husband? Drives like slow old lady. Can't believe you want to suck his dick, but not mine. He needs to drive safe. Don't want to clear rubber hose in his tailpipe, does he?
What exactly is the photo like?
It's of Daniel getting out of his car going into the work.
How far? Is it very close by?
Really close. It's like if someone were to park nose in and then I were to drive right by and take a picture out my window. It's not from 5 parking spaces away. It's like if you're at a Trader Joe's and you're driving by one of the parked cars and you just stick your hand towards the passenger seat and take a photo.
What was like the first message though that she received? Are you going to go over that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, whoever the stalker is, they're now following the entire family. But how? It's like they have eyes and ears everywhere. How do you follow an entire 5-person family? 4 days later, a picture of a man's private parts come in with the question, what do you think? It's only escalating. And this all started October 2nd, 2023. So the break-in happens earlier than this, but the very first message comes in October 2nd, 2023. Christiel gets this. It's, hi, Christiel. It's Anthony. Hope it's okay I looked you up. I go to Boulder, Colorado, every few weeks, and I thought we could hook up. Christiel doesn't respond, mainly because it's like a really odd message from an old friend of hers. It's her old high school boyfriend. Christiel is now married. Oh. She has 3 kids. One of them, I think, is in high school now.
Like 20 years ago.
Yeah, who's thinking about their high school boyfriend from decades ago? It's not like they have the same circle of friends either. He knows she married a guy named Krug and they have 3 kids. Why would she even meet up with him? They haven't even spoken in so long. But the next day, another message. Are you there? You should say yes when I offer a pity fuck. Whatever. Saw your pictures, you got fat, but your loser husband won't fuck your fat. You should kill yourself.
That? Just second day?
Yeah. But it's not just text messages. Emails are coming in. Your license plate expired. Gotta fix that. She checks. Her license plate is expired. You and your husband down to Eiffel Tower? Then the dentist messages, and Christiel starts feeling rightfully paranoid. But there's also nothing that indicates that somebody is following her. I mean, she's been tracking what cars have been on the street outside her house. All normal cars that always pass by. Nothing abnormal. I would imagine that there's more than one exit out of the neighborhood, so if Christiel switches it up each time, then how would he even follow her out? Christiel calls an officer to the house to check out her car. There's nothing. There's no tracker. There's nothing. But they can't even do anything. Even though every day there's a new message, if it's not from the stalker, it's from somebody else. Like a text message from someone else, seemingly unrelated. Hi, saw your post on Ion Canto. Are you still looking for some men to join you? So I guess it's like a
group text.
Yeah. Christiel responds, can you tell me which ad this was for? About you wanting a train? I believe someone may have taken out an ad with my number. Could you share the link or the title of the ad, please? No response.
Wow.
The entire Krug family has this heightened sense of anxiety about all of this. I mean, the pictures, the stalking, the threats, it's just starting to become overwhelming. They try to track down the number sending the messages. It only leads them to other dead ends, and the stalker keeps switching numbers. Sometimes the messages would have thinly laced threats of kidnapping Christiel, killing Daniel. This seemingly very normal suburban family, the Krugs, they start changing their entire lifestyles. They have lockdown protocols in the house. They're installing cameras outside around the house. Christiel is getting a concealed carry license. She's learning how to shoot guns. Daniel, the husband, he's freaking out. Daniel's kind of a geeky guy. He's the type at work where if he has his work credentials on a tag that he clips onto a backpack, he will do these elaborate swirls in front of like the key card readers to hit his backpack on it rather than get like a retractable lanyard of some sort. And this is not like me trying to give you an analogy of his personality. I literally saw him do this. So it's like, that's what he does. That's the type of kind of geeky energy that he has.
What does he do?
He works for the Department of Public Health for accounting.
He's an accountant?
Yeah. Yeah, for the government. During an interview with the police, because Christelle and Daniel have talked to the police frequently about this stalker.
And what does she do?
She is a bioengineer, but I believe that she is a full-time mom at this point. She was focused on engineering. Everyone that has spoken about Christelle says she was just like whip smart. So smart. Yeah. And like even the way that, because we FOIA had requested this case, the way that she was able to log each of the stalker's messages, I mean, she was methodical about it. She did not play games. She would have these ways of calming herself down. Even when she talks to Detective Martinez, which is the officer that's helping her with catching the stalker, she even tells him, like, she has folders. She's presenting all the evidence to him. And she's telling him, I know the whole point is to freak me out. So I'm trying to keep that in mind.
So she's like logging all of these. So the police saying there's nothing they could do about this?
The police have put out warrants for these cell phone companies to get extra data. But these cell phone companies, they're very sensitive about giving out any sort of information until it's too late.
Is it like a known caller or is it a fake number?
Yeah, it's like text now numbers where you can generate like a Google number.
Right.
And then if you give a warrant to Google, they're going to stall until maybe somebody's dead, then you can get an expedited warrant to catch a killer. But at that point, it's kind of too late.
Yeah.
During an interview with the police, Daniel is just saying like,
I went to the grocery store briefly on Tuesday, and someone behind me dropped a can, and I panicked. So what am I doing? I'm panicking, and I'm doing a job of protecting my wife.
it just seems like this whole family is falling apart because of this stalker. Christelle, on the other hand, she's not putting up with this. She's ready to go to war for her safety, as she should. She gets the meeting with Martinez. Martinez even says she came into the interview room and just kind of took over and just told me everything. Like, this is what's happening. She's bringing out papers, files, documents. She got a full-blown report from the PI.
The first message saying this is from Anthony, right?
Yeah.
That's the first person of interest. And
yes. And she got a PI to track all of his addresses, all of his associated phone numbers, but they keep moving from different parts of the state. She's handing this all to the police, all of this. And she's like, this is my ex-boyfriend from high school. This is his name. I think this is his current address. Officer Martinez opted not to go talk to Anthony because his problem was there's not enough to arrest him. So if they go and talk to him without arresting him, that could set him off.
Okay. What
so
else?
They need to gather more information. They need to wait for these phone companies to come in with the data to have enough evidence to arrest him. So Officer Martinez is like, I could go talk to him, but if I don't have that evidence, I can't arrest him. So we don't know what he's going to do after we stop talking to him.
Because that they only have a message saying that's his name, but there's not evidence linking it to his number.
Yeah. So they have a message saying, hi, it's Anthony, and then all these crazy messages. And then a PI who separately finds Anthony's home address. Right. There's no evidence to say that that is Anthony. Anyone could send a message and say, hey, it's Stephanie Sue, but like you have no evidence that it's Stephanie Sue, right? So he's like, I could go talk to him, but if it is Anthony, that could set him off.
Right.
Like he could go crazy after that. And I don't know if that's a good risk. Do I agree with that kind of sentiment? I don't know, but that's how the laws are. So I would say blame the laws more than Officer Martinez. I don't know. Maybe I'm too personally invested. There's a lot of body cam footage, and there's a lot of footage of people, family members, rightfully initially being upset with Officer Martinez, but later, all of Christelle's family have come out, and it seems like Officer Martinez took it very hard. So we'll get into it, but. Because the way the laws are set up, it's not like Martinez doesn't want to go and talk to him. It's not like he's being lazy. It's more so, I can't even arrest the guy.
And I keep trying to remind myself this is intending to be terrorizing. This is intending to scare me. So okay, take it back. Yeah.
Christelle tells her family members, it's either going to be me or him that's dead. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure it's not me. If this were a fictional story, which it's not, and again, the only reason we're comparing it to one is because there's somebody in this case that thinks that this is going to play out just like the movies, is going to be this theatrical, beautiful, cinematic ending, and it's not. But Act 3 is the resolution. It's typically where everything collides together, the clues start clicking into place, the story's central question is answered, usually who did it and why. At the Krug house, backup officers, paramedics have all arrived, but it is too late for Christelle Krug. She's dead. She's been killed. Someone stabbed her in the heart in her own garage. One by one, all the family members are arriving to the house. Christile's mother was the one that saw when the garage first opened.
That was her own mom outside?
Yeah, that was Christile's mother, and she is now being comforted on the street by the neighbor in the puffer coat. Nobody knows if Christile is dead yet. The officers don't want to tell the family members until everybody's gathered. Christile's dad, Lars, arrives. Christile's brother, Lars Jr., arrives. Her sister-in-law, Kate, arrives. The last person that they need to wait for is Christile's husband, Daniel. Thankfully, all the kids are in school. The police don't want to tell anyone until they're all gathered. Daniel's the last to arrive, and he parks further away because there's cop cars all surrounding the house. He runs up to the cops. They're telling him, back up. Under no circumstances are you going into that garage right now.
My house. Hey, stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back. This is my house. I understand.
He freaks out. They tell him family's on the side. He books it to the family. Nobody's giving him information. Finally, an officer walks over and lets them know that she's gone. Daniel's on the ground. He's on his knees. He's sobbing. Even Christile's mom is comforting him because there's just a lot of guilt coming in. Daniel is hyperventilating, saying things like, I didn't protect her. I was supposed to protect her.
I was supposed to protect her.
Christile's autopsy states that she was attacked from behind with a blunt object, bludgeoned in the head, rolled over before being stabbed in the heart. All everyone knows is, unless the police catch this guy, Daniel Krug is probably next. And if this were a fictional story, if this played out like the movies, this is where the resolution would come in. They would all find the guy, Anthony, the guy that's texting and stalking Christile. They would arrest him and all the questions would get answered. Anthony's a bad guy. He'll get what's coming to him. The story isn't happy at the end because how is it going to be happy? But you get to see Anthony rot in jail. But this is not like the movies or the books. I mean, this is real life. It never happens that way. Through the body cam footage of the officers at the Krug's house, there's this one part where all the officers are pulled to the side, away from the family members, away from the neighbors. And one of the officers tells the others,
Yeah, I don't know the backstory. Husband said there was a dude who's been stalking her and threatened to kidnap her. And Martinez was involved, and Martinez just said, hey, this is a big old... I don't know, dude. I don't know the history on that part. Martinez does, though, and he said he's coming in. So, like I told him, you can see if Butler needs photos with this big old house. Other than that, we're just kind of securing the scene and waiting for detectives, you know?
They all point to the blue piece of tape. So over the Google Nest camera on the front door, there's a blue piece of tape covering the camera.
It's like a Ring camera, right?
Yeah, and they just covered someone came and covered it with blue tape. And the cop is like, did you do that? The guy's like, no. So they're like, that's interesting. It's really interesting. The officer that first arrived at the scene, obviously adrenaline was rushing once he saw a woman down in the garage, but he said that when he kicked the front door, he didn't feel a lot of resistance. He doesn't think that it was dead-bolted. Like maybe there was a lock, like the bottom lock, but it wasn't dead-bolted. Maybe just the handle was locked. But the most interesting conversation the police have, away from the ears of family members and neighbors, is that this is still an active investigation. We're going to treat every single person here as a potential suspect. That night at the police station, Daniel, Christile's husband, is about to leave after answering questions, along with the rest of Christile's family. So they're all coming in for interviews. And he turns, and before he leaves the police station, he stops in the police lobby, and he's talking to one of the officers, and he says,
He took my children's mother for Christmas. They're never gonna get over that. I don't care if you capture them. I don't care if you kill them. Find out. Don't just assume it's me. Keep looking.
What do you...
Don't just assume it's me?
Yeah, what do you mean, assume it's me? Daniel is Christile's husband. Daniel says so himself. I've seen the movies. It's always the husband, isn't it? But you need to find him. Inside the Krug house near one of the action plans, in case the stalking escalates, there's a tiny little post-it sticking to a bookshelf, and it reads, whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. If you stare long enough into the abyss will gaze back into you. Nietzsche.
Handwritten?
Handwritten. What does any of this mean? Informing the adults of the Krug family of Christile's murder is one thing. To inform her 3 kids is a totally different situation. And this happens to be one of the... Sometimes words are very bland. I feel like the words heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, horrendous, heinous, they're all pretty empty at this point. I think it's just so shitty. I believe it's the eldest daughter. She's in high school and she already knows that something is wrong before police and family members come to pull her out of school. She's in the guidance counselor's office when the first officer shows up, and she's explaining like she saw a lot happen through her phone because this family has been stalked. They likely all have access to the phone cameras, and she's like in high school, so definitely she does, and they're probably all alert watching for any suspicious activity, and she's crying and she says,
"My phone notified me of my house cameras going off. There was police at my house."
There was police at the house and an ambulance, and there was a stretcher. I couldn't bring myself to see who was on the stretcher, so I called mom and dad. My dad picked up and he's crying, and he like wouldn't tell me what's going on. He told me to shut off my phone and my aunt is coming here to pick me up. So the officer is trying to gather intel because the officer knows everything that's happened too.
What has been going on at home?
So this dude has been threatening my mom, stalking her, taking photos of my dad, saying that he's gonna kill him. Do we know who this person is? One of her exes, I don't know his name. Like an ex-boyfriend? Yeah. And they broke up a while ago. They ended it as friends, so this has all come as like a really big shock to my mom. But she mentions to the police officer, he's been contacting her from different numbers, sending pictures of my dad, saying that he's gonna kill him. He hasn't mentioned anything about me and my siblings yet, which is good. He posted something to a website trying to recruit guys to help him with whatever plan he's going, and he's been contacting my mom through all of this. And so my mom has contacted the police, and she has like a whole bunch of people on this case. But the thing is, he's making it sound like she's helping him and she's not. So we're really afraid that the police are going to turn on us. So she's been trying to protect herself. So she has a gun, and she's in the process of getting her concealed carry license so that she can protect herself and us. And then, yeah, when I saw the camera, I assumed that she would have to use that gun. She tells the officers that my parents don't have the best relationship. It's not violent whatsoever. They just haven't been getting along. They won't get a divorce. They say it's for the children, it's best for us, but at least I know their marriage isn't doing the best. Like, it's never bad enough for her to pair up with this guy. So she's explaining the stalker is making it seem like Chris Steele and the stalker are gonna kill Daniel so that they can run off together. And this little girl, like the daughter, is like, that's not, like, I'm telling you, like, my mom would never do that, please.
Right. So she is kind of thinking that the mom was self-defensing her, like,
yeah, and maybe killed the stalker.
Whoa.
Throughout this, she's breaking down, and because in the FOIA request, it's all blurred, thankfully, but you actually see the moment when the kids are told. I'm not going to include it. But I think it's important to know it's like a very heavy moment, because all of this the importance of that comes full circle later. There's almost this speculation, from the daughter at least, that the stalker was trying to kill the dad and make it seem like the mom was part of it, trying to frame the mom. Whoever's out there stalking Chris Steele, it is not their first time. It's not their first time creating multiple identities and creating multiple phone numbers and changing their locations just so they could stalk a woman. And there is a lot of potentials to debate here. The messages show that the stalker would have an idea of what their end result was going to be, and then completely change their mind and then think about something else. At first, they want to kidnap Chris Steele and likely hold her captive. There are messages of kidnapping her and then the stalker believing that Chris Steele would finally be happy with him. Or if that's too hard, they could just kill Chris Steele. Maybe that's the better plan. Or how about they kill Daniel, Chris Steele's husband, and frame Chris Steele for it? That way Chris Steele won't have anyone. She'll have to come to him, her stalker, right? A nationwide arrest warrant is put out for Anthony, the ex-boyfriend, the stalker. And while they're looking for him, a woman named Carrie is brought into the police station. She explains the same exact thing happened to her during her breakup. I mean, this was a long time ago. So this was when she was in college. So like 15 years ago. And she says, I broke up with him a couple months into my freshman year, and he was pretty emotional. I would say sort of desperation would maybe be the word I would use to describe him after the breakup. Of just kind of like, please don't do this, kind of crying, that sort of thing that I can recall. And then I started to get messages from his roommate. That person's name is Tom. And she starts getting these messages and quote, and I know Tom is real because they're roommates. If I called him, sometimes Tom would pick up the phone, and they had like a joint phone and a joint room. She says that Tom would message her talking about how her ex wasn't doing well because of the breakup and maybe was gonna be injured. But then turns out Tom isn't Tom. I mean, Tom is real, but Carrie says Tom's messages were being sent by her ex-boyfriend. to try and push her closer to her ex again. They're not from the real Tom. They're not from the real roommate. The stalker also created other identities to try and separate her and isolate her from her friends. It kind of ruined her entire college life. Ultimately, all the leads led back to a public library. Even though she and one of the officers that she was working with, I mean, they knew who it was the ex-boyfriend, they just didn't have enough evidence to get him. And so the police were like, okay, and your ex-boyfriend is Daniel Krug.
Damn.
Like, what an idiot I feel like I was after all of this. Because, like you said, you can read through all this and go, well, duh, it's Dan, but when you're in it, you just become so, like, almost crazed by it. You don't know who it is or...
So this lady, Carrie, right? She showed up by herself, or was she...
Police brought her in Daniel's sealed records. There was an incident between her and him in college. And the police are like, what are the odds that Christelle was being stalked and Daniel has an ex-girlfriend from college that was stalked by Daniel?
Oh, she was stalked.
Yeah.
She wasn't just...
No. She got these threatening messages, weird messages from all sorts of people that were not the people they claimed to be.
From decades ago. That's...
Yeah.
Wow. Now, the police... Did they suspect him from the get-go, or was it... Well, how did they even go down that path?
They suspected him the minute that he came into the police station. Because it's like the movies. Have you ever waited for an item that you thought you bought online, but then it never comes? Every time a package was delivered, I would rip it open and then I'd be shocked. I'd be like, what? Why is this not here? To the point where I would go back to my email, try to figure out, hunt it down. Why hasn't it been shipped? Turns out I never bought it in the first place. I just had it in my cart and I had been thinking about it so much that I tricked my brain into thinking that I bought it, which made me think, I wonder how many customers this is happening to and how many businesses this is happening to, which is why I will forever be obsessed and not stop talking about Shopify. For a limited time, we had a collection of Grandpa Mango's art for sale online, and Shopify was like the secret formula to launching our small business. The purple shop button is the secret ingredient. It's just one tap at checkout. You don't have to dig through your purse and your wallet for your card. You don't have to re-enter your addresses. It's the kind of thing that once you have it, you cannot imagine going back. Shopify's Shop Pay is trusted by millions of merchants across the globe, and it's the single biggest reason Shopify has the best converting checkout experience on earth. Shop Pay removes the friction that kills sales at the finish line. See less carts go abandoned and more sales with Shopify and their Shop Pay button. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. A few weeks back, a family friend was rear-ended. She kept hesitating about calling a lawyer because she didn't want to seem like she was making a big deal out of nothing. But here's the thing. If you've been injured in an accident, you should not let assumptions prevent you from going after fair compensation. Your recovery, your family stability, your ability to pay bills and move forward with your life matters so much more than maybe I'm being dramatic. Morgan & Morgan is the largest law firm in America, and they've successfully recovered over $30 billion for their clients. And when it really counts, they don't back down. Their team includes over 1,000 attorneys working across the country, giving them strength and resources to help you get your life back on track. Hiring the wrong firm can be disastrous, but hiring the right firm could substantially increase your settlement. If you've been hurt due to the negligence of someone else, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Just click the link in the description below or visit forthepeople.com/rotten. That's forthepeople.com/rotten, or dial pound law 529 from your phone. This is a paid advertisement. A lot of people will tell you that the smartest murder is the one that you have never heard of yet, because that's the whole point. It goes undetected. But a lot of people have been calling this case the smartest, most calculated murder in recent history. The months of planning, creating fake identities, using fake phone numbers, IP addresses, buying multiple gift cards, and it all falls apart with the acting. It's like a B-grade movie. It's like the type of dialogue that you really only read in a book. Daniel Krug thinks that the police are onto him. He thinks that they're just trying to look at him as the suspect. I mean, yeah, they're still trying to find Anthony, the ex-boyfriend, but they've also just spent hours interviewing Daniel after Christile's body was found. Hours. All the other family members were let out early. Why is Daniel the only one staying behind? They're asking him in-depth questions that can only point to them being suspicious of him, and when they finally let him go at the end of the night, Daniel's about to leave the police station, and he turns to the officers and he says,
I want you to decide who did this. Because I know it. You don't believe that? Fine. Just don't stop looking elsewhere. Something. Okay? I'm f***ing did this. Are you married? You have kids? Divorced? Right behind you. I don't care if you capture him. I just want the f***er to pay. He took my children's mother for Christmas. They're never gonna get over that.
And with that, he walks out of the police station. It's like straight out of a James Patterson novel. Nobody talks like that in person. Nobody whispers like that in person. It's very odd. I also think that we as people recently have given too much grace to the phrase everyone responds to grief differently. It's true. I think it's very true. But some things, if they are sending your radars off, if your gut is saying, okay, this is so bizarre. It's not even just like, oh, I probably wouldn't behave like that if I were grieving. But like, wow, I'm so shocked and thrown off by this. I don't think that we should all just chalk it up to, well, everyone responds to grief differently. The police have a theory now. The way that Daniel has been talking, the things that family members have told them, they believe that Christile wanted to divorce Daniel, and Daniel decides he's going to pretend to be a stalker to drive his wife straight back into his arms. This will be the catalyst that brings them closer together. This is what they need to reconnect.
These are theories from the families?
The police.
Oh, the police.
Gathering
Okay.
from all the interviews that they had with family members. December 5th, 2023, Christile gets an email. Hey, gorgeous. I can't visit you anymore. No more Colorado time. My girlfriend doesn't want us talking without her. She says you're gonna let cops get after me after you off him, but she doesn't know you like I do. We got a new place with lots of room on the East Coast. She said you can move in with us. We like 3 ways. Trash your husband and come. You know how to get me when he's dead. I mean, it's kind of a nonsensical email, but ultimately, it kind of seems like the stalker is gonna lay off. He's saying, like, I'm moving to the East Coast. I don't have time to go to Colorado. I mean, this is what Christile thought. But 9 days later, Christile is dead. And that's what the police can't wrap their heads around. If Daniel is the stalker, let's say hypothetically he is, why would he send this message saying, hey, I'm not going to come to Colorado anymore? And then why would he kill her at the end? Because they thought maybe Daniel's sending these messages to get his wife closer to him. So if Daniel's the stalker, why would he say like, hey, I'm the stalker, I'm going to lay off? Because that would indicate the relationship is going well then. Maybe Daniel's like, oh, she's already so close to me now. I don't need to keep stalking her. We've like fixed our problems. In the FOIA request, we got a ton of videos where Daniel is sitting in front of a white cinder block wall and he's got a phone up to his ear and he's staring at the screen with his parents on there.
Have you ever gotten like jailhouse calls with the families?
Calls, like sometimes audios. You'll get random audios, but really they don't like to give these out.
How many hours of that did you get?
I think overall we had hundreds of videos because there were a lot of officers at the scene of the crime and every single thing was body cammed. I mean, there's a lot of body cam video that ultimately we would sit through and then it would be like a 1-minute conversation at the end between an officer and a neighbor and the officer is just like, drive around. This is taped off, drive around. I think it was like 100 jail call videos.
Dang, okay.
It was a lot. And a lot of them is like just yapping. A lot of them is weird. And Daniel is sitting in jail. He's about to go on trial for murdering his wife. And he's telling his family, I didn't do this. The stalker is still out there and they put the wrong guy in jail because they think it's like the movies and it's always the husband and it's not me and my kids are not safe. He's ranting. He's worried about his kids. He's adamant that someone else killed Christile. And just like how her stalker wanted to set her up for his potential murder, he believes that the stalker set him up for her murder and nobody's listening to him. So now Christile is gone. He's sitting in jail for something he says he didn't do, but nobody's listening and his 3 kids are out there, and he's pleading with his elderly parents, I need them safe.
I don't know where or who did this, where he is or who he is. I need my children out of Colorado.
He's also concerned about Stockholm Syndrome. The kids are staying with family members on Christiel's side of the family, and he says,
But now we're back to my original fear of Stockholm Syndrome. I do not know what she has been told. I do not know what she believes.
Okay.
I do not know if my children even want me anymore.
Did he say Stockholm Syndrome or?
Yeah.
Like in what context?
Like they're going to get Stockholm Syndrome with Christiel's side of the family and just believe whatever they're saying. And Christiel's side of the family thinks that he's the stalker. And he's like, no one believes me that I'm being set up. He's like, I'm probably sleeping like 16 hours a day because of the depression. I sleep, I read, I cry, and that's about it. And there's obviously frustration too. He says,
I don't understand how you can put in a claim for wrongful arrest, wrongful imprisonment if you have to wait for everything to be settled.
So he's like, I can't even file a claim for wrongful arrest until after the trial.
We are in a digital and monitored age. They never produced a single photograph of me with phones. They never produced a single photograph of me buying anything. They never produced a single piece of hard evidence. Just identity theft. That's it. That's it. And we're in a world today where that's enough. DNA exoneration doesn't mean shit. Because someone can do things with a cell phone. Not a single photograph, not a single drop of blood, not a single scrap of DNA, not a single recording. Identity theft is all it takes to destroy somebody.
So he's claiming someone stole his identity to do this.
Daniel's parents are completely supporting him and they agree with him, but they're also concerned about him sitting in jail. He says about the food that he eats a lot of ramen because, quote, if you ever find yourself watching TV and you see a cat food commercial, we look at those commercials here with a sense of longing. The collective decision here is that food commercials should be banned in jails and prisons because even horrible food, I would never eat Taco Bell, ever. It's disgusting. And yet I see ads for it and I'm like, that looks really good. It's clear the pressure is getting to Daniel, though. On the phone with his parents, Daniel gets emotionally charged because he's in jail and he doesn't know where his collection of valuable coins and medals are. Apparently, Daniel's mom spoke with Christiel's family about it and they didn't know it either, where it went, and Daniel explodes.
So that tells me that they are going through the house and they're not supposed to. They were supposed to give a written list. No. You call, you text, whatever. They are not to have unrestricted access to whatever the fuck they want. And just no. But what that tells me is they're sifting through everything and they're looking for whatever is of value because fuck you, Dan, because they don't want me in that life. And that's not fair.
Okay, honey. Okay.
They don't get to treat me like this.
No,
That's all I do. That's all I do. I'm the one who has to accommodate everything. They want to sell the house? Fine. I have to sell the house. They don't want to let me speak to my kids? Fine. I'm not allowed to speak to my kids. I get fucking nothing.
I'm so sorry. I didn't want to hurt you.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Sorry. I don't mean to make you cry.
I just wanted to hear my arms and hug you.
And Mom is like, I wish I could make it all go away, Danny.
Wait, this is so weird.
Yeah.
Is this giving like a movie? Does he talk like a toddler or what's?
He talks so weird. There's only like one person I can think of that talks like that. In a time, kind of like, huh? It doesn't even make sense why you're being so theatrical. Like, grief is one thing. Theatrical is kind of weird right now. Like, it's
so he's like angry, but in a very theatrical way.
Yeah, it's
like that.
Yeah, it's like no.
no, no, no.
Interesting.
And he takes a lot of pauses at really weird moments. I mean, I talk pretty dramatic, and I think that I might be even more dramatic when my emotions are high. But the way he does it is not like a sense of dramatic franticness of like, I'm freaking out, so I'm going to freak out. It's like very like pauses and almost like there's an audience.
Maybe like he's trying to hold it back.
But it doesn't feel
because
like
he
that
can't
either.
scream in there. Maybe he can't throw a tantrum in there, so he's like holding it down to.
But that's alarming too.
Yeah. Okay.
How are the kids? Daniel's asking. They were fine. They look good. They're keeping busy. But he just keeps getting angry at the thought because he comes back to it again where he thinks Christiel's family members are taking things of value from the house, and he says,
And I want a complete list of absolutely everything, because if I find out they're parsing out things among different family members, I'm going to be pissed. Okay. I want people arrested for stealing things from my wife's estate.
his mom assures him that she took the jewelry box in his closet with his cufflinks, and Daniel asks his mom, "Did you find Grandma's ring?" "No."
Then they stole it.
Danny, please.
It was with my cufflinks. And then I have to find out what pawn shop they're getting rid of all of my shit.
That's so weird. What's going on? You have a lot more things to worry about right now.
Listen, okay, so
like, does he believe he's getting out tomorrow?
Yeah, and okay, all of these, like when you FOIA requested, they just put like jail call. Oh, no, it wasn't even like jail call. It was like public release, and there's like a bunch of numbers because that's how they, log it in their format. And so every time I'd click one, I have no idea what I'm getting into. Sometimes it'd be like his mom being like, "Oh yeah, so the weather today, and we drove, and like we made a snowman." And then the next one, he's like, "They fucking stole it." And I'm like, every single one was so vastly different from the next one. Like you could have no idea what was going to happen in the next jail call. And then sometimes he's so composed and he's like, "Don't worry, guys. We have to be strong." And he's making jokes about Taco Bell. His mom keeps reassuring him, "They're not taking your stuff. They're not taking your stuff." I wouldn't be too surprised if the police are listening to this call, if they stole my fucking ring, just like they stole my credit card information.
The police?
That's what he claims.
Okay.
As the murder trial is nearing, it's Daniel's brother who decides to tell him the truth. Daniel's brother is in a lot of these calls, and he tells him support is dwindling. Okay?
From the families?
Yeah.
Mom and Dad want to believe you very much. I want to believe you very much. We wish, we hope. And also, now there's not evidence that's been hidden, right? There's a lot that's come out. And as imaginative as I can be with finding explanations and ways to theorize how that, this or that could have been the reality, some of it is beyond even my creativity.
Daniel doesn't really respond. And again later, on a private call just between Daniel and his brother, and now us and everyone else with a penchant for FOIA requesting cases, Daniel's brother tells him,
I want to believe in you. And at the same time, I will be totally honest. I, from the beginning, have not really ever cared one way or the other. I do not want to see you where you are. I do not want to see you where you're going. Regardless of the situation and how it arrived, I don't want you there, and don't really care about guilt or culpability or anything like that.
So he's basically saying, like, you're my brother through and through, and that's how I've been since day one. However,
the situation got to where it got to. My concern now is your support is dwindling fast. The forensic stuff, the digital data is really tough for everybody to wrap their head around. Like I said, even I have to go through some fancy gymnastics to counter everything. It needs some story around where phones came from, where gift cards came from, whatever, whatever that may be. You don't have to tell me anything here. I realize that you can't say things on this line, so that's going to be how that is. But I figured I would tell you that. I'm not sure if you're going to get to talk to Mom and Dad again before they move you down into the purgatory spot, and then you're going to be there for a month. My main concern right now is Mom and Dad are on the brink of financial ruin and bankruptcy. They took out probably about 120 to 150K to pay legal fees, and none of that has been repaid to them.
Daniel's brother keeps telling him, and the brother is like, you keep complaining and being emotional about things with the parents, and the parents don't have resources, and they become emotional because you're emotional, so they take out loans, and they're about to get bankrupt, and they're about to lose their car and lose everything. And he's like, things like taking the kids out of Colorado because they're not safe, that's gonna be $100,000 in legal fees that we don't have the money for, and it's not gonna work, so just drop it.
Oh, I see.
He's like, don't even talk to mom and dad about it, because they're going to want to pull out a loan. They're going to want to try and help you. But I'm telling you, it's never going to happen no matter how much money you throw at it. There's also another moment in this very jail call, which I didn't want to interpret, but the brother, he says like, see, and I don't know if I'm dense and I'm dumb or something, but he says something along the lines of like, at some point, we're going to have a conversation where you just tell me yes or no. And it was like so out of nowhere. And I'm like, are you going to ask him like a series of yes or no questions, right? Like, I don't know what that means. And then Daniel cuts in and he goes, yes. And then they hang up because the 17 minutes are over. Every call is like 17 minutes and 15 seconds.
In the future, we may need to communicate, you and I. I want you to look at me for a second, real close, and say, yes.
Yes.
No. Yes. And no. At some point in the future, we may need to interpret that thing as that.
What do you think?
I think
he's asking if you did it?
Yeah.
So that yes sounds like he's telling him yes, or he sounds like, okay, yes, I agree to that. Yes, we can do that phone call later. Or,
yeah.
So it's like, can be interpreted in both ways.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still sort of supporting him, or he's just kind of...
From the energy that I get from the brother, is he's supporting his brother, but I think it's more so out of support for his parents. I don't think that makes it any better.
Mm-hmm. And what's the parents... You think the parents is in denial?
Yeah. The mom is totally in denial.
Like, my son could never?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. But I also think that there are times in the phone calls where I'm like, ooh, like these are just... Like, I can see why he has these anger issues.
Yeah.
Because the way she's like, oh, I didn't mean to upset you. It's like, who cares about upsetting him? His whole life is about to go down like the shitter. Are you like, we can talk as adults.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, you're too old. You got to get your emotions in check. Like, we can't all tiptoe and be worried about upsetting a grown man who's in jail about to go on trial for murdering his wife.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of red flags in Daniel's story. But even just the way he talks about Christy Lynn the stalker, it's like straight out of a movie. Before his arrest, when he's being interviewed by officers, and these are all the things that are setting off the officers, they reference the stalker as the stalker. They're like, okay, so when did the stalking start? When did the stalker come into play? But Daniel, in the midst of his wife's murder investigation, he keeps correcting the officers. We call him Kickman. And he's always whispering. You call him what? The stalker. We call him Kickman. Okay, why do you guys call him Kickman? Because Christy was gonna kick his ass. Yeah.
Kickman. That's what we call the stalker.
What?
It's a lot. The police just want to know what happened. They're gathering intel, and some of it is just not adding up, and his behavior is really weird. I would imagine any spouse in their right mind in the interrogation room or the interview room would be like, okay, let me break it down. This is the day that it started. This is what we have gathered. If you let me go into the house, or I can tell you we have logs of the stalking, like, we just need to find this killer, instead of like, we call him Kickman. But the most interesting thing is, Daniel says that he first found out about the stalking in November. And this is when the police were like, wait, what? Hold on. Because Detective Martinez knows that the stalking started October 2nd.
Yeah.
Why would you not know for an entire month? The officer asks, why do you think the month gap before she told you?
I'm sure she has mentioned to you that she and I are going through a rough patch, kind of on the rocks. So probably didn't seem that pressing until it was.
So he's explaining that Christine didn't tell him about the stalking until a picture of him was sent to her. So now she's like, okay, well, your life is kind of on the line and like maybe your safety's at risk. So let me explain what's been going on for the past month. There were mentions, obviously, that Daniel and Christelle were not in the best part of their relationship, which a lot of parents raising 3 kids would say they've probably seen better days. But to not know that your wife is being stalked for an entire month, you have to be probably on not even speaking terms in order for this to happen. Even if she didn't think it was that serious for a month, she would have brought it up as like oh my God, something so weird happened today. How bad exactly was their relationship?
Right.
Christelle's parents are brought in hours after her murder to give formal interviews. They were all really close. Christelle and her dad would fix classic cars together, so they had this hobby that even as they grew up, she was always just in his garage. They have this like retro diner set up in one corner of his garage. And it just looks like a dream auto shop. She would sit down while they would take a break, and he explains that she did mention that she was being stalked by the ex-boyfriend from high school. And both Christelle's parents, they remember Anthony back from when they were dating. And they say he was always very friendly, very courteous, always had good manners. I mean, yeah, like it was in high school. Okay, people who knew them say their breakup was very high school. It wasn't even petty. They both worked at JCPenney. The whole breakup was because Christelle was very much into academia. Like she had a strong vision for her outlook in life. Like she wanted to pursue engineering in college. She wanted to go that route. Meanwhile, Anthony didn't really know if he even wanted to go to college. He was still figuring things out. So the way that Anthony even spoke about Christelle after they broke up, people said that Anthony spoke about her like she was his great first love. Naturally, he did reach out a few times over Facebook asking how she is. Nothing weird, but maybe he's upset that she never made any sort of advancement towards him, never wanted to see him, or maybe something big happened in his life and now he's turning on Christelle. But how can somebody go from being this kind-hearted, genuine person to a stalker? Or like maybe Christelle's parents didn't really know him. Christelle's mom is a bit more open with the detectives. She's distraught, she's holding it together, and she's telling the investigators everything they need.
Her life was hell these last months and last year. Her husband and her were not on good terms. He was in complete denial. She'd tell me how he was.
Did she ever give you insight on what kind of led her to feel like her marriage was over, or?
Dan is explosive, but I've never seen him, hurt her. He would hurt the kids, but, some people think the corporal punishment is okay with kids.
Like what, physical?
Probably, yeah.
Beating?
She was worried about that. But she told me he was in denial, that she told him that this marriage was over, but she would stay until redacted graduated. Just in my gut, I can't shake this feeling. And what is that feeling telling you?
I can't shake this question. Is he the one that's been doing this with Anthony?
This is like the first interview.
Yeah.
The mom who witnessed her daughter's death,
Yes.
she was comforting him at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And now she's saying that maybe they're working together.
Yeah. And it's just like a bunch of small things. It's not like a big, aha, we caught you. Just like weird. Even at a recent family birthday party, Daniel is out by the window the whole time in case the stalker is surveilling them in the neighborhood. But something about it just feels performative.
Wow.
It doesn't feel really anxious. It doesn't feel like, okay, I'm so stressed. It just feels like, look at me being a protector. Christelle's brother, he knows that the two of them, Christelle and Daniel, had been separated, but still living together mainly for the kids. He has a different take. He tells the authorities,
she was fully convinced that it was Anthony. My mom has always been suspicious, and I just don't know where that comes from.
Can you elaborate on that? Like suspicious how, or?
My mom?
Yeah.
It's the difficulty finding Anthony. Why is it so hard to find Anthony? Why can't there, cell phone records or IP stuff or... So my mom was very frustrated with the inability to locate one person who is so frequently contacting my sister. Why is that such a difficult thing to do? So my mom had that frustration, and so I think her mind starts to wander towards conspiracy type things, right? Of maybe it's the husband, or maybe it's Dan. And I don't know. I don't see it there just because... I don't know, Dan just seems so incapable of doing something like that to me.
Why do you see that?
I don't know, I talked to him, and he was very concerned about getting his family together and talking about being vigilant but not paranoid.
Other members of Christiel's family were interviewed, and one of them says something very interesting. He says that he never liked Dan from the first moment that he met Dan.
Who is this?
It's like I believe it's an uncle. And the officers are like, why? And he's like, there are 2 words I would describe. Slick politician. I don't trust a single thing he says.
Yeah.
Christiel's sister-in-law, Kate, is asked by the officers if there was something about the stalker, anything that she thought was notable, and she says,
I know that Christiel was like very concerned and worried about this guy, and I just always felt like it was like there was something weird about it, like that I can't put my finger on it. I feel like she had said that it was like this Anthony guy, that it seemed very different than past behavior in him, like that he was never sexual in the past, and that these were like very like hyper things. And so I think even at one point she was like questioning whether it was actually him.
Daniel himself has told officers during his interview,
I had her as a partner to protect the family, but it didn't feel like a partner who valued me. I told her I didn't want to die for someone who didn't care about me anymore.
he said that he just wanted Christiel to say, I do care about you, but she didn't, and he was really hurt. Officers are finally able to locate the high school ex-boyfriend, Anthony, and he's 8 hours away in a different state, at home, on his couch, drunk. The officers tell him, I'm going to ask you a couple of names and see if you recognize them, okay?
Have you ever heard of the name Crystal Krug? She may have been Grimsrod when you knew her.
Yeah.
And do you know a Daniel Krug?
No.
No? How do you know Crystal?
She was an ex-girlfriend.
She's an ex-girlfriend? How long's the ex? Like how long ago?
1999.
Oh, so like a long while ago.
She was my very first girlfriend ever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time you talked to Crystal? Has it been a minute?
It's been a minute, yeah.
Like since you moved from Durango?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would have been what, back in 2014?
Yeah.
Have you had any contact with anybody in that area since? Anybody, or have they contacted you at any time?
No.
It's pretty clear that Anthony is at least appearing drunk and confused. He probably is drunk and confused, but what cannot be faked or confused is the fact that Anthony has an airtight alibi. That morning he had gone to Kohl's and bought a sweatshirt, and he's seen buying the sweatshirt and he has a receipt for it. And he's wearing that sweatshirt right now. And there's no way that he could have driven to kill Christiel, then driven back in time to buy the sweatshirt. There's also no way that he was on any sort of flight or Amtrak train, nothing. Which means, unless he knows how to teleport, Anthony could not have killed Christiel Krug, just as police suspected. Which leads to Daniel being in the back of a police car, handcuffed, and an officer asking him, quote,
Hey Dan, do you want me to tell your kids that you killed their mother, or do you want somebody else to? Okay. All right. Good luck.
That's really crazy to say. I mean, I guess they're arresting him for murder, right?
Yeah, I think, okay, I don't particularly think that the cops were doing like a spectacular job. I think that they were doing their job, what the taxpayers pay money for. But I will say they seem very fed up with Daniel. I think it's all of his acting and all of his like, I was supposed to protect her.
I see.
Yeah. The hours leading up to Daniel's arrest are also very interesting. There's a few key moments that investigators are very suspicious about, aside from the physical and forensic evidence that they get later on. But the first one is, when Daniel is first called into the police station, he's in the interrogation room, and Detective Martinez comes in, because Detective Martinez is the one that has been helping Christiel with the stalker, aka Daniel. And Daniel is like hunched over on this blue couch, and he's like,
I didn't protect her. It's not your fault. I was supposed to protect her.
And Detective Martinez said that he was looking at Daniel and he realized he's sobbing, he's whispering, he's doing all these things, and not a single tear. So he starts questioning Daniel, not even going after him, but just asking him normal questions one would expect. And Daniel constantly keeps his pitch at a whisper. It's always like, everything hurts. I don't feel anything.
I have two different voices going through my head right now. I have my brother Matthew. Yeah, I've mentioned him. He's the sheriff's lieutenant. And I have his voice saying, talk to the police. And typical cop fashion, you married a prosecutor. So I have Lynn's voice in my head going, get a lawyer.
That is crazy. His brother is a cop?
Not the one that he's on the phone with, I believe. That's a different brother. So his brother's a cop, his sister-in-law is a prosecutor, and I mean, the fact that he mentions this very early on in the interrogation is definitely a very soft way of saying, I might lawyer up whenever I want. So I would tread carefully, is the vibe that he gives.
Or maybe he's trying to say, hey, I'm also, my brother is a cop too.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. And so he just has all these like weird moments. He also tries to hint that Christelle would be out of the house for a really long time. So he's like trying to make it seem like Christelle was suspicious. And I just want to say, and I say this every single time, if an investigator ever asks you, what do you think happened in this crime? Who do you think did it? I just want you to know that investigator thinks you did it. And Daniel is asked and he responds,
So in my brain, the story that I have is someone came to the door. Maybe she went outside to get a package, and they must have come in. She's a fighter. She is strong. She would have fought.
And again, it's like the movies. It's like, that's not the question right now. Like, you're trying to figure out who killed your wife. Why are you saying things like, she's a fighter. She would have fought. At one point, when the police are leading him out, he's like, I just need to know what to tell my kids. Did she fight? Because she's a fighter. Again, it's just bizarre. Who do you think killed her? I think it's Kickman. I think it's Anthony.
What if I told you that we had already spoken with Anthony and there's no way that he was in town today?
I have nothing. I'm terrified to bring my children home.
What are you terrified of?
If it wasn't him, who was it?
If you were watching these facts unfold in front of you in a movie, what would you say happened?
There has to be someone else.
How was his performance, I guess, when he first came to the scene or found out that the wife is killed?
When he is in front of the house, that's the moment where I would say we can't really judge grief. I actually had like a whole thing about this while I was watching the footage because I was comparing and I was like, okay, I don't know who would have a harder time because he is much more distraught than Christelle's mother. And I was thinking, okay, does that make sense for the spouse to be? I guess it would. And I was having all these different thoughts in my head. I would say when he gets to the house, he's on his knees. He does keep saying things like, I should have protected her. I was supposed to protect her.
I was supposed to protect her. Let them know.
I think at that point, it's kind of believable. I don't know if that's how you would behave, but I think that's like when the applicable term of, well, everyone responds to grief and shock differently would apply.
I see. So you're saying that it looked like in hindsight, it was very theatrical, right? Very in hindsight.
Because then I was also trying to think, right? I think I am probably the most theatrical person that I know in terms of like, I am dramatic with my words and I like, and I laugh loudly and things. But I think when shit comes down, I would be very alert of like, okay, let me process this. I would jump into action. Yeah. So I thought it was weird that he was so on his knees and saying, I should have protected. When it seems like the rest of the family are like, okay, what are we going to do? We got to figure things out. The kids, we got to worry about the kids. It's not just us. Like, obviously there's grief, but there's also 3 kids that we have to take care of, figure out their safety. Like
so
there's a lot.
In contrast, you're saying that he is more in that, like, oh my God, versus other people kind of have their shit together.
Yeah. I think like in that moment, I would probably have my shit together and then fall apart later. Because it's like, okay, especially when you factor in the 3 kids.
Yeah. But in hindsight though, now we know this is his choice of performance.
Yes.
Like he thinks this is the most believable reaction to give. But it looked very off when he arrived at the station. Just instantly became really off.
Yeah, I think, okay, now in hindsight, obviously everything is clear in hindsight. I also think like the constant, I was supposed to protect her, I didn't protect her is really weird at the scene when he gets to the house. Because it's not about his kids, it's not about safety, and it's also not about like, we gotta find the who did this. Like there is no action. It's like very him centric. It's like, I'm the protector and I failed. I'm the biggest victim. Ooh, the guilt.
Yeah.
It's almost like he wants people to be like, you did everything you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a blonde woman next to him who's comforting him more than Christiel's mother. And she is the victim advocate that was called to the scene. Her name is Heather. She's interviewed later. And she says, at that moment, it was fine. It's actually when she gets in the car with him, driving him to the police station for the interview, she thought it was weird.
Really? What happened?
Yeah, she said that he was like slumped over in the passenger seat, like in a fetal position. Again, kind of weird. Again, maybe it's just me being like, couldn't be me, but it's just weird. She said most people ask questions.
Yeah.
They're like, what do you know? What happened? Like, they're like a mess, but they're still trying to gather information. And maybe it's all over the place because they're a mess, but it's not just like, I'm so sad I couldn't protect her. It's like, what happened? Tell me what happened, right?
Yeah.
There's none of that. He's not asking questions. And then she just feels so weird about it. She said she has this gut feeling where at one point she was like, did you do something?
Really?
And then she is like, oh my God, I'm such a shitty person. She's like, what's wrong with me? Like, this is a man who just lost his wife and I'm over here, like, what am I doing? Like, I'm watching too much Dateline. Like, what's wrong with me? And she's like, okay, I gotta get it together.
Wow.
Like, this is not okay.
I see.
But she just had this like weird gut feeling where just like some things are off.
And she probably been doing this, right?
Yeah.
Meeting a lot of victims and...
Yeah. And he keeps trying to seem like really confused all the time. Like even when the cop is like, oh, can we see your phone to see the house cameras? It's like lots of like, oh, where did I put my, oh yeah, here's my phone. Okay, let me try to unlock it. Like it's just like this really performative trying to seem harmless. Also, I thought it was weird that at the crime scene, he never asks about the kids. I'm not a parent, but I think my first reaction, like, God forbid anything happened, if there are children involved in anything, I'd be like, where are they? Are they fine? Like, who's going to get them? Like, we got to figure out something. But he's the dad, and he's not even like, are the kids okay? Like, where are the kids? Are they safe? How do we know they're safe?
Yeah.
He doesn't appear emotional during the interview. He just looks slumped over as time progresses. And the officers are like, help me make sense of this.
I don't know, I'm not the one who does this. I get the narrative you're putting together, but it alleges that I would do this to my children.
There's, like I said, footage of him telling his children what happened. So all three of them are brought into the police station. They're pulled out of school. And he is asked, do you want to tell your kids or do you want us to tell your kids? And he's like, I got to tell my kids. So he sits down with them. He tells them, and they are like incredibly, there's not exactly a word that I would use to describe it. I think distraught would be a very simple word, but I just don't really know. I mean, one of them seems like she's in high school. The other two seem pretty young. And
what did he say? He just say that you're...
Again, very theatrical. Like, she's gone. She's not coming back. And there are like some speculations I saw in some comments of some of these videos circulating where some people think that maybe the eldest, because the whole thing is blurred, but you can still kind of see bodies. Maybe the eldest had an inkling because they seem the most standoffish from the dad, but he's just like comforting them and it's just...
And they're just like, what, scream crying?
Yeah.
And how is he comforting them? Just patting them?
Yeah.
Wow.
I love all of you.
Like, I wouldn't even want to bring this up or even talk about it, but I think the whole point is the fact that he would do that to his own kids. It's like less about, oh, look at the kid's reaction. It's more so like, look, hear the things that he's saying to his kids after he did it.
That's so sick. Now, you think about that. He chose to give that information to the kids.
Yeah.
If he really cared, obviously he wouldn't commit a crime, but then also he probably would not have the guts to even see that.
Yeah. But he doesn't. And the police are saying, like, I think ultimately you thought this would bring you closer to your kids in your mind because now you're all the kids have. The officer tells Daniel exactly what they think happened. They think that Anthony has reached out in the past to Christelle, and maybe Daniel has gotten jealous, even though she has told him multiple times that she's married, and he backs off. And this was, back in 2016 was probably the last time that he reached out. He did ask if she wanted to have intimate relations. So maybe you had a question about infidelity, whether it's with Anthony or anybody else. Because why would Anthony randomly ask about having intimate relations if they hadn't had intimate relations? Like, they're trying to be on Daniel's side. And so, you might create an account to see if Christelle's actually interested in Anthony. So you ask, you push. She doesn't respond. And then you're just trying to confirm your suspicions of infidelity. You don't get the response and the openness that you once did. And you think that, well, maybe if I keep doing this, she's going to come closer to me because she's so scared and she has nobody else. So you amp it up a little bit. And then you even send a photo of yourself in the account that you created. Daniel is asked again, like, if you were watching these unfold, what would you say happened if this were a movie? There has to be some unknown.
I'm analytical at work, and I read and write fiction at home. I don't do crime drama. I don't know what any of this.
He writes fiction? He's a writer?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
But for a month, Christelle doesn't tell Daniel what's happening, so he amps it up by sending that photo of himself. And that's when Christelle tells Daniel about the stalking that's been happening. And he keeps amping it up. Christelle is still over it. She's like, I don't want to be in this marriage anymore. I want to get a divorce. And the police wrote in their report, there's like a 700-page report that we come through, but Christelle told somebody in the family that she has a photo of bruising on one of the kids that she is going to use against Daniel in a custody case. And then she also told a friend that she confronted Daniel because she was starting to feel as if Daniel was the stalker. So the police believe that not only does she have some sort of evidence against him in the custody case, she's about to out him to everyone publicly, to their family members, maybe even to the police, that he is the stalker. He's going to lose everything. And so he kills her. The forensic evidence from the top. The Krug house has 4 cameras on the outside of the house. Doorbell camera, one on the side of the house, one that shows the driveway and the garage. And it's crazy, like this FOIA request, we got all of the footage from that. And we also got footage from like neighbors' cameras. There's a lot of footage. But multiple of the cameras were turned off for 2 hours that morning. And the only people that could turn it off manually are Daniel and Christelle. It's only turned back on when Daniel goes to work and he is later than normal, his work time. And he also seems really casual walking through his office, which is unsettling after he just murdered his wife. He then comes back to the house in extreme distress. But when he calls that welfare check, he calls the police. He calls Christelle's mom. He calls the neighbor.
He's the one that called?
Yeah, and he's also the one that called Christelle's mom to go check up on Christelle.
For what reason?
Maybe it's the ultimate revenge because it seems like he has this venomous hatred towards Christelle's family.
Right. But what made him decide to call a wellness call, like just out of nowhere in the morning?
Yeah, so he said that he hasn't been able to get in contact with his wife, and it's weird because they had a stalker. So if they could just go check. He's at work right now. He left work earlier this morning. She was dropping off the kids.
He called the neighbor, the mom, and the police.
Mm-hmm. And he's like, it's probably nothing, but like just in case.
Can I get either someone in the house to check in with Martinez, or maybe both, maybe a wellness check at the house?
Yeah, we can go check the house.
She texted me like, I don't know, 3-ish hours ago.
All right, and then you said this was is this like a case for somebody threatening you guys?
Yes.
Okay.
Martinez knows all of this. We have both been targeted by a stalker.
Okay.
Threats have been made against my life.
Okay.
And threatening to like kidnap her, which is why I'm nervous that she's not answering me.
If you hear from her before then or something changes, just give us a call back, okay?
I can't focus here at the office. I'm going to be wrapping up as fast as possible and heading home.
Okay.
It takes me 45 minutes.
Okay.
So
all right. Sounds good.
I'm a ways out.
Okay. We'll let them know and we'll have an officer call you, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know. For someone who's planning doing this for so long, there's also very dumb.
Yeah.
Like everything he does is like.
There were also messages from Christelle's phone that morning that she was killed. One of them was to Daniel, that was sent after she was killed, right? Which, how is that possible? He's out of the house. He gets a text message when he's at work from Castile. Those are all scheduled. There was one scheduled to be sent out to Detective Martinez, one to her dad. All of them pre-scheduled. You can schedule text messages on Castile's phone, and someone had scheduled those messages. Who would it be if not Daniel? Because that needs to point to these messages were sent once he was out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
If the police didn't realize that these text messages were scheduled, they could have believed that Daniel was out of the house and Castile was still alive inside the house. Then you factor in some really dumb stuff. The day before Castile's murder, he's Googling how long, at least he spelled how correctly, but how long can you be unconscious without brain damage? How hard a hit for head trauma to go unconscious? How hard would you have to hit someone in the head to make them unconscious? Do people really go unconscious when hit in the head? What happens when you're hit in the head? The picture of Daniel getting out of his car at work that the stalker took of him, data forensics were able to uncover that it was on selfie timer mode. I guess the metadata can show if it was like taken with the front camera, the back camera, it was like selfie mode, front camera on a timer.
Yeah, and that was my question. So he put a little...
Yeah. He bought a burner phone, but he buys it not with a credit card, but with a gift card. That gift card is registered to himself. When he first starts messaging Castile, because she doesn't respond to that first message of like, hey, it's Anthony, right? He didn't know if the message was going through, so he decides to text himself from the burner phone and just the word test. He responds back, yeah. All the messages being sent, the emails being created, the emails being sent, they're all being sent from the IP address at Daniel's workplace, the Department of Public Health in Colorado. When authorities confront Daniel about it, he just says it doesn't make any sense. The Wi-Fi, we have public access and everybody knows the passwords.
The Gmail account that you guys initially received with the photo of you in it, and the phone number, those originated through their IP addresses at your office.
Doesn't make any sense. Well, he took the photo of me at my office.
Right.
But nobody believes him.
Yeah.
The trial takes place, and if you had any questions about how evil this guy is, even during the trial, the impact statements, this is when Castile's family they're going to come up and tell the judge about how this has impacted their lives so that the judge can be more thorough with sentencing. Daniel is telling his parents on the phone that during sentencing, they should be able to give impact statements. So Daniel's family are allowed to give like character statements. They're not allowed to like give impact statements in that sense.
Right.
Because the people impacted by the crime are supposed to give impact statements.
Under the terms of the law, you are family members of the victim. You lost a daughter-in-law. My brothers lost a sister-in-law. You should all be allowed to speak if you choose.
Why does he want them to talk?
Probably to say nice things about him too. And also, it's just like such a slap in the face to Castile's family. They lost a daughter and a sister. What do you mean you lost a daughter-in-law? You lost a sister-in-law. You should be able to talk.
Yeah. And what's the parents' reaction to that?
Oh, he continues though.
Joe said you might be allowed to speak on my behalf. Whether it's my behalf or Castile's, I don't care. The point is, you deserve to be recognized as the victim's family. That has been denied to me since the day she died.
The mom looks hesitant and she says, do you want her family to even hear us?
Yes. You lost Castile, just like I did. The loss isn't theirs alone. So yes, I would like you to speak. If you're willing and able.
This is after he's found guilty.
Yeah. I just think everyone involved just fucking hates Daniel. Even the police officers. And again, this is not like me commending police officers. I think that they're doing their job. I think that's their job, right? There's nothing to praise there. But there are moments in the body cam. The arresting officers are searching through his car, and one of them is reading through his journal briefly, just to quote, make sure. Was he going to off himself or some shit? I gotta look. And he's like reading through the journal. And the other cop is like, is there a confession in there? No. And they're both disappointed.
Off himself or something. Is there a confession in there?
Also, before the arrest, it's like kind of comical in the only sense because we hate Daniel, but nothing else. And like, I guess the only thing that's like, okay, some relief is one of the cops is like, once he does the stop, because they're going to arrest Daniel in his car. They're like, once he does the stop, we're going to flip the bitch.
So yeah, once he does a stop, we're gonna flip a bitch. Yeah, I got it.
So they're like getting pumped to arrest Daniel. I don't know if they're just like...
They pulled him over like at a stop sign?
No, so he was going to his daughter's recital and they bombarded him in the parking lot when he was by himself, thankfully not with the kids. So they got him. It's like every tone of all the police officers working this case, they just hate the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just so ready to... The jurors deliberated for a day and a half. They concluded that Daniel would be found guilty of murder in the first degree, stalking and extreme emotional distress, stalking with credible threat, and criminal impersonation. He will be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The whole time during the conviction and the sentencing, Anthony was there. The guy that he tried to frame.
Wow.
Detective Martinez states that this case has haunted me since it occurred, and the outcome of the case has haunted me for the past 2 years. Christiel's parents have given some grace, stating that it's not really Detective Martinez's fault. They think, inevitably, I think he was going to kill her. When someone sets their mind to do something like that, and that's what the plan was, I don't think that would have stopped the murder from happening. Anthony also, he was interviewed, and he said that the morning that he went to go buy that sweatshirt from Kohl's, he now thinks that it was Christiel sending him a message. Because it was just so random. Like, he didn't really need a sweatshirt. It was just kind of like he just felt the urge to go buy a sweatshirt.
Yeah.
The receipt for that would be his ultimate alibi. And so with that is the case of Christiel Krug. I saw a lot of people saying this was like the smartest, most calculated murder in history. I think... there was just a lot of effort put in, but it wasn't... I think Daniel would get off on being called smart and calculated. I think he's a bozo. I think he sucks at acting. And I think ultimately he deserves everything that's going to come to him in prison.
And during all of those calls, he just... the whole time, he's saying he didn't do it.
Mm-hmm. And he's mad that he thinks someone is taking his valuable coins. He thinks the police stole a ring, the credit card information. What are your thoughts on this case? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.